7 years ago, a terrible disaster struck. It was pure, unadulterated horror. The terrifying dungeon breakout had begun, and absolutely no one was ready. Endless monsters poured from a dozen rifts across the nation. Countless innocent lives were brutally lost during this horrific chaos. The beasts spared nobody, taking Michael's parents along with the rest. In a single instant, Michael Nodforworth lost absolutely everything. Crying bloody tears of frustration, he swore to get revenge. He promised himself he would eventually become a legendary monster hunter. But 7 years later, nothing has changed. He just got kicked out. The poor guy sits in despair. Just then, an inspector slowly approaches him. An officer addresses Michael coldly, calling him nothing more than a participant. He tells him to stop showing his face at the training center. There is nothing left here for him, but Michael cannot just accept this. He demands to know why they are throwing him out like trash. The inspector sighs. A normal awakened person only needs a couple of months. That is plenty of time to learn, but he has been here 7 years. Michael just stares back, shocked by this sudden, brutal reality check. The man keeps going, telling him he does not have a single ounce of talent. Honestly, he is basically trash. Keeping him around only hurts their reputation. This academy cannot afford to look bad by hosting someone so utterly useless. Still, deep down, the instructor feels a tiny bit of pity for him. He saw the kid practicing hard every morning, but it was not enough. His stats never increased. No unique skills were ever unlocked. Now he sits alone in the memorial park, clutching a cold coffee. Anger boils inside him. Suddenly, a mother's voice breaks the silence. She asks her little girl if she remembers how her father died. A simple nod from the girl says she knows it by heart. Her brave dad died saving people from monsters until his very last breath. Her mother smiles, asking what they must do when life gets tough. The child's simple answer catches Michael completely off guard, striking a deep chord. She says they must stay brave and never, ever give up. Her mother hugs her tightly, laughing happily at her smart girl. Michael stands up and walks over, startling the pair a bit. Before they can even ask who he is, he simply bows and runs away. He does not want to explain his pathetic situation to total strangers. Feeling like complete trash, he is still incredibly grateful for their words. Those words spoke right to his soul. It has been 7 years. 7 years is too long to just walk away, so he runs right back. He sprints back to the academy, begging for one more shot. Cold evening rain starts pouring down, but absolutely nothing can stop him now. Arriving at the instructor's front door, he knocks as loudly as possible. Since it is already so late, the surprised inspector slowly opens the door. His expression instantly sours as he angrily orders Michael to get lost right now. Michael ignores the anger, pleading to take the hunter exam one last time. He explains that giving up on his dream is simply not an option. For a second, Michael believed him. He thought the curator was actually listening. That hope shattered instantly. The curator David was absolutely furious at his sudden request. Michael had never seen him like this. He froze, completely off guard. Yet he pushed forward. David sneered, asking if he just wanted his wasted cash back. Michael snapped back immediately. This had never been about the money. He did not care about the cash. He was risking everything for a real opportunity. But David did not care. He lashed out with a brutal slap. He ordered Michael to get lost, screaming at him to never return. Michael crashed hard into the trash cans, his head slamming violently against the concrete wall. David scoffed, telling him to stop lying because he knew his pathetic nature. Calling him a useless brat, the angry curator turned around and walked away immediately. The young boy was left lying on the ground, struggling to sit up after a while. His head throbbed in pain, his spirit completely crushed as he stared at the ground. He silently wondered if he had any hidden talent or unique trait. Anything to finally escape this miserable existence of constant pain, humiliation, and endless suffering. Then a glowing screen suddenly appeared right in front of him. An iron will, the system praised him. He froze in shock. He had never been praised before in his entire life, let alone by some mysterious cosmic system. A mysterious tower. Suddenly, the impossible happened as his world began to warp. The ground vanished completely beneath him, sending him falling into an endless void. Pure terror, this was no joke, and he had never felt so utterly helpless. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the alley, shaking the very foundation of the buildings. Back inside, David heard the deafening blast and paused in sheer confusion. Since he had just left Michael out there, he decided to step outside and see what happened. He assumed the useless brat was just crying out for help after getting hurt. But when David stepped outside, the entire alleyway was completely silent and empty. He scanned the dark corners, but the boy had completely vanished from sight. The trash cans were empty. Meanwhile, Michael was still falling down an abyss. He tumbled through the darkness, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. It felt like he was drowning underwater, his lungs screaming for air. Suddenly, the heavy pressure vanished, and he kept falling deeper into the unknown. Another system prompt flashed, announcing that the trial tower had finished selecting its candidates. Now the strange system demanded that he make a critical, life-altering choice. He had to choose a difficulty level, knowing his ultimate rewards would match the risk. Michael was completely lost, but his gut told him this was his path. Without a second thought, he chose the highest difficulty because he had absolutely nothing to lose. This was his one shot at changing his destiny, and he would take it. Now watch closely. This is the exact moment his real survival story finally begins. The screen flickered, wishing him luck on his impending trial. The system announced he was about to enter the first floor of the legendary tower. Michael wondered if he was dead, trapped in a dream. But the sharp, agonizing throbbing in his head proved that this was entirely real. Suddenly, a prompt announced that all his physical and mental trauma was being healed. The first test was starting, and he knew everything was about to change. But nothing could prepare him for the world he was about to enter. Stranded in a barren desert, out of nowhere, a weapon appears. A sword. This single weapon immediately boosts Michael's confidence. It looks like some brutal survival game he still does not fully understand. Fortunately, his thoughts are soon confirmed as the system screen pops up. The reward for surviving this trial is a unique attribute. Seeing this, Michael completely freezes in sheer shock and surprise. This has been his dream for as long as he can remember. 7 long years of grueling, relentless hard work might finally bear some fruit. With this unique trait, he can easily become a hunter. His ultimate goal is right in front of him, surreal. He almost questions his own sanity, but his mind is sharp. Realizing he is not dreaming, he immediately reaches down to grab his brand new blade. But as his hand nears the hilt, the sand beneath him begins to warp. It shifts violently. Michael scrambles backward, his heart hammering against his ribs. The ground rises higher and higher, forming a massive mound of sand. A glaring system alert announces that his official tutorial is about to start. The chosen difficulty level flashes on screen. Michael gets a very bad feeling. A massive, terrifying sand golem suddenly rises, looming directly over him. Its massive gaze locks onto him, paralyzing the poor guy with sheer terror. This is completely unbelievable, since he has never defeated a single monster before. The status screen updates with a simple mission: survive for 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes to survive, but Michael is definitely not thrilled. He spins on his heel, running as fast as his legs can carry him. Failing this tutorial trial means instant, permanent death in the real world. He sprints across the hot dunes, desperately praying the massive beast will not pursue him. No such luck. Soon, deep doubts begin to creep into Michael's mind. Running through deep sand is brutally exhausting. He cannot keep this up. To make matters worse, the heavy golem moves incredibly fast across the desert. Sprinting through this loose sand is draining his stamina way too fast. Running for 10 full minutes without a single break is completely impossible. One wrong step and the creature will crush him. Still, he has a weapon. The system gave him a sword for a reason. He has to choose. He understands he must either die running away or die fighting. He prefers the second option. Stopping in his tracks, he prepares to fight. He needs a plan to destroy a monster made entirely of loose sand. Suddenly, the mocking faces of everyone who ever bullied him flash before his eyes. He remembers all the times they called him completely worthless. He is sick of it. He refuses to die a miserable, cowardly death. Running away might seem safer, but it leads to nothing but a pathetic end. He has to survive to avenge his parents, who died in that past disaster. Giving up is not an option. Michael is determined to fight to the end. Even if he loses, he will go down swinging. When it comes to monster theory, he knows his stuff. Because of that knowledge, he knows that running from a golem is a fatal mistake. These lumbering beasts can only be stopped by targeting one specific weak point. You must destroy the core, but it is always buried deep inside them. First, Michael has to locate the glowing core and smash it to pieces. He charges upward, knowing these beasts usually house their core near the chest. Sometimes it hides in the limbs, but he just needs to spot a faint red light. That pulse of heat is his target. Michael decides to gamble everything on one strike. Pushing off the shifting sand hill, he lunges toward the giant sand golem, blade ready. Closing the distance is incredibly brutal on this loose ground, but he refuses to stop. He scrambles to the crest, just as the entire slope begins to slide away beneath him. This actually works in his favor, since his heavy footwork triggers a sudden sand avalanche. The sliding wave completely throws off the golem's balance, leaving it wide open. Michael surfs the falling slope, drawing closer to the massive creature. He has one shot. Timing is absolutely everything here. He hesitates for a split second, then leaps. He lands hard on the falling monster's chest and spots the glowing core right there. Grinning, he steadies his footing on the collapsing body and winds up for a devastating strike. He drives the steel down with everything he's got, aiming straight for the glowing center. The tip bites into the shell, but it doesn't shatter. The thing is incredibly tough. His desperate blow only leaves a small crack. He freezes. The shock is real. He really expected this to be a one-shot kill, but reality hits him hard instead. Fear sets in as he realizes he needs another clean hit to finish the job. Before he can swing again, the golem lets out a horrific shriek of pure agony. Massive arms begin flailing wildly, threatening to crush the young warrior instantly. Getting torn apart by heavy sand is a terrifying way to go, pure panic. He struggles to line up one last blow, but the monster's hand is already closing in. A massive fist wraps around his torso, pinning his arms and squeezing the air out. Had this been a stone construct, his bones would have turned to powder instantly. Michael screams out in agony because dense sand crushes just like a giant python. The crushing pressure is unbearable. In his fading vision, old memories start to flash. He doesn't see the sand golem anymore, just the smirking faces of everyone who mocked him. He refuses to live like that. He will either die fighting or walk away victorious. This is his limit. Michael forces his fingers to tighten around his weapon's hilt. Shut up, he screams at the voices in his head as raw fury takes over. The surge of adrenaline lets him wrench his arm free from the heavy sand fist. He drives the blade forward, praying it has enough force to pierce the cracked surface. It hits dead center, the steel shatters the core, and the tight grip immediately weakens. The sand monster lets out a dying roar and starts collapsing into a harmless mound. Glowing system alerts pop up. The sand golem core is destroyed. Clear time exactly 3 minutes. The harsh training trial is officially complete and cleared. His rewards are waiting, but Michael has absolutely nothing left in the tank. He drops his sword and collapses onto the desert floor, completely unable to move. Time loses all meaning as he lies there on the hot sand, staring at the sky. The suffocating heat eventually forces him to stir. He slowly pushes himself up. Coated in thick dust, he drops to his knees, still in absolute disbelief. He spits out mouthfuls of blood, gasping for air, but the reality is clear: he survived. That simple truth gives him a spark of energy. It was a close call. He was a hair's breadth away from death, but he actually pulled it off. Rising to his feet, a triumphant grin spreads across his face as the system glows. He did it. The system congratulated him for clearing the first floor. A unique trait was granted to him, along with 1,000 points. The fast recovery skill was unlocked, giving Michael 500 more points. He stared blankly. His eyes went wide as he processed the notifications. None of these screens made sense yet, but one thing was clear. Finally, he was getting his own unique characteristic, a dream come true. For 7 grueling years, he had only received laughter, pain, and mockery. But now, the system flashed a completely brand new message before his eyes. An incredible reward: he had acquired the unique characteristic of necromancy. His heart raced. He could finally become a real hunter now. That ultimate dream was within reach, but first he had to survive. Before he could think, a bizarre, foreign energy suddenly surged through him. A strange red sphere suddenly materialized exactly where the golem had died. It swirled with dark mist, looking exactly like a ball of lightning. Michael was stunned. Slowly, he reached out to touch the floating object. Immediately, a system alert popped up, announcing his necromancy trait was active. An unexpected choice was suddenly presented to him, changing his entire path. The system asked to absorb the golem's soul. Talk about a wild twist. Michael realized this black mist belonged to his new trait, choosing to accept. Instantly, dark, writhing tentacles began stretching out from the ball of lightning. They pierced straight into his chest, latching directly onto his beating heart. Sharp pain flared through him, then a new system notification caught his eye. He successfully absorbed the golem's soul, boosting his skill by 7%. More dark tendrils kept flowing inside him, completely swallowed by the black fog. Suddenly, Michael stopped feeling any pain in his chest. All he felt was absolute amazement at how this entire process worked. Right then, the raw essence of the golem's soul floated toward him. It slipped deep into his chest, merging smoothly right where his heart was. No wounds were left behind, the entire process completed with zero pain. The system displayed that he could absorb 4 more of these souls. Michael suddenly realized he could physically feel the golem's soul resting inside. Just imagine the absolute chaos he can unleash by storing these endless souls. He realized he could actually consume these souls to permanently boost his stats. Without hesitation, he applied it immediately, raising strength by 3 and stamina by 2. Instantly, he felt a massive rush of warm, pulsing energy filling his body. It was an incredible feeling. The mysterious power was very real. His stats had genuinely increased on the spot, shock lingering in his mind. This was something he failed to achieve for 7 painful years. Now he could store these souls and use them however he pleased. He smiled, realizing he could become an incredible hunter if he survived this. Suddenly, a small blue portal began to materialize right in front of him. The system prompt updated, asking Michael to proceed directly to the waiting room. Entering was his only option. After all, there was no other choice. Walking slowly, every single muscle in his body began to ache terribly. The battle with the golem had taken a severe toll on him. Entering the room, he instantly collapses from sheer exhaustion and intense pain racking his body. Michael realizes he seriously underestimated his injuries, but there is nothing he can do now. Suddenly, a strange green mist envelops him, carrying a surprisingly pleasant, clean medicinal scent. Instantly, the young warrior feels all his wounds healing completely. He gets back on his feet, utterly stunned by what just happened. Looking around the massive space, he spots only a single bed, but Michael is far too exhausted to care. Crashing right onto it without a second thought, as he lies there, he wonders how on earth he is going to escape this impossible tower. Why did this place summon him in the first place? Suddenly his swirling thoughts are interrupted by another system alert. It announces that he has 5 available commands: information, store, community, inventory, and challenge. Just speaking a command will instantly activate it. Michael slaps his own face hard. He needs to survive. First, he opens the challenge command, discovering that the next trial on the second floor is nearly 24 hours away, though he cannot select it yet. Still, he realizes he is going to have to face a massive number of such trials. Next, he opens up the community board, and a massive chat log, filled with endless frantic messages, pops up before his eyes. The general chat is absolute chaos. It seems even regular civilians got dragged in here, not just active hunters. Suddenly, the entire chat freezes as an administrator enters the room, catching Michael completely off guard. This mysterious figure announces crucial news for everyone. Michael knows he has to pay close attention, realizing this information might be his only key to survival. The administrator explains the point system. These points act as the tower's exclusive currency. Talk about a brutal system. Without points, you cannot even get a single drop of water inside this tower. Michael quickly puts 2 and 2 together. Since challenges are the only source of points, he must earn every point possible. Otherwise, survival is impossible. With that, the official abruptly logs out of the chat. Initially, Michael just wanted to safely return home and become a hunter. But now he is trapped in this merciless tower, forced to play by its rules. Looking down at his trusty blade, he knows raw swordplay alone will not cut it. He needs a real upgrade. He opens up the shop and moments later is busy running through drills with a newly purchased shield. It seems all entering hunters had their core stats completely reset. Even so, veterans still hold a massive edge. They can easily remaster their old, familiar combat skills with a lot more ease. That is a huge wake-up call for Michael, since he is starting far behind the professionals. He must train twice as hard. Following a grueling workout session, he collapses onto the floor, utterly spent. Breathing heavily, he wants to rest, but suddenly a strange sensation occurs. His stamina starts rapidly recovering, thanks to the special healing energy of this waiting room. He can train nonstop without any physical limits. Unfortunately, a new problem soon hits him. Extreme hunger completely ruins his workout. Since he cannot ignore a starving stomach, he opens the store. Opening the inventory command, he looks over the gear he just purchased. He spent almost all his points on them, leaving him with only 40 left. Without that extra reward, buying a shield would have been a total pipe dream. First, he has to eat. Time quickly ticks down to just 17 minutes. 17 seconds remain until the second floor trial. Michael notices a shift. The chaotic global chat has gone completely silent as the next challenge looms. Can he survive another round? This trial is going to be far more brutal. He shakes off the doubt instantly. Fear will only get him killed. He is going to make it out alive, no matter what. With only 10 seconds left, every single player is holding their breath. Time is up. A massive, deafening chime rings out through the waiting rooms. A system notification blares in front of him with a final prompt. Ready for the test, Michael hits accept, and the air begins to warp. A massive portal opens. Stepping through, he is immediately taken aback by his surroundings. He materialized inside a dense forest, which actually gives him a slight advantage. But then he reads the system prompt. His mission is to eliminate. He has to assassinate the leader of the entire orc tribe. That is the price for choosing hard difficulty, but this is not some slow sand golem. This is a fast, organized enemy. Michael feels a sudden knot of anxiety. Infiltrating a camp packed with lethal monsters sounds like a complete suicide mission. Peering over the ridge, he counts at least 20 orcs patrolling below. None of them have spotted him yet, but survival this time is a long shot. But giving up is not an option. You already know how dense orcs can be. They group up in small camps under a chief, but they are pretty simple-minded. They obey their boss, but individually, they are just dumb beasts with basic instincts. He realizes he can target the leader directly, bypassing the rest. Sneaking past a whole tribe to get to him, though, is going to be incredibly tough. Standard dungeon layouts suggest that wherever you find sentries, hunters are nearby too. Michael is not sure he can handle a single hunter yet. Those elites are significantly stronger than normal orcs. That is the real issue. If they group up, an upfront clash is a guaranteed ticket to the graveyard. Soloing them is impossible. Suddenly, a wild idea flashes through his mind. It sounds completely crazy, so he retreats to work out the finer details. He decides to rely on his sharpest weapon, which is his analytical mind. A slow grin spreads across his face. He actually figured out a way. With his strategy set, he spends the next hour gathering specific local materials. He has everything he needs. Only one step remains to set it in motion. Michael crafts a crude wooden torch and quickly pulls open his inventory screen. He deposits his handmade item inside. Instantly, the system interface flashes. Seeing the new custom item successfully registered, he lets out a satisfied chuckle. The crazy theory actually worked. Now he can move to the next phase. Do not let their pig-like appearance fool you. Orcs are surprisingly organized. They stick close together, allowing them to defend each other in seconds. Luckily, the hunters always leave camp at dawn and only return by sunset. That gives him a massive window of opportunity to strike before night falls. The biggest hurdle in this mission, surviving their massive numbers. He needed a solid plan to scatter the mob and clear a path. That was his only shot at reaching the main boss, the chieftain. Fortunately, Hunter Association records showed the Sentinels took regular breaks. Now watch closely as he prepares to exploit this exact window. This was his perfect chance to pull off a sneaky distraction. Michael tossed a lit torch into the dry bushes and ran toward the nearby pond. Within minutes, the dry brush ignited, and the orcs finally noticed the smoke. He knew that if the entire village caught fire, things would get chaotic. At least he would not have to worry about other hunters interfering. But before they returned, he needed to take down a couple of targets. Just as he hoped, several workers rushed to the pond for water. They wanted to douse the flames, but Michael was already waiting in ambush. As one orc filled his bucket, the young hunter slipped behind him. A swift blade pierced the beast's neck, sending the bucket splashing to the ground. Dead just like that, Michael activated his unique power. His unique necromancy skill triggered, asking if he wanted to absorb the soul. He confirmed the prompt, immediately absorbing the dead monster's essence. His proficiency rose to 9%, and he felt a new energy swell inside. But there was no time to celebrate. Heavy footsteps approached from behind. It was an orc sentinel. Michael barely raised his shield to block a heavy strike. This guard was way stronger than the laborers, pushing him to the limit. The onslaught was brutal, but Michael refused to give up the fight. Suddenly, a genius idea hit him. If he lacked physical power, he could just steal it. You see, he can use those harvested souls to instantly boost his stats. Instantly, his strength jumped by 4, and his agility went up by 2. With his new power, he easily repelled the sentinel's crushing blow. Down he goes. Michael absorbed another powerful soul. Once again, his base attributes surged, while his passive health recovery kicked in. This new soul gave him an extra 3 points in agility. His strength rose by 2, and his stamina boosted by 4 points. As the surrounding trees began to catch fire, he quickly slipped away. Of course, a few nearby orcs spotted him and readied their weapons. Michael only smirked. He felt completely unstoppable. He had already harvested 3 laborers, a guard, and an old chieftain. Consuming their souls had jacked up his stats to a ridiculous degree. The main chief would be easy if he just watched out for sentinels. In fact, the regular workers were not even a threat to him anymore. He sliced through them effortlessly, taking their souls to boost his power even further. Just as he finished another worker, a far deadlier foe stepped up. A veteran guard charged at him, using a dead body as a shield. The beast swung a heavy club, but Michael raised his defense just in time. Although the impact was heavy, this stupid move actually played right into his hands. By charging ahead, the guard had left the chieftain completely unprotected. Take down this final guard, and the chieftain was as good as dead. He dodged the sudden strike. He caught the exact moment his enemy slipped up. He pounced, slipped right under the massive orc sentinel's defenses with ease. Ducking a heavy punch, he drove his blade straight into the monster's stomach. The beast collapsed, dead. Meanwhile, Michael was already moving toward his real prize. He absorbed the soul of the last century, ready to power up. He upgraded his stats, but suddenly the chieftain raised his magical staff. The weapon crackled with magic, unleashing a massive pillar of fire directly at him. Michael stood frozen. The sheer heat of the attack paralyzed him with fear. But at the absolute last second, he conjured a defensive magic barrier to protect himself. It was a desperate move, but he successfully blocked the chieftain's deadly firestorm. The orc looked stunned. No one usually survived that lethal blast. But this guy did. Seeing his opponent alive, the chief shrieked in fury. A raspy roar. Meanwhile, another system notification popped up in Michael's view. A brand new passive skill unlocked fire resistance and a shiny new achievement. He became the one who passed through fire. Time to finish this. He stared directly into the chieftain's eyes, and the monster stared right back. He was curious, who was this human? Suddenly, he pointed his staff again, ready to unleash another blast, but this time Michael was much faster. Like lightning, in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance. He swung his sword, the blade sheared close, shattering the chief's mask. The orc flinched in terror, realizing he stood no chance against this opponent. He was completely outmatched. Terrified, the desperate monster chose the only option left. He turned tail and bolted, scrambling into his tent to hide from danger. But Michael was not letting him escape, not when a massive reward was waiting. One final kill stood between him and his prize. He marched inside. Expecting a desperate trap, Michael kept his guard up as he entered. He sliced open the tent flap, bracing for an attack. Nothing came. Instead, he was greeted by a scene absolutely nobody could have predicted. The mighty chief was huddled in the center, desperately shielding 2 tiny babies. All of them were trembling in fear. Then, another little orc approached him. It tearfully tugged at his armor. Michael paused, looking down at the child. Even these brutal monsters had families. For some reason, hesitation crept in. A sudden pang of sympathy hit him. He remembered his own parents. They had protected him the exact same way during the Great Disaster. They sacrificed everything so he could live, but as he stood distracted, the little orc suddenly pulled a hidden knife, aiming straight for his leg. Hoping to catch him off guard, but Michael's survival instincts were screaming. He couldn't afford to hesitate. He had to strike first to stay alive. A blunt blow from his sword hilt was enough to crush the skull. Devastated, the chieftain lunged forward to avenge his fallen child. But Michael was faster, thrusting his blade straight through the chieftain's chest. A fleeting moment of guilt passed, but he knew monsters simply had to die. Back in the safety of the waiting room, Michael sighed. He looked into purchasing a new shield while checking the global chat window. The active feed confirmed a brutal reality: half the players were already dead. Michael suddenly froze in complete shock after reading a post from another participant. This guy actually spent his rare question to ask how to return to Earth. And just like that, Michael realized a way back home actually existed. He figured out they could submit questions through the information command. Meanwhile, players in the community chat decided to share all their findings. At level 5, they could buy stones for a temporary trip home. But it only lasts a few days. The real prize starts at level 8. That is when permanent return items finally become available to buy in the store. Feeling motivated, Michael checked his stats. His necromancy was looking pretty good. It already hit 65% mastery. Power like this would make him invincible back home. Because of that, he wanted to get back as fast as possible. But right now he was only level 2, and level 8 felt light years away. Still, he looked on the bright side. His current base stats were incredibly low. Even at rock bottom, they were finally creeping up to 20 points. To kick things off, he absorbed those 5 souls he nearly died catching. Instantly, almost every stat jumped near 30, except for his magic. Magic sat at just 13. Still, this sudden surge of power felt amazing. Look at him go. He suddenly started running circles around the empty room. He even sprinted straight up the walls, sticking to them like a spider. This was far beyond normal human capability. He had officially broken his limits. Leaping down from the ceiling, he did not quite calculate his own speed. He launched himself directly at the next wall with way too much force. He slammed right into it, leaving a massive dent. That definitely hurt. Thankfully, his passive healing kicked in. He just was not used to this speed. His body needed time to adapt. Next, he opened the shop to buy gear. He spent 2,100 points on a special deadwood shield. Carved from an ancient withered tree, this shield gives a buff when health drops. For completing the previous trial, he also unlocked a black steel dagger. It boosted his stats, alongside an assassin cloak that grants stealth and speed. With his new gear equipped, Michael took a deep breath. He just needed to master his new stats before the next challenge began. But basic training was not enough. He wanted to become completely unmatched. So he kept pushing himself. Days flew by as he trained relentlessly. Before long, he was stepping onto the 3rd floor of the deadly tower. The theme here was dueling. The system reminded him of his hard difficulty. Michael looked around, realizing he was standing in some kind of cave. This dark cavern was clearly going to be his battleground. Then, a message appeared. A guardian of darkness would spawn in exactly 10 seconds. He quickly braced himself, readying his weapon for an unpredictable assault from any direction. And right on cue, the enemy struck from the worst possible angle. The monster materialized right behind Michael's back without making a single sound. At the very last millisecond, Michael felt a sudden rush of cold air. He barely spun around in time to raise his shield, but the impact still grazed him. This guardian of darkness was no joke. He was incredibly strong, forcing Michael to fight with absolute caution. Michael recognized it immediately. This was the exact doppelganger from the Hunter reports. Knowing that physical attacks worked best against these things, he didn't waste any time. He launched a heavy kick, sending the monster flying a decent distance back. But the creature scrambled right back to its feet, and they locked eyes. The doppelganger smirked wickedly, utterly convinced that no lone hunter could ever defeat him. But Michael refused to back down, determined to survive this fight at all costs. His rapid recovery skill kicked in, quickly closing up his own fresh wounds. That was when Michael noticed something very strange about how the creature was behaving. Made of pure dark matter, it was able to shift into any shape it wanted. And right now, the creature was actively trying to copy his exact combat stance. Suddenly, it formed its own sword and shield to see if it could match him. Eager to test its limits, Michael rushed forward to launch another strike. He slipped behind the monster's back in a flash, aiming for a lethal blindside hit. The doppelganger failed to react in time, and the heavy blow sliced right through. It was wounded, meaning it could only mimic his movements, but not his raw speed. But wait, this is where the entire fight takes a massive turn. Michael realized the cunning doppelganger had suddenly stopped mimicking his movements. Instead, it grew visibly enraged, and the deep gash on its chest began to heal. The beast glared at him, clearly shocked that a mere human had managed to hurt it. Grinning, Michael taunted the creature, noting that it had a pretty decent healing factor too. The silent doppelganger ignored the jibe and immediately charged back into the fray. This time it was attempting to replicate the exact same move Michael had just used. But since it was a copy, Michael knew exactly how to counter it. He easily anticipated every single motion, knowing exactly how his own technique worked. As the sword swung violently toward his head, he casually slipped past and delivered a hard kick. Game over, not quite. He had the perfect blueprint to overwhelm it. Knowing the weaknesses of his own skills gave him a massive advantage. Michael maintained absolute control of the match, forcing the cornered doppelganger back against the wall. No wasted effort, his swordsmanship had reached a whole new level. All that brutal, endless training was finally paying off in spades. But just as he moved in for what should have been the final, fatal blow, a blade flashed. He barely managed to raise his shield to block the incredibly fast strike. The monster easily leaped back to safety, leaving Michael frozen in utter shock. He had never used that specific move before, so how did the creature copy it? Now the doppelganger took the initiative, aggressively driving Michael back against the wall. How was this even possible when they had only been fighting each other for a few short minutes? Complete adaptation, this terrifying monster had already begun to evolve. Defending became twice as hard with every passing second, prompting Michael to activate his assassin cloak. Instantly, his movement speed surged by an incredibly helpful 15%. One single minute, that was the absolute maximum amount of time he had to finish this. Before the buff expired, he dashed forward to strike the beast down. The creature definitely noticed his sudden burst of speed, but still it refused to back down. In a single breath, Michael closed the distance and prepared to unleash a heavy, deceptive feint. When the doppelganger raised its sword to block, it completely fell for it. Michael bypassed the guard, landing a brutal kick on the unprepared monster. But the fight was not over. Michael was already preparing to deliver the final blow. A sharp lunge followed, piercing the doppelganger, but Michael did not foresee the cruel twist. He believed he had won, preparing to eliminate the monster permanently as soon as it hit the cold ground. The doppelganger had only screamed out in pain from its deep wound. Then something bizarre happened. Michael's own arm was severed, leaving him completely paralyzed in shock. He was too stunned to scream. It was a twist he never expected, though everything points to it being linked to the monster's copying skill. With that realization, the brutal pain hit, and Michael started screaming in agony. Agony, pure blinding pain. It shattered his focus, but this was not the end. If he wins, the tower will restore his arm. Plus, the doppelganger is still lying motionless, meaning that even though it has a recovery skill, it clearly needs some time to recover from such a brutal, devastating blow. This was his only chance to win, but without a sword, it seemed impossible. So Michael quickly formulates a plan. He has 15 seconds of speed boost left before the cloak's effect fades completely, knowing he has nothing left to lose. He grips his shield, telling himself he can still win. After all, taking a risk is better than waiting for death. That is his creed now. With that thought, he pounces on the monster, betting everything on one shield. Seeing him rush forward, the doppelganger is completely caught off guard by his sheer determination. It even terrifies the beast as it swings its remaining arm to block, but Michael is not just attacking blindly. He relies on the sharp edge of his shield as his final weapon to impale the beast. With a sudden motion, Michael ducks under the swing, dodging the creature's claw, and slams the edge of his shield deep into the doppelganger's stomach. The beast cannot even scream out in pain as it crashes down a few feet away. It lies still, but it is not dead yet, just waiting to regenerate. The monster glares with pure hatred, but Michael is ready to end this. He steps forward to finish the job, another monster slain for his vengeance. Avenging his parents always gives him the drive to push through his limits. With that burning thought, he drives his shield straight into the beast's heart, killing the doppelganger instantly. Right after, a glowing system notification pops up, congratulating him for successfully clearing the 3rd floor of the trials. Once he is sent back to the waiting area, all his wounds and severed limbs are fully restored. He can finally feel his arm again. His arm is back, a massive relief, but the 4th floor is waiting. Michael immediately resumes his training, punching the wall with incredible force, and leaving a massive crater, proving his newfound strength. The recovery process was flawless, leaving no lingering pain. Now he checks his soul harvest. He has absorbed the dense soul of the defeated doppelganger. Its essence is incredibly thick, far surpassing any other soul he has seen. It seems the quality of a soul changes depending on the monster's power. This discovery pleases him, especially since his necromancy mastery has reached the absolute peak. The necromancy skill has finally leveled up, advancing further up the 5 total rank levels of its absolute power. Even with his current progress sitting at 0% on level 4, a brand new skill suddenly unlocks. Michael gets a rare chance to unlock the Absorb Soul skill. This means stealing not just raw souls, but also stripping away their unique techniques. But success is never guaranteed, not in this twisted game. He only got accelerated reincarnation after staring death in the face multiple times. Power never comes easy here, and he knows that truth all too well. Pulling up the system commands, he logs directly into the community chatroom. 880 players are active now, and the waiting room feels like home. But then, highly disturbing rumors about the upcoming challenge catch his eye. The general chat is buzzing, warning of an upcoming combo challenge. It sounds incredibly messy, and the details are still pretty vague. A player named Kim posts that the upcoming theme is brutal competition. When hunters compete directly in a trial, things get dark fast. In a competition of life and death, it could mean cold-blooded murder. Reading those words makes cold sweat break out across his forehead. The people in this community are not playing around, they want blood. The next trial could literally demand that he take another human life. And just like that, the system flashes, announcing the 4th floor test has begun. To pass, they must defeat the Goblin King within the limit. If the entire selected team is wiped out, they fail immediately. The penalty is death. Michael knows that brutal rule all too well. But panic is the real enemy, so he forces himself to stay absolutely calm. Stepping through the portal, he is immediately transported to a strange new battlefield. There he meets his assigned squad, marking the first human contact he has had in ages. It feels incredibly surreal and deeply unsettling after battling monsters for so long. Breaking the silence, a girl wearing a large blue cape takes the lead. She suggests they all introduce themselves and steps up to go first. Her name is Betatrick, or Betty for short, and she carries a magic staff. Betty reveals she works as a rank 4 support hunter on the outside. Hearing she is a hunter, their teammate snorts, pure arrogance. He introduces himself as Magnus, claiming he is a frontline combat specialist. Magnus claims he is a rank 5 hunter, clearly looking down on the others. Michael finds his attitude incredibly rude, totally uncalled for. True high-ranking hunters back on Earth are usually much more humble than this. When his turn comes, Michael explains he also fights up close. He mentions he is not a licensed hunter yet, just a cadet. Magnus scoffs, warning him not to get under his feet. Michael is surprised by his hostility, but he remains completely calm. Though he has dealt with arrogant power trips plenty of times. He calmly replies that he is confident in his ability to fight. But Magnus does not soften, he keeps up his aggressive stance. He coldly warns Michael that he will execute him if he messes up. Michael ignores the threat he is used to receiving these hateful stares. For a moment, he had forgotten about the harsh reality of humans. But returning to society brings all those bitter memories right back. Looking at Magnus, Michael knew he was annoying him, but he could easily silence him if needed. After all, things were different in the Tower of Trials. It all came down to raw skill. And Michael, well, he happened to be pretty incredible at using his. Meanwhile, 2 new system boxes popped up, displaying the rules and objectives of the challenge. Just then, the Citadel gates creaked open. Players from all sides prepared to enter the massive arena. Right on cue, a horde of small goblins carrying axes and rusty weapons rushed out. They swarmed in, aiming to surround the squad and ambush the frontrunner. That unfortunate target happened to be Magnus, who was caught completely off guard. He was shocked to see mindless goblins fighting in such a tight formation. Turning to Michael, he snapped, asking why the cadet was just standing around. But Michael had his own plans. Magnus did not even wait for an answer. He quickly sliced down 2 approaching monsters, as Magnus kept the rest busy. Bethy was frantically preparing her spell, needing just a few more seconds. But Michael saw that Magnus was already starting to get overwhelmed. He quickly told the startled girl he had to leave her side for a moment. Dashing toward his ally, his special cloak gave him incredible speed. He reached them instantly. Behind him, Bethy cried out, demanding to know who would cover her. But her worries cut short as the sounds from behind her suddenly faded to absolute silence. Spinning around, she braced herself, only to see something completely unbelievable. Every single goblin that had been creeping up on her lay dead on the ground. She stood frozen, and honestly, can you blame her? Nobody clears monsters that fast. Meanwhile, a fresh wave of goblins charged straight at Magnus. He was already struggling, his strength rapidly draining as he defended himself. His heavy sword felt like lead. He kept hoping Bethy would finally finish her spell. But the support never came. Sensing his weakness, the goblins coordinated their assault. They began flanking him, striking from multiple angles to break his defense. One goblin swung a heavy mace, chained to a dangerous metal whip. The whipping blow caught Magnus completely off guard, instantly shattering his balance. His massive greatsword was ripped from his grip, clattering onto the dirt nearby. He could not even reach for it before the monsters closed in to finish him. Another goblin leaped forward with a sharp machete, aiming straight for his throat. Magnus shielded his face with his bare arms, cursing his terrible luck. He screamed in frustration, wondering why he was stuck teaming up with a mere cadet. A sudden blur flashed past, forcing him to duck as a blade whizzed by. Looking up, he saw Michael standing there, having effortlessly slain his attacker. The remaining goblins shrieked in anger as another one of their allies fell. They scrambled backward. Stunned by the rescue, Magnus could barely find his voice. Stammering in surprise, Magnus watched Michael, who did not care about gratitude. He simply told the swordsman to step back and let him handle this. Normally, such disrespect would infuriate Magnus, but he was too humbled to speak. Then Michael crushed his pride completely, telling him to just stay out of his way. Without another word, Michael moved like absolute lightning, effortlessly tearing through the remaining goblins. A system notification flashed, congratulating him on earning a brand new achievement. He officially unlocked the Goblin Hunter title, but the most shocked person there was. Magnus stands there with his mouth wide open, completely shell-shocked by the display. Michael's skills are unreal. By the end, he successfully absorbs every single goblin soul. Plus, he makes a crucial discovery: that strange black haze is completely invisible to others. No one else can see his secret power at all. He adds 3 to strength, 4 to agility, 2 to stamina, and 7 to resilience. Then a notification pops up. He managed to absorb a Goblin Guardian skill. This surprises Michael. The new ability grants him some enhanced vision. A larger sight radius means spotting approaching enemies way faster. Michael decides to test it out immediately, concentrating deeply to feel the power. In no time, his vision zooms right in. It is like using a high-tech camera lens. Michael smiles. This is an absolute jackpot. Meanwhile, he is the only one getting any loot. Magnus tries to save face, muttering that the rookie just got extremely lucky. He says Michael did decent, but Betty and Michael just stare in disbelief. Michael casually announces he is taking over the vanguard from now on. He asks if Magnus has any complaints, mocking him. The arrogant guy is completely powerless to refuse his command. He shoots Michael a bitter look, begrudgingly shaking his head in silent defeat. Michael tells him to protect Betty while he fights up front. He turns to Betty, telling her to keep doing exactly what she does best. Betty quickly nods, promising to keep up her search using target magic. A few moments later, they encounter another patrol squad in the ruins. Michael leaps forward, ruthlessly carving through monsters and stealing their souls. The mastery of his unique characteristic already reaches 12%. They still have 14 hours left to complete this entire trial. As deep night falls, they set out to find a safe shelter to rest up. The relentless combat is taking a serious toll on them. During a brief moment of quiet, Michael suddenly snaps out of his thoughts. He suddenly bolts from his seat and dashes off into the dark without a word. His teammates are left standing there, utterly confused by his sudden exit. Betty asks what is going on, then spots his destination. It is a beautiful water fountain, miraculously intact. Magnus mutters that another group of challengers must have cleared this path before. The incredible speed of the other team is highly alarming. Michael tastes the blood of a dead goblin nearby. It is still warm. This means they can easily catch up if they hurry. Talk about high stakes. If the other team wins, they will fail and die. They will be buried in this godforsaken place, never returning to Earth alive again. That bleak prospect does not suit them. Michael urges them to hurry up. Meanwhile, the rival team encounters another massive squad of goblins ahead. But these monsters pose absolutely zero threat to them, getting wiped out instantly. One guy possesses a massive inventory like Michael, easily dominating the fight. Beside them is Thomas, a strong fighter wielding some mysterious ghost arts. Thomas openly complains about being incredibly sick of these endless small skirmishes. Fortunately, this seems to be the final wave before the actual boss appears. All eyes should have been on the goblin battle, but one fighter stole the show. He had been casually perched on a monster's head before slicing it clean off. Leaping off the corpse, he charged right at the remaining green beasts. His eyes burned with absolute, terrifying hatred. It was hard to watch. Gone in a flash, every beast lay dead as he stood alone. His teammates showered him with proud praise, calling it an incredible performance. But Thomas just scoffed, muttering that he was sick of carrying this whole freak show alone. Glaring at his teammate James, he demanded to know if he enjoyed doing absolutely nothing. James looked completely lost, pretty confused by the sudden hostile attitude. Thomas snapped, irritably ordering him to just open the door to the boss room. They just wanted to wrap this up, go home, rest. James stepped up to unlock the door, though he clearly hated taking orders. As the gate creaked open, a sudden system notification flashed before them. The system announced that the entire Challenger team had entered the spire. This was the lair of the Goblin King, but their fight would not start yet. Not a single battle would start until one group was completely wiped out. To make matters worse, escaping this chamber was now completely off the table. And honestly, seeing that massive red barrier seal them in is terrifying. Thomas sneered, demanding to know what kind of sick joke this was. But his question was answered instantly as he glanced across the massive room. 3 unfamiliar figures stood on the opposite side, watching them like hawks. Michael and his crew had arrived right on schedule, sizing up their opponents. Thomas grimaced, realizing they would have to fight other humans. He muttered about wanting a quick wrap-up, but Michael suddenly stepped forward. He wanted to fight them alone, 1 against 3, bold move. He asked Bethy for a quick agility buff, leaving the rest to Magnus. Bethy nodded silently, admitting she already knew how insanely strong he really was. Still, fighting humans is always much scarier than facing mindless monsters. Michael acknowledged her concern with a nod, saying he understood the risk. He promised to signal them if things got too dangerous out there. Trusting his back to them, the young warrior leaped straight into action. His agility surged by 2 points, with the boost lasting 10 whole minutes. Thanks to Bethy's magical spell, Michael was ready to prove himself. He knew he had already surpassed the level of any ordinary hunter. Having just wiped out over 30 goblins, he watched his opponents brace themselves. This was it, the ultimate test of his true power. With that thought, he boldly charged all 3 opponents at the same time. Total shock, his absolute recklessness caught them completely off guard. Thomas could not believe this guy's confidence and immediately barked an order. He commanded James to activate his shield at maximum power without delay. The curly-haired defender quickly obeyed, raising his formidable magical shield. Michael saw it immediately as a glowing magical barrier enveloped the trio. But still, it was quite far from being an unbreakable defense. Determined to shatter it, he launched himself into the air with immense force. His heavy strike slammed down, spiderwebbing the dome with deep structural cracks. The defensive barrier vanished into thin air, and James crashed straight to the dirt. Michael didn't waste a second, closing the distance on Thomas immediately. This next opponent looked incredibly tough. Still, Michael lunged straight at the squad. They had 0 time to react. He slashed right through one of them, Betty and Magnus stood frozen, completely blindsided by this raw display of sheer violence. But Michael kept pushing forward, locking his sights onto Thomas, the obvious leader. Thomas knew the real fight was starting right now and braced himself. Metal clashed against metal, but the power dynamic shifted in an instant. Michael completely dominated the exchange, forcing Thomas to desperately cover up. It made no sense. Michael's raw technique was actually inferior to his opponent's. Yet he easily countered every single strike. Thomas realized he had to change tactics. He needed to go all out, but before he could even reposition, Michael materialized right behind him. What came next was a blinding, brutal strike. It was a lethal blow meant to end the fight right then and there. But Thomas somehow parried the blade, contorting his body at an impossible angle. He did it midair, a desperate leap that caught Michael completely off guard. Nobody expected those kinds of insane reflexes. Thomas was now visibly furious. He hated being pushed back like this, losing all control of the tempo. Thomas finally launched his own assault. Michael noticed something strange about his opponent's eyes. They seemed to track the very trajectory of the incoming blade itself. Pivoting to the flank, Thomas looked for the perfect opening to strike. But Michael didn't flinch. Suddenly, a massive iron shield flew straight at Thomas. Michael had thrown his own defense away, hurling it like a weapon. It was a brutal trick to block Thomas's line of sight completely. Behind the flying steel, Michael was already charging low with a second weapon. Using the blind spot to hide his lethal intent, he lunged straight forward. The cold steel drove deep into Thomas's chest before he even saw it coming. Coughing up dark blood, he stared in pure disbelief at the fatal wound. He never expected to be beaten. Meanwhile, Michael's system flashed a notification. A special completion bonus registered on the screen. Thomas fell lifeless. The blade had torn right through his vitals, offering zero chance of survival. Those were the harsh rules of this place. Defeat meant absolute death. It was brutal but expected. Betty noticed Michael's hands were slightly shaking. Even he was deeply shaken by the taking of a human life. She quietly asked if he was all right. He just muttered that he was fine. He told her not to worry, but his eyes were completely hollow. Betty knew he was just trying to process the sudden, violent death. To break the tension, Michael suggested they move on to the boss immediately. Ending this trial was the only way out. Betty and Magnus agreed. They were ready to finish this nightmare once and for all. Michael gave a quiet nod. Soon, they were facing down the goblin boss. As expected, Michael was the one to deliver the final, crushing blow. He plunged his steel straight into the beast's exposed, glowing weak point. The creature collapsed dead. A massive system notification filled their vision. The trial was complete. Their base stats surged by 4 points, and for surviving, Michael gets a new rank 3 skill, instant acceleration. Danger gone, they head for the portal. Magnus scrambles ahead. He's terrified of Michael now, but Betty lingers near the entrance. Spinning around, she tells him flat out not to worry about today. She admits her words might sound harsh, but he did what was necessary. After all, the opposing team had to die if he didn't do it. She would have jumped in herself. Her dark pragmatism catches him off guard. Michael quietly thanks her, admitting those words actually make him feel much better. Then, tapping away at her floating system window, she sends a quick notification. A sudden chime rings out. Beatrice Carroll has sent him a friend request. It catches him completely off guard. He didn't even know that was possible. Betty explains they only survived because of him, leaving her deeply in his debt. She tells him to look her up in the White Guild back on Earth. Michael stares in silence, fully understanding what she is trying to offer him. As she steps through the portal, he faces a massive moral crossroads. It's time to make a final decision. No turning back from here. Should he actually consume a human soul? He stares down at Thomas. He knows he has the capability now, yet he still hesitates. He halts the process. He is terrified of crossing that dark, irreversible line. But now his mind is made up, no more holding back. He has no desire to murder innocent people just to get stronger. But in a brutal world with zero choices, he is ready to paint his hands red. With that dark resolve, Michael absorbs Thomas' soul, still trying to excuse himself. He keeps making mental excuses, but a new, deeper ambition is taking root. His original dream of being a regular hunter is morphing into something far greater. The Tower of Trials gave him a real shot, and he wants everything. He will seize every advantage. The climb to the top starts now. The absorption process finishes. He steps through the portal to the 5th floor. Arriving in the waiting room, a sudden system announcement catches him off guard. The system has expanded, creating a brand new ranking for all applicants. He doesn't understand it, but he is forced to enter a custom nickname. Having barely played video games in his past life, he hesitates slightly. But he doesn't overthink it, quickly setting his new name to Hunter. The system then displays a brutal summary of the 4th floor survivors. Almost everyone was wiped out. Michael immediately scans the remaining list. He searches for his new nickname, wondering where he landed on it. Shockingly, he sits in 16th place, a much higher rank than expected. Just then, a new notification flashes across his glowing blue interface. Anyone ranking in the top 50 receives the Elite First Timer designation. This special status grants players a massive head start on the 8th floor. If they hold that status all the way there, they get the Halo privilege. Michael is surprised, assuming it must be some kind of overpowered skill. He decides to worry about details later. For now, he focuses on growth. With his soul capacity expanded, he can now store up to 15 souls. This massive upgrade makes the upcoming grind entirely worth it. He pumped up his stats, feeling like he had finally shattered all human limits. Clearing the 5th floor also unlocked a highly exclusive purchase option. A brief 3-day return ticket to Earth. Michael knew he had to buy it. He quickly traded his points at the shop, driven by one big question. Could he bring his fantasy gear back home? Crushing the return stone, the system confirmed his next destination was Earth. As the teleportation kicked in, a powerful pulling sensation took hold. It felt exactly like the terrifying day he was pulled into the tower. The same gut-wrenching panic hit him, then a sudden flash and the chaos stopped. Just like that, he opened his eyes. He was lying on his own bed. He was still wearing his original filthy clothes, and man, did he smell terrible. The foul stench of sweat in combat actually confirmed it. He was home. The return ticket actually worked. Sitting up on his elbows, he looked around. No mistake, this was his messy bedroom, exactly how he had left it. The window was still wide open, letting in a cool breeze from outside. Amidst the summer heat, it felt heavenly. He collapsed back onto his mattress. It was incredibly soft, but one thing ruined the magic: his own stench. Realizing he desperately needed a shower, he finally dragged himself out of bed. Then a sudden crunch. He had stepped directly on something hard. Looking down, he saw his advanced tower items scattered across the floor. He picked them up, confirming the system allowed gear to cross dimensions. This was a massive revelation, but it also meant trouble was coming. Other powerful survivors would also return to Earth armed to the teeth. Once more players made it back, Earth would be flooded with fantasy gear. Market prices would absolutely crash. He needed to dump his loot, and fast. But there was one massive catch: only licensed hunters could legally trade gear. No license meant no selling. He had to figure out a workaround. Grabbing his phone, he decided to pull some very high-level strings. Meanwhile, Instructor David was busy watching his recruit hunters run drills. From his office window, he observed the elite class pushing their limits. They were sparring perfectly until a buzzing phone suddenly broke his focus. He picked up the unknown call, greeting them in his usual professional tone. Michael introduced himself on the line. "Do you still remember me?" After a tense pause, David grunted a yes and asked what he wanted. David told him to just submit a refund request online, but Michael scoffed. He warned David that returning that massive tuition fee would financially ruin him. But Michael had an alternative proposal: a small favor in exchange for the cash. David frowned, instantly annoyed by the kid attempting to blackmail him. He figured Michael was just begging to be let back into the academy. Instead, the boy demanded direct access to the official hunter exam. David scoffed, reminding him that he simply did not have the talent. Michael casually agreed that his previous midterms were indeed a complete disaster. But if David refused, Michael would certainly demand that hefty refund. Hard cash is hard to come by, after all, so Michael proposed a compromise. David only had to pull a few strings. Hanging up, Michael headed for the bathroom. He stood in the bathroom, staring at his reflection in the mirror. He noticed things had shifted quite a bit, matching his sudden progress in the Tower of Trials. But now was no time to get distracted. Today was the day of his hunters exam. Michael threw on some clothes and headed out, immediately spotting his neighbor. He realized how much he actually missed this normal daily routine, finding comfort in seeing familiar faces. He offered a quick greeting and she nodded back. Though she looked pretty half-hearted, still, Michael wished her well, because he knew that everyone in this building looked down on him as a complete failure. Honestly, they were totally right back then, but today he was going to change their minds for good. Minutes later, he stood by the road waving for a taxi, but every single car drove right past. Time was ticking away, and he knew he would end up late at this rate. So without wasting another second, he decided to rely on his new abilities and leaped onto the rooftops. Traveling on foot actually seemed like a great choice since he could easily skip the morning rush hour. Moving at this incredible speed, he reached the building even faster than any taxi. The main Hunter Association building stood before him, towering like a massive Skyscraper, Michael walked right in, stepping through the front doors. Inside, some familiar faces were already waiting to meet him. Standing there was Instructor David, who kept his promise regarding their agreement. Michael offered a polite greeting, noting it had been a while since they last met, and the instructor agreed. David smiled, unable to truly resent the boy just for lacking natural talent. Michael mentioned that recent events had forced him to change so much that he practically felt like a totally different person now. David was quite taken aback, especially since their last farewell had been right by the trash cans. Right then, another man stepped forward to introduce himself as the official examiner who would be grading his test. This man, named Kim, asked if the young candidate had any remaining questions about the procedure, but Michael shook his head, saying he knew the rules, so they should start. Just a couple of minutes later, he was already standing inside a special room ready to begin. Handed a standard sword, he prepared himself. David leaned over to Mr. Kim, quietly reminding him of their deal to fail the kid immediately. The examiner told him not to worry and addressed Michael directly, instructing the boy to pick his difficulty level, ranging from 1 to 10. Michael grimly remembered always settling for level 1 in the past. Even a weak goblin would spawn and beat him easily back then. No matter how hard he struggled, he simply lacked the raw power to survive. Remembering the bitter sting of David declaring his failure made him want to break down. Now David called out from the observation deck, recommending the absolute easiest tier, but Michael did something completely unexpected. He selected the 10th difficulty, leaving the examiner completely speechless. The boy closely watched their stunned faces, knowing very few candidates ever attempted the maximum level. David figured the kid had completely lost his mind, remembering how the boy used to struggle against a mere level 1 goblin. With the stage finally set, his high-stakes hunter exam officially began. Michael saw the Firebird, instantly feeling his own movements drag and slow down. The debuff was active, and right then, his sword suddenly fractured in multiple places. The damage was incredibly severe, and it turned out David personally rigged this disaster. He deliberately gave Michael a flawed weapon just to guarantee he failed this exam. All he wanted was for Michael to finally quit after yet another failure. But right now, the young man stood ground firmly right in front of the monster. The beast lunged forward, its entire body covered in blazing, violent flames. Michael stayed surprisingly calm, quickly analyzing how the creature moved. This was his absolute last shot, and there was no room for error. Back then, David had celebrated his own passing score, thrilled to finally be a hunter. He honestly believed he was destined for greatness, but reality had other plans. Before long, the gap between him and his peers grew painfully wide. Eventually, he simply stopped trying to catch up to them altogether. He convinced himself that talent was everything and completely gave up on trying. It is easy to quit when you run straight into an insurmountable wall. Almost everyone does, eventually accepting defeat just to live a quiet life. Just accept it, live quietly, and Michael should have done the exact same thing. Or so David thought, watching the desperate struggle play out before him. It was high time the kid gave up trying to prove the impossible. He was done. Meanwhile, Michael stared at his fractured sword in complete disbelief. It made no sense for a newly issued weapon to break so easily. Even a cheap, low-tier blade shouldn't just shatter like glass on the first impact. He knew it had to be sabotage, and his eyes immediately shifted. Looking up, his eyes locked with David's. The instructor wore a sickening, smug grin. The instructor silently mocked him, waiting to see what he would do now. To make things worse, the fiery beast launched a massive fireball straight at him. Yet, facing this defenseless situation, Michael actually felt a surge of excitement. This was the ultimate stage to test everything he had desperately learned. Watch this, he was going to show them exactly what real training looked like. Activating his skill, he triggered a burst of pure, blinding speed. Pushing hard off the floor, he closed the distance before the monster could react. He had scaled up high, suddenly clinging to the ceiling right above her. This raw agility easily outperformed his old speed buffs from the assassin cloak. Screeching in frustration, the monster began gathering another massive fireball. But Michael was not about to sit back and wait for it. He charged straight at her head-on, completely catching the beast off guard. A shattered blade was more than enough to draw first blood before she could strike. With one precise thrust, he buried the broken metal deep into her eye. The creature shrieked in agony, but the ruined weapon was simply too short for a kill. Looking down, Michael spotted a loose stone tile, shattered by the bird's earlier strike. Ripping the heavy fragment from the floor, he prepared to use it as a weapon. He hurled the piece of debris with everything he had, aiming to daze her. Spinning like a deadly blade, the stone sliced clean through the monster's skull. The lethal projectile kept flying, smashing violently into the observation balcony. It slammed right beneath where Principal Kim and David stood, leaving them speechless. They were shocked that Michael pulled off something so incredible, but it seemed like he was already done. The unconscious bird fell to the floor and he was declared a success on his exam. Michael did not forget the instructor and examiner apologizing for not calculating his force properly. He smiled contentedly, happy that he passed despite the broken weapon they had secretly slipped to him on purpose. Before long, the woman in charge of the department handed over his official hunter card, complete with all his updated profile information. Proving he was officially a rank 2 hunter now, Michael thanked her and the clerk mentioned he was now cleared to enter dungeons and sell his loot. Meanwhile, a baffled David was demanding to know how a guy like this could actually pass. After all, they predicted he would fail within 10 seconds. Yet he wrapped up the entire test in that exact time frame instead, but the examiner replied that he did his job based on the actual recorded data, which indicated the kid should have failed. David asked if they could have assigned him a lower rank, but Kim noted they already gave him that. Suddenly, Michael strolled into the office and announced that he had officially received his brand new hunter license. He stepped right up to David, noticing he looked a little pale and casually asked if he was okay. David lied that he was fine and offered his stiff congratulations. Then, Michael suddenly noted that if he remembered correctly, the seasoned instructor had only reached rank 3 before retiring. He brought up how the older man used to call him useless scum because he genuinely believed it, but now a hilarious thought occurred to him that maybe David was the real scum all along. Losing his temper, David surged from his seat to throw a punch. Furiously asking if the kid had lost his mind, Michael noted that, surprisingly, the hot-headed instructor had taken the bait so easily. He dodged the strike effortlessly and swung back, ready to unleash his raw strength once again. David doubled over in agony from a direct hit to his solar plexus, realizing Michael would get away with it since it was pure self-defense against an aggressive instructor who had already been slapped. The older man wondered how a mere rank 2 could possess such overwhelming power right before he blacked out completely. Later that evening, Michael was saying goodbye to Principal Kim and asked if the older man was actually offering him a job. The principal nodded, explaining he would work directly for the association, and his salary would be around 1 billion won. With those enticing words, he slid over his business card. He admitted he was scouting him because he saw immense potential, but Michael was totally uninterested. He calmly pointed out that the exam difficulty seemed rigged from the start. Noticing the principal's expression tighten up at those words, the young man promised not to make a big scene out of it. However, he refused to partner with anyone he did not trust at all. After that, the next 2 remaining days flew by and he was back in his room prepared. But check this out, the latest news was already reporting strange rumors about the sudden appearance of the mysterious Tower of Trials. Michael realized that the public had finally discovered the truth, proving that his decisive moves were absolutely the right call. After all, he sold off his extra gear for a pretty sweet price, making those 3 days highly profitable. But his time back on Earth was running short. Right on cue, a familiar screen appeared. The glowing system timer started ticking down, signaling his imminent return to the Tower of Trials. To be honest, Michael actually found himself looking forward to it, even if just a little. It meant he could push his limits again and grow even more powerful. Jumping straight back into the grind somehow brought a genuine smile to his face. Seconds later, he materialized right next to his waiting teammates. Fully geared up, they confirmed items could indeed be brought from the real world. Having brought back a small chest and a mysterious stone, he kept them close. He stashed both safely into his inventory for safekeeping, then sprang out of bed. It was time to get moving with a quick warm-up to wake his muscles. He planned to tackle the 5th floor, but a sudden system alert popped up. He just unlocked a major achievement, along with an incredibly rare skill. Named the Eye of Truth, this top-rank ability left Michael completely stunned. He had never held anything this powerful, According to the description, it was insane. The skill allowed him to analyze any target and view their detailed information. His current level was quite low, but one specific feature made him gasp. It gave him the power to immediately spot if someone was lying. That was absolutely wild. Michael quickly realized the sheer value of this. From now on, nobody would ever be able to trick him again. Talk about hitting the ultimate jackpot. A skill like this is practically unheard of. Most hunters would kill for an ability like this. Feeling ready, he visited the shop. He decided to treat himself, first buying a sleek, rank 2 Thunder Sword. Next, he grabbed a rank 3+ Hunter Scout Shield to match. The gear set him back a whopping 9,300 points. Though the price was heavy, those extra sword stats were just too good. It gave him a 10% chance to trigger a lightning strike on hit. Armed and ready, he contacted the trial's coordinator to begin his next test. The system prompted him, asking if he was prepared for the 5th floor. He confirmed immediately. Within minutes, he was charging straight into the portal. The objective for this floor was simple but deadly: hunt or be hunted. The difficulty remained brutally high, with death being the ultimate penalty for failing. His target was the boss werewolf lurking in Wolf Gorge, and time was ticking. Knowing the high stakes, he actually felt a rush of pure excitement. He couldn't wait to see how these half-beast monsters would try to fight him. Stepping through the portal, he materialized right at the rugged base of a massive mountain. Before he could even climb, a pack of smaller wolves surrounded him. Snarls echoed as they lunged from all sides, but Michael didn't even blink. With flawless strikes of his new sword, he easily tore through the entire pack. Honestly, he felt pretty disappointed that his warm-up targets went down so fast. He wanted a real challenge. Right on cue, much larger shadows emerged. These new beasts radiated a far more dangerous, heavy threat. Talk about getting exactly what you asked for. He grinned, ready for action. Blocked by a massive, snarling pack of wolves, he sized them up. As the alpha bared its razor-sharp teeth, Michael braced himself. The air was thick with murderous energy. Every beast wanted him dead, but he actually smiled. Michael braced himself for battle, knowing this was his moment. Finally, he would be able to test his true strength, unlike those watered-down exams from before. Realizing the Tower of Trials never disappointed, he charged straight ahead. Massive werewolves leaped forward in response, howling for blood. They opened their jaws wide to swallow him whole, but he jumped. Landing right on top of one beast, he dodged their claws and realized he was having fun. Normal people would be terrified, making him wonder if he was slowly losing his mind. But he did not care as long as he kept growing stronger. Just then, a system notification flashed right in front of him. His sword skill had officially reached rank 5 perfection now. It actually boosted up to 5+, alongside his accelerated regeneration. With level 4 active, he figured it was time for a new skill. His current inventory stats were already showing massive, explosive growth. Meanwhile, the wolves came lunging back at him. Anyone else would be torn apart, but his stats kept him alive. Brushing off the dust, he grinned and dared the beasts to keep coming. After a brutal exchange, the dust settled and the fight was over. Standing over the bodies, he began absorbing the souls of the fallen wolves. He expected the lightning effect by now, but nothing appeared. The system simply reported a 16% skill increase from the wolf souls. This was still pretty great news, pushing him closer to a rank upgrade. Plus, he was already nearing the center of the gorge. He knew the formidable area boss would be showing up any second now. But wait, look at this, his thoughts screeched to a halt. Shredded corpses of other wolves lay scattered across the rocky terrain. At first, he assumed a brutal pack fight had broken out here. But he quickly changed his mind after spotting clean, sharp weapon cuts. Fresh footprints nearby only confirmed that someone else did this. Eager for answers, he quickly activated his brand new skill, Eye of Truth. Immediately, he detected the faint trace of a rank 3 aura nearby. A sudden wave of unease hit him as the pieces refused to fit. Things just were not adding up. Then, a sudden sound shattered the silence. A desperate scream echoed, though he could not tell who it was. Sensing the danger was incredibly close, he dashed toward the noise. Spotting a dark cave up ahead, he could hear the roars coming from inside. Before he could even step inside, something huge came flying out. A massive pink werewolf crashed onto the dirt, heavily wounded and bleeding out. Michael stared in absolute shock at the battered boss monster. No normal beast could have taken down the boss like this. which meant there had to be a powerful intruder hiding inside that cave. Suddenly, a system window confirmed that the boss werewolf was dead. He could only stare at the corpse, completely baffled. Nothing about this trial made sense anymore. Then, the system finished its search. It flashed a grim warning, reporting an active player invasion. This was supposed to be a normal challenger trial, but suddenly, the objective shifts. Now Michael has to kill an invader from another dimension entirely. This hostile intruder is finally stepping out of the shadows, clad in heavy armor. He looks just like a medieval knight. Michael is totally baffled by this bizarre event. But even without answers, he hates this feeling. Could this mean something far bigger? Does the Tower of Trials actually connect to countless different worlds at once? The armored stranger speaks up, mocking our hero for still being alive. He claims to be the master here, declaring that Michael's journey ends right now. He lunges with a sudden attack. Michael barely manages to block the heavy blow. Instantly, Michael realizes this mysterious warrior is incredibly composed and highly skilled. For a brief second, they lock eyes, quietly measuring each other's raw power. Then the knight readies his giant sword, total shock. He never expected his original trial boss to get casually wiped out by this invader. Still, it is a huge relief that the system did not declare a failure. If it had, he would be dead already. Meanwhile, the armored warrior sneers. He asks if Michael is too terrified to speak, but our hero stays quiet. He raises his guard, preparing for a truly monstrous level of power. This guy looks insanely strong, clad in thick, heavy armor from head to toe. His weapon is practically a deadly spear, and the speed he has in that armor. It is honestly mind-blowing, but Michael cannot afford a single mistake here. He needs to use anything he can find. He kicks the boss's corpse forward. But a flying body is barely a distraction to this towering armored threat. He does not even slow down, charging straight through the incoming obstacle. With one effortless swing, he slices the corpse in half, but then he pauses. Get ready, because Michael is no longer standing in front of him. He feels a sudden presence slip behind him. Michael strikes with incredible speed. The knight is genuinely shocked. His seemingly perfect guard was actually breached. Michael is already unleashing his next strike, aiming to carve a deep, fatal wound. The knight counters, but our hero ducks under his massive reach and stabs forward. The blade digs straight into the invader's ribs, but something is terribly wrong. That armor did not even crack. The knight chuckles, saying he walked right into his trap. Total failure. Michael realizes his plan to split the defense completely failed. He wanted to cleave him in two, but he did not leave a single scratch. Now a massive sword slash comes roaring down to claim his head. Michael barely dodges back in time, but the sheer force ruins his balance. The brutal shockwave from that terrifying strike hits him hard, sending him flying backward. He crashes violently into a solid rock wall, shattering the stone behind him. Without a doubt, this is the most powerful enemy he has ever faced. His shield is totally broken, his weapon is damaged, and his entire body screams. The heavy impact has left him thoroughly bruised. Meanwhile, the knight looks slightly surprised. He is impressed that a mere human actually managed to block his deadly aura. Michael calls him out, demanding to know why the system labeled him an intruder. He has never dealt with this kind of anomaly, but the knight just scoffs. He asks how a lowly barbarian could possibly comprehend high-level floor infiltration. Michael demands an answer. Why is an infiltrator showing up in his personal trial? The knight casually tells him not to hold a grudge over what is about to happen. He adds that the tower is always chaotic, but now his time is up. Swinging with lethal force, he intends to finish him off once and for all. But Michael quickly waves his hands, telling him to hold on for just a second. He asks what this floor introduction actually is, completely catching the knight off guard. This kid is literally on the verge of death, yet he is asking for details. Still, since Michael is basically a dead man walking, the knight decides to explain. Clearing his throat, he explains that a special feature unlocks past the 8th floor. It is called floor implementation, a system option expanding from the 8th floor. If a challenger buys a ticket for this implementation from the shop, they get the unique chance to invade other players' trials. Michael realizes his hunch was right. This guy really came from another world. The knight smirks under his helmet, completely hidden from view. He asks if Michael truly believes that, while Michael secretly triggers a skill. Activating Eye of Truth, he tests whether the invader is lying to him. The screen confirms the truth, but somehow, the knight notices the skill activation. Furious that this brat dared to doubt him, he prepares to strike again. Michael shrugs it off. He had to check, especially since he is barely hurt. The knight barks back, calling him an arrogant barbarian brat. How dare he speak so insolently, but Michael just smiles, having got his answers. To keep things fair, Michael decides to share a pretty interesting fact in return. Thanks to his pain tolerance skill, that broken arm is barely bothering him. And if he just lets it go, his accelerated regeneration skill kicks in. He shows off the rapid healing, saying the knight would have done the same. The knight scoffed, asking if Michael was simply testing out his recovery skills. Because if that is his entire plan, he still cannot escape his death. But Michael just stands right back up and grabs his thunder sword. He grins mockingly, claiming he does not even know his own limits. And get this, his combat power is actively shooting up at an insane rate. Those souls he absorbed earlier are actively boosting his core stats right now. His stamina, defense, strength, speed, and mana all just surged by 4 points. Even the knight senses the shift, asking if he possesses some unique trait. Ignoring him, Michael instantly activates the passive effect of his assassin cloak. It grants a massive speed boost, but he only has 1 minute left. Time is ticking, so Michael wastes no more breath and strikes first. The knight is genuinely shocked by this sudden burst of blinding speed. It makes zero sense that a mere 5th-floor challenger has this many abilities. Michael closes the distance instantly, aiming straight for the armor gaps. He targets the weak points as they clash in high-speed combat once again. Michael is way more careful now, moving faster than the eye can follow. The knight cannot comprehend how a 5th-floor challenger possesses such insane stats. Knowing he might actually lose at this rate, he unleashes a powerful aura. But this time, Michael is fully prepared for the devastating pressure heading his way. He successfully deflects the crushing blow, dodging backward to create some space. However, the knight refuses to let up, immediately launching his next relentless strike. The knight swung his sword masterfully, forcing Michael to stay on his toes. That aura-infused strike could seriously injure him on direct contact. Fortunately, Michael held a massive stat advantage, allowing him to easily dodge every single attack. The real issue was that incredibly durable, high-tier armor protecting his opponent. Breaking through that solid defense seemed completely impossible right now. But Michael had a secret weapon. He kept landing relentless blow after blow. This was all a setup to trigger his sword's passive electrical effect. Boom, a sudden burst of lightning struck the knight out of nowhere. Michael smirked. It worked. The trap had sprung exactly as planned. The 10% chance to trigger the weapon's lightning had finally paid off. Searing electricity fried the knight, though his armor held strong. But metal conducts, the shock surged inside, forcing him to spit blood. He collapsed. Michael casually walked over to deliver the final strike. He was glad the armor did not have any lightning protection properties. That would have been a real pain, but luck was on his side. The helpless knight looked up, eyes wide with terror as he realized his fate. He struggled to stand, but his paralyzed muscles simply refused to cooperate. Accepting defeat, he collapsed. Fighting back was no longer an option. He truly believed he should have won against a mere 5th-floor challenger. But Michael looked down at him, calling him a fool for relying on gear. Relying purely on passive armor and raw skills is a fatal mistake. Michael pointed his blade, telling him it was time to meet a painful end. The desperate knight begged him to stop, offering to answer any question he had. But Michael had no need for answers, driving his sword straight into his eyes. The knight died instantly from the intense shock, managing to curse him first. Michael did not care about empty threats. The intruder was officially dead. The threat was neutralized, mission accomplished, yet a dark realization hit him. Taking a life was becoming easier every single time. It felt deeply unsettling. But hesitation in this brutal tower would only get him killed. Feeling guilty was a much bigger danger. Suddenly, a notification screen flashed. The blue system window congratulated him on clearing the 5th floor. Without wasting a single second, Michael began to consume his opponent's soul. With this harvest, his soul-devouring skill immediately rose to 15%. Incredible progress. The system confirmed he had successfully absorbed the spirit of Kata Drax. Michael gasped, realizing he had almost missed his chance to harvest it. The knight's physical body was already starting to fade into thin air. Apparently, dying in another dimension causes your corpse to vanish completely. This was crucial information. Suddenly, a new notification caught his attention. The system stated that the difficulty and rewards did not properly match up. Rewards would be updated. Michael stared at where Cad's body once lay. How strong was Cad? Soon, the breakthrough reward arrived. He was awarded a powerful, high-rank 3 absolute skill, plus 7,500 points, and another 3,500. Michael smiled. Instead of the standard rank 2 prize, he got this. A high rank, that invading knight was clearly a monster if even the system felt the reward and the danger were totally out of sync. Soon he returned to the 6th floor waiting room, his wounds and exhaustion completely vanishing. Michael shoved his ruined gear into his inventory. His shield was completely trashed, but he had way bigger problems to worry about. He tried his best to hoard those precious question tickets for the 8th floor, but he realized he had no choice but to burn them now. Michael activated the command. Grand total of 5 tickets, meaning 5 precious questions. He wanted to know more about this terrifying floor infiltration mechanic and how to spot a sudden invasion. Once submitted, the system chimed to confirm his inquiry was sent and would be answered shortly by an actual administrator in less than 10 seconds later. A notification popped up. The sheer speed caught him completely off guard. But hey, no complaints there. Michael opened up the message, eager for some real answers. Received, desperate to make sense of things, it explained that floor infiltration allows players to forcefully enter another challenger's private trial. However, the gap between them must be within 10 floors, and they could only invade personal solo runs. Michael realized this was basically like kicking away someone's ladder. While they were still climbing it, talk about brutal, suddenly a new notification flashed, warning him that further details were classified on his current floor, and because his request was only partially answered, his question ticket was refunded. He found the whole policy pretty strange, but he wasn't about to complain about keeping his valuable ticket. With that settled, Michael decided to use some items brought from Earth. First up was the Kraken Tower Recovery Chest, a handy tool that lets you restore damaged gear. He didn't hesitate to activate it right away on his secret hunter shield. Instantly, the cracks vanished and the shield looked brand new. Next, he pulled out a Purity Stone. Most people would call this a massive waste of precious gold. But Michael felt a couple thousand was a small price for a clean bath. That surge of pure freshness and energy was absolutely worth it. With an hour and a half remaining before his next trial, he decided to check the rankings. Now look at this, his jaw practically hit the floor when he saw his name sitting proudly in 3rd place with an epic rank. This was unreal. Jumping all the way up from 16th place was massive. If he kept this momentum going, that coveted pioneer achievement would finally be his. He didn't fully understand its perks yet, but he was practically touching them. Ready for a break, he opened the community chat. But the sheer madness unfolding inside immediately made his blood run cold. The whole vibe had turned completely toxic. Players were openly trying to buy skills specifically geared toward murder and looting. It was clear that greed and desperation had taken over, forcing everyone to turn into ruthless animals just to survive. Looking at his screen, Michael realized the tower was dissolving into absolute lawless chaos. Even mental resistance skills were selling like crazy just to numb the trauma. But then a specific username caught his attention, bringing back some dark memories. Someone in the chat brought up Tendon, the guy who leaked the 4th floor secrets, and tried to push everyone to start slaughtering each other. It turned out that Snake had recently changed his username. Someone had just unmasked his new alias as Sudi. Michael stared at the name, wondering what his next move would be. He wondered if the guy was going to pull the exact same stunt he did on the 4th floor. First things first, he needed to memorize this nickname. Soon enough, it was test time, with the main theme being occupation. They got 50 minutes, and success meant capturing a stronghold. Michael entered the portal, wondering what his next reward would be. With his newly improved rank, it had to be something incredible. Stepping through, he was stunned. Sunshine and open sea lay before him. He looked around, spotting the strongholds they had to capture. Suddenly, the system announced the team matching process. But strangely, there was absolutely nobody else on the dock besides Michael himself. He looked around, feeling pretty surprised that not a single player was showing up. He peered into the portal. Suddenly, a spear flew straight at his head. Right at his face, a totally unexpected strike. He caught the weapon midair, but its owner was already arriving. The attacker materialized literally the next second, forcing Michael to act fast. He had to take a step back as the guy flew forward. The attacker stared in pure shock that his flying weapon was caught. He landed, and Michael demanded to know why he was attacking his own teammate. The guy scoffed, calling him an idiot who did not understand the rules. He pointed out that killing allies was the absolute easiest way to get achievements. Michael then asked if the most important thing for them was just farming points. His new comrade laughed, telling him to open his eyes before speaking. He told him to look around before playing the moral hero. Michael did so and instantly understood what this crazy guy meant. Other teams were slaughtering their own members too, a truly eerie sight. People were completely losing their minds just to farm these rewards. Taking in the horrific view, Michael quietly lowered his head and drew his weapon. He stepped closer. The guy just called him a hypocrite. Suddenly, the guy realized he was about to get dragged into a fight. Meanwhile, the other players kept hunting down and murdering their teammates. Yet a few people still seemed completely disgusted by the senseless bloodshed. Nearby, 2 players shook hands, and one chubby guy looked incredibly relieved. He was glad to finally find an ally who shared his peaceful views. He muttered that everyone needed to wake up or they would all die. But guess what? His new friend drew a sword and stabbed him right there. He coldly agreed, laughing at how easily the naive fool had trusted him. He shook hands with a stranger without a single shred of doubt. By murdering his ally, he unlocked a vile achievement. His stamina increased by 1. This happened right in front of Michael. Meanwhile, the guy standing across from Michael spoke up again. He warned him to stop acting holy, since he wanted that achievement too. Michael stayed silent, making his opponent think he was totally distracted. Believing it was the perfect moment to strike, the guy swung hard. He aimed to kill, but Michael did not even flinch. Only when the sharp blade reached his eyes did he finally make his move. A lightning-fast maneuver pierces him first. The guy spits up blood, shocked by his opponent's speed. They could have been partners, but as his life fades, he is left only with deep regret. Michael earns the traitor achievement, boosting his overall power by 1 point. Honestly, he finds this stat increase pretty weak. This trial is not what he hoped for. He expected much more when entering the portal. Still, this trial might actually work in his favor. You could say this event is practically tailor-made for him. It is a chance to level up his unique trait and maybe unlock some new skills. Even so, he decides not to actively hunt other challengers. He will only strike if attacked first. Let them come to him. Meanwhile, another challenger is preparing a defense. A black-haired guy activates a brand new technique, an iron dome made of swirling water. It looks incredibly impressive from the outside, but looks are not everything here. For this defender, water magic is his absolute specialty. This is his ultimate survival test. He has mastered water to perfection, but suddenly, heavy footsteps echo nearby. The guy senses someone rapidly approaching and whips around. It is Michael charging straight at him with zero hesitation. He is clearly not here to make friends. Michael leaps high into the air. He hovers for a split second, looking for the perfect angle of attack. His eyes burn with absolute confidence, and his target definitely notices it. The defender is shocked that Michael is aiming right for his iron dome. The water inside is spinning with lethal speed, but Michael is completely unfazed. He drops straight down, crashing right onto the defensive sphere. The guy smugly mocks him, calling his dome an impenetrable defense. But to his horror, Michael pierces right through the top of the dome. Michael drops in, delivers a heavy kick, and finishes him with a precise sword strike. The defeated challenger can only spit up blood as his water dome dissolves. He collapses unconscious onto the cold ground. Michael lands gracefully nearby. Sure, it is a bit brutal, but in this place, results are all that matter. His ruthless display instantly terrifies the other contenders. They now see him as an absolute monster. Still, he has successfully claimed the stronghold. That was the main goal of the test. Now, he just has to defend it. He just needs to hold this ground for 10 minutes. Simple, right? Michael figures this will be a breeze, since the remaining challengers are so weak. Most of them are low rank anyway. The 6th floor trials really make you reflect, exposing the raw truth of human nature. It brings out the deepest distrust, darkness, and hatred. The tower nurtures an insatiable desire for power. In a place like this, sympathy is nothing but pure hypocrisy. Even if he avoids the fight, someone is bound to die eventually. Suddenly, a system notification flashes, an enemy has entered his territory. 4 challengers step into the stronghold together. A tall blonde guy asks if Michael wants to know why there are 4 of them. Michael fires back that it is obvious, no explanation needed. They are just 4 complete idiots teaming up as an assassination squad. They want to rack up achievements. The blonde smugly agrees with that assessment. Since Michael gets the picture, it is time to carry out his death sentence. He finally gets serious, coldly telling the guy to drop dead. Instantly, his enemies move. The rest of them rush in. Suddenly, Michael spots a bucket by the big guy. That was strange. To make things worse, the other fighter is moving incredibly fast. Michael drops into a defensive stance, but then, in a single flash, a sharp, blinding pain pierces straight through his arm like a sword. The fighter by the blonde man had just used the merging hearts technique. It is his special trait, forcing Michael to share all his pain. Seizing this unfair advantage, the attacker quickly draws his heavy blade and prepares to strike. Except his target is his own body, he stabs himself right in the arm. The attacker winces, but Michael gets hit way harder. Cruel blow. The shocking pain forces him to drop his weapon, leaving him completely and utterly defenseless. With no other choice, he quickly triggers his pain tolerance skill, cutting his suffering by 15%. Suddenly, the giant with the water bucket charges. Michael watches him close the distance, completely and utterly confused by this weird tactic. The man splashes him. Michael realizes it is just ordinary seawater. But then a system alert flashes on screen. He has touched water from the 6th floor. His physical power is instantly slashed by 10 points, weakening him. His speed and stamina drop too, with a harsh debuff lasting 3 minutes. He realizes the seawater in this trial is a trap. Touching it carries a massive penalty. Meanwhile, his foes are closing in fast. They are close enough to strike, truly a nightmare scenario. Any ordinary player would be dead here, but Michael is different. He broke past ordinary human limits a very long time ago, unlocking insane powers. He possesses incredibly powerful skills. The first attacker lunges forward. His movement is wild, but his actual strike is completely predictable, and Michael easily reads it. He easily dodges the blow, admitting their strategy was actually pretty clever. But they made one incredibly fatal mistake, a massive error. He reaches out and grabs the face of the first attacker. They picked the absolute wrong opponent to mess with, and he slams his head down, smashing it hard against the stone floor with unbelievable force. Even with his power debuffed, the strike is devastating, instant death. The remaining 3 fighters freeze in absolute shock, stunned to silence by his raw power. Toth earns a brand new skill, Contempt for the Weak, along with an incredibly rare achievement, unlocked for landing a legendary single-blow kill. This useful skill boosts his physical power whenever he faces enemies with lower stats. Right then, another foe leaps forward, splashing even more water on him. But since the attacker's stats are weaker, Michael's passive skill activates. He retaliates immediately, driving a brutal and bone-shattering knee straight into the giant's face. Blood sprays from his nose, but Michael is not done yet. He leaps up. He brings his heavy heel down hard, crushing the man's skull and splashing blood everywhere. The lethal concussion kills the man instantly, securing Michael another achievement. The Ruthless Killer title boosts his agility stats by 1. But there are still 2 active challengers left standing, the blonde leader. He watches in utter disbelief, grinding his teeth at this nightmare. He never expected such monstrous, terrifying strength from him, and Michael turns directly toward him. Without saying a single word, the blonde man stared straight into Michael's eyes. The confused ally who activated the heart fusion asked what they should do. Instead of answering him, the blonde suddenly swung his blade with absolute brutality. He slashed his companion's leg, causing agonizing pain that immediately transferred over to Michael. Gritting his teeth, Michael dropped to his knees under the sudden, shared shock. He realized the blonde intended to wipe out both of them at once. Although his passive skill minimized the agony, it still severely restricted his movements. The blonde aimed his sword again, determined to execute his helpless comrade. He began stabbing the poor guy repeatedly, sending half of that torment directly to Michael. As the victim shrieked in agony, the blonde turned his cold gaze onto Michael. He warned that taking even a single step forward would cost his ally's life. Michael knew his dulled senses made it impossible to dodge any rapid lunges. With his mobility severely hindered, he had only one real option left to him. The answer was simple, and as always, it required taking another life. To break the curse, he had to eliminate the core target immediately. Unleashing all his strength, Michael hurled his heavy shield with lethal force. Massive metal disc spun rapidly, slicing through the air like a flying battle axe. It ripped cleanly through the companion's throat, leaving him barely a second to realize that his life was fading before he went completely limp. Naturally, Michael felt a phantom sting tearing across his own throat, but his high pain tolerance kept him standing. Coughing up blood, Michael collapsed, exposing a massive opening for an attack. Spotting his chance, the blonde lunged forward to deliver a decisive death blow. Michael remained entirely motionless on the ground, waiting for the perfect distance. Just as the sword was about to slice his neck open, Michael reacted. He raised his hand, catching the sharp blade barehanded inches from his face. With a cold glare, he asked the blonde if he wanted to die first. The blonde growled, telling Michael he had completely lost his sanity. Honestly, that was probably true. Michael simply poured more power into his grip and ripped the heavy weapon straight out of his enemy's bloody palms. Before the blonde could even react, Michael swung the sword and severed his head. The execution was instant, earning him the cold-blooded Cruncher achievement. He secured 1,500 points as a system alert popped up. The brutal time trial was over. Michael's personal stronghold was officially captured. This meant every survivor who reached this point was cleared to proceed. Yet a chilling pattern emerged among those who actually survived. The true victors were the teams who managed to stick together. Michael looked around, spotting many other survivors who chose the dark path. They had slaughtered their allies and rivals alike just to stay alive. He wondered how he appeared to the few who refused to murder. To those peaceful teams, he was nothing but a heartless, bloodthirsty monster. He was no different from the beasts who tried to ambush him earlier. The system awarded him 8,000 points, along with a rank 1 random box. The loot vanished into his inventory as a portal materialized in front of him. Stepping through, Michael was teleported straight back to the 7th floor waiting room. But first, he made sure to quickly harvest the souls of the dead. Information on them beforehand, this boosted his unique trait. It shot right up to rank 3, right after Michael stepped into the waiting area. A fresh list of achievements opened. This new screen displayed every single triumph he had ever earned in the Tower Epic class. He got it for his very first return. That was huge, so he started checking out the details. Some achievements gave him instant skills, others offered massive stat boosts. There were raw points too, perfect additions to his growing arsenal. Michael was genuinely stunned. He actually unlocked quite a few achievements just for those kills, and he did not even plan any of them. Next up, his inventory, the rank 1 box, was waiting there. Opening this box meant a random reward, anything from rank 5 all the way up to rank 1. No time to waste. Michael had zero expectations. He just wanted to get it over with quickly so he could start absorbing souls. He snatched the yellow ribbon on the box and yanked. It popped open. Instantly, a strange object shot out and the boy tracked it, completely baffled. It turned out to be a tiny monster. It landed nearby, staring. Michael asked the system what this weird Pokemon was, wondering if he had to catch it. The creature glared, just glared. Then the boy lunged, reaching out to grab the creature. But the thing was fast. It easily slipped past Michael's grasp and seemed to be outright mocking him. Michael chased after the little pest for a while. Every single attempt failed completely, total failure. But then, finally, he pinned the beast with both hands. The creature did not expect that at all. Michael grinned. No way he was letting go now. But wait, we all know things are never that simple here. This was no pet. Suddenly, it bit his arm. Pain flared. Those teeth were like needles, forcing him to let go immediately. He really had no choice. His fingers unclenched on pure instinct. The little beast bounced away. When the thing landed, Michael muttered in a dark voice that he had been polite because it was cute, but now mercy was completely off the table. He lunged again, deadly serious this time. For a brief moment, the quick little pest kept dodging, but then Michael did something wild. He kicked off the ceiling, launching himself straight at the creature at extreme speed. A massive blow. The beast could not dodge. In time, the heavy strike hit it straight in the face. The monster's eyes rolled back, its head flushed red, and as Michael watched closely, it cracked. Then came the absolute shocker. The creature shattered into tiny porcelain fragments. Right there, Michael saw beautiful necklace drop from the ruins, a rank 1 item. Incredible luck. It was a wrought iron steel pendant, a legendary relic infused with the soul of a master blacksmith who dedicated his life to it. This piece boosted metallurgy and sword skills by 7%, plus a highly unique bonus attribute. Channeling mana unlocked a special steel defense skill. This passive effect allowed his skin to absorb 10% of all physical damage. Michael realized it was a pretty awesome item, coming with both attack and defense. Michael never expected to walk away with such an incredible haul. But when he actually put on the pendant to test its power, a system alert popped up, warning him that his mana was completely drained. He realized the effect looked awesome, but the cost was a heavy chunk of mana. From now on, he had to store it. Next, Michael checked his status. He checked the status of his unique trait, which had climbed by one rank, but then a sudden system prompt asked if he was ready to start the 7th floor test. This came as a pretty big shock to him. Usually the test time was announced well in advance. He wondered if other participants were experiencing the same thing, so he opened up the online community. His speculation was dead on. Everyone could now move on to the next test without having to wait for other players. Yet the overwhelming desperation to return home still hung heavy in the chat. No one really cared about the skipped wait time, but Michael noticed something else. The entire tone of the community chat room had shifted. People were now talking endlessly about players who betrayed their comrades. Michael figured these crazy betrayers were quiet because the 7th floor test would be a solo ordeal. Still, he had to watch out for those who treated their allies like expendable tools just to earn achievements. More importantly, Michael had to make sure his skills were absolute, completely unshakable against any variable. He finally checked his status window and spotted a brand new effect on his unique trait. Now he could use the souls of the dead to shield himself, though his defensive energy would scale with the force of the incoming attack. He also noticed vital new details had been added to the base effects description. Before, the system just focused on stat boosts, but now those souls had multiple uses, acting as both raw magic power and a solid protective barrier. Michael knew anything could happen, so the power to protect his body was crucial. An extra shield was never a bad thing. With that, he pulled his sword straight out of his inventory to test the ability. He tossed the blade up, ready to see how well this spiritual shield would actually perform. Bracing himself, Michael reached his hand out. He is literally risking his own hand here, but the waiting room heals all. Meanwhile, the heavy blade spun rapidly, falling directly toward his hand, right as the sharp metal was about to slice into his flesh. His unique defensive shield triggered, saving him just in time. A system message stated that the soul of John Flock absorbed the damage and vanished into thin air. He had only 3 of 30 souls remaining. But Michael was pretty thrilled with how powerful this defense was. It activated instantly, keeping him safe from even a tiny scratch. This meant he could draw a clear conclusion: never absorb all your souls at once. It was vital to keep a few in reserve for emergency protection. Michael then opened up the 6th floor leaderboard to check his standing. To his absolute surprise, he had dropped down to 4th place. Standing, but it wasn't critical at all. He only needed to stay in the top 50 to earn his pioneer title. Job done. Michael stretched his aching limbs, complaining about exhaustion while checking his status screens. There was zero time to waste, so he decided to challenge the next floor immediately. Right away, a portal opened up. And the theme was proof. He had to pass 3 tests in 40 minutes or die, but completing this task would reward him with a brand new skill, Wind Grace, of the highest rank. Once he arrived inside, he realized it was some strange corridor with a very heavy atmosphere. He literally couldn't feel any presence nearby, which annoyed him quite a bit. Then the surrounding energy shifted violently, and a system message popped up. He had officially entered the first zone, which was the initial testing area. Designed to prove he had conquered his fears, suddenly his surroundings shifted, and he was standing in the very desert where his growth had first begun. This was the arena of his first fight, and he already guessed what would happen next. Right on cue, the ground beneath his feet violently shuddered, and the giant sand golem finally revealed itself. Talk about a massive upgrade. Michael quickly realized this space was a direct reproduction of his old training trial. To pass, he had to break through 3 separate trials. Within the ticking time limit, he knew that while fighting this beast, 3 more challenges would spawn. he had to overcome those just like before. This was a test of proof, meaning he had to do it all over again. The golem loomed right in front of him, and its scale was incredibly massive. Michael estimated it had grown about 3 times larger than its original size, but that didn't faze him. Suddenly, the sand monster ripped its colossal hand from the ground and swung directly at him. The beast looked terrifyingly huge, but Michael didn't even flinch at the threat. Instead, he reached into his system inventory out of pure habit, preparing for the upcoming clash, and then the golem's heavy fist came down. He managed to dive away just in time, noting its surprisingly high speed. It was pretty fast. He waited for another swing, then leaped onto its arm and sprinted upward, searching for the core. He remembered from their first fight that there was a core hidden right by its shoulder, so he dashed there. But this time the spot was empty. He had to pivot his strategy and go straight for the head. Still, it was weird that the core was completely missing. That was its ultimate weak point. Suddenly, he had a hunch. The larger this golem grew, the deeper its core would be buried inside. Right then, the cunning beast attacked again, this time its heavy arm swung with incredible speed, nearly catching him off guard. He was amazed at how precisely a pile of sand could move, making a new plan absolutely crucial. Suddenly, a massive fist loomed directly ahead, leaving no time for him to dodge. The beast clenched its hand tight, attempting to crush him like an insect, but the brutal strike failed. Suddenly, a violent vibration shook the giant sand fist, feeling sharp, stinging cuts. Michael escaped from the sand trap, shredding its colossal palm from the inside, and was now free once more. If a single punch couldn't shatter the beast, he would simply carve it into pieces. Instantly, his thoughts became action. He lunged at the golem, unleashing a wild barrage of attacks. He hacked at its head and limbs. Surely that was enough. But he was wrong. Every single slash only met shifting sand. The grains simply kept rebuilding themselves with fresh sand. Finding the core was his only option now, but his onslaught only enraged the golem. 7 heavy fists swung at him again, forcing Michael to dodge backward and raise his guard. 8 he retreated. Then, amidst the chaos, a strange detail caught his eye. 9 something completely new, but there was absolutely no time to think. 10 11 the massive beast was already aiming to crush him beneath its colossal foot. 11 12 Michael scrambled back, genuinely shocked by the monster's sudden speed and precision. 12 13 evading the direct stomps was easy enough, but a bigger threat loomed. 13 if that massive sandwave swallowed him up, it would be game over. 14 after all, you can't really fight a literal natural disaster with a sword. 15 Michael ran as fast as possible, desperately trying to outrun the wave. 16 but the crushing wall of sand was gaining ground, showing absolutely no mercy. 17 he realized he couldn't escape the incoming tide, no matter how hard he pushed himself. 18 within seconds, the heavy sand engulfed him entirely, swallowing him like a vast ocean. 19 20 a deep trench formed where he fell, burying him deep beneath the heavy rubble. 20 Michael gritted his teeth. At this rate, he would run out of time. 21 22 he would fail. Meanwhile, the colossal golem kept stomping forward. 22 fighting against the shifting terrain, was making every single movement a nightmare. 23 gripping his blade, Michael prepared for another clash, ready to find that core. 24 25 the massive creature lunged forward, eager to flatten him into the dirt once and for all. 25 26 colossal hands reached out to crush his bones, but he stood firm. 26 27 instead, he decided to unleash his newest skill, the 3 absolutes. 27 this specialized technique would heavily amplify his next 3 sword strikes. 28 it consumed a chunk of his mana, but drastically boosted his blade's destructive power. 29 30 channeling his energy, Michael charged straight into the danger zone. 30 the boost was insane. With one clean blow, he severed its arm. 31 without slowing down, he immediately began carving deep into its chest. 31 32 the sheer raw power surprised even him, but he wasn't about to complain. 33 he recalled how furious he was when this floor was first invaded. 34 now he actually felt like thanking that invading night. 35 36 even though the wretched beast kept regenerating, it still tried to swing. 36 37 but Michael had only one clear objective: find that core and shatter it. 38 so he kept pressing forward, refusing to give the monster any breathing room. 38 39 the momentum had completely shifted in his favor, now. 39 40 The giant could barely reform itself before the next blow landed 40. He had already shredded almost its entire body, yet the core remained hidden 41, 42. Frustration was mounting fast because he only had 30 minutes left on the clock 42, 43. Then out of nowhere, he made a rather bizarre discovery 43, 44. Since when had this massive golem shrunk down so much 44, 45? Upon hearing this, being called cute made the golem blush, even monsters like praise. But the sand forming his body is limited and cannot be endlessly pulled from his surroundings. Because of that, the giant sand monster had significantly shrunk in size. Michael quickly realized how to take full advantage of this new situation. Wearing a wicked smile, he turned and asked the golem if he wanted to lose even more weight. The monster hated the idea and angrily roared back in protest. Michael did not understand a single word and instantly lunged forward again. With no other option, the golem swung his massive sandy fist to defend himself. But the beast did not realize his desperate strikes were now completely useless. Michael effortlessly sliced off his arm and kept hacking away at the sandy body. He moved with such incredible speed that recovering became nearly impossible for the golem. Before long, the golem collapsed completely under the relentless pressure. With his legs and torso corroded and arms severed, he lay completely immobilized. This time, Michael decided to wait for him to get back on his feet. Reconstructed, the beast looked much smaller, matching his size from their very first training match. This downsized form meant that Michael could easily spot his weak point again. Just like before, the glowing core of the golem was clearly visible on his back. Normally, a dense shield of shifting sand made reaching this weak spot nearly impossible. But let's be real, he seriously couldn't afford to waste any more time. The entire test only allowed 40 minutes, and time was running out fast. With roughly 30 minutes left, the nimble golem rushed him with surprising speed. Naturally, it could not catch Michael off guard, but the increased agility was notable. It was almost funny how much quicker the monster became after that forced diet. But despite wanting to play around more, Michael simply did not have the luxury of time. In a flash, he vanished and reappeared directly behind the beast to end it. He swung his blade to smash the core as a sharp pain pierced the golem. The monster shrieked in agony as his entire body began to crumble to dust. Without a vulnerable core, these sand golems would be incredibly difficult to defeat. As the core shattered, the system window popped up with two new announcements. First, that the challenger Michael Nodforworth had successfully overcome his fear. And second, that he had completed the first trial. Soon, all remaining traces of the massive beast crumbled into harmless sand. As the dust settled around Michael, a mysterious spirit golem appeared before him. It looked entirely different from the soul he had absorbed during his last fight. This soul glowed far brighter, radiating a powerful, intense wave of raw energy. Michael immediately tried to absorb it, but a second portal suddenly cracked open. Powerful gravity yanked him inside as the system announced his immediate relocation. He was being forcefully transported straight into the second testing zone. Michael froze with his hands still outstretched, completely stunned by this unexpected interruption. For the first time ever, he had failed to claim a soul. It seemed normal farming and skill upgrades were strictly restricted inside this trial. Now he had to conquer the second zone and prove his wisdom. Looking around, Michael realized he was standing right inside the burning orc settlement. It felt like an exact rerun of his previous harrowing trial from before. Flames devoured the tents as he warily prepared to enter the chief's quarters. That was where the chieftain should have run, but the place was empty, surprising him. When he stepped outside, however, the real situation immediately became clear to him. He realized the true battle of the day was only just beginning to unfold right here, after all he had wiped out their settlement, and now the survivors stood before him. These orcs looked significantly stronger. One of them glared at him, sizing him up. Then in an instant, the beast's expression twisted in pure fury, its pupils suddenly dilated as its eyes went completely wild. Michael immediately recognized those bloody signs. Such blind frenzy was a terrifying state, seen only in monsters consumed by sheer rage. A frenzied orc was no longer just a weak, low-level beast of rank 4. This fight was about to get incredibly tough. Suddenly, that same madness spread rapidly through the entire pack, and they all charged at him at once. But just then, Michael spotted something highly unusual in their frantic movements. He suddenly understood the exact source of their overwhelming rage. before charging they had. Mourned over their fallen comrades, the very ones he had slaughtered during his last run. It was strange to see monsters mourning their lost kin like a real family. Activating his skills, a sudden flash of anger washed over him as well. They dared to seek vengeance right in front of him. That was a huge mistake. After all, he had lost his own family too, and that old pain fueled his fury. He completely crushed the pack and turned to their chief, asking if this felt absolutely terrible. Watching your loved ones die while standing completely powerless to save them. The absolute audacity pushed the chief over the edge. Summoning his remaining strength, he lunged forward. But Michael already held complete control over the battlefield and calmly drew his blade. Honestly, he was impressed by the creature's desperate struggle to the very end. With one swift stroke, he ended its misery, successfully clearing this stage of the trial. The system acknowledged his cold wisdom, but the challenge was far from over. Michael spun around instantly. He knew there was absolutely no time to waste. His goal was to quickly harvest the souls of the dozen fallen orcs. There were plenty of them, but the trial was already pulling him away as a new portal. The gateway appeared the exact second the final beast fell, still. But just before stepping through, he managed to snatch a few fleeting souls of the orc Edgars. His hunter's dagger skill successfully reached rank 3 after that quick harvest. Additionally, his instant acceleration skill boosted to rank 3+. He then stepped. He stepped into the final zone of the trial, fully expecting a massive, chaotic showdown. Instead, he was surprised to find himself right back on the 6th floor battleground. It was the exact same fortress he had defended just a few hours ago. Holding the fortress was the goal, but Michael spotted a distinct difference. The floor tiles had changed, now crafted from incredibly slick, polished metal. But that made perfect sense, considering how bizarre the previous wisdom test was. Calmly, he opened his system inventory and pulled out a fresh life potion. It promised a 20% boost to physical and magical strength, without hesitating, he downed the liquid, instantly feeling his strength get completely renewed. He stood there a few seconds later, staring blankly at the empty glass container, deciding that littering in the Tower of Trials was not a big deal. He casually tossed the flask right into the dark sea, but right then, whether it was because of his lazy littering or something else entirely, behind his back, a massive wave surged, so colossal that it blew away the metal plates. The deluge rushed toward Michael, who instantly realized that things were about to turn ugly. He quickly activated the exclusive speed effect of his assassin's cloak. His movement speed boosted by 15% for 1 minute, letting him sprint away. Michael figured these trials were just repeating rules that had already been established. That meant his current goal was to find and capture some kind of stronghold. But to do that, he absolutely had to avoid touching the deadly seawater. Luckily, his boosted speed kept him a step ahead of the chasing wave. Or so he hoped, as Michael decided to keep pushing in the same direction. He ran. Suddenly, the slab beneath his boots began to shudder. The moment he leaped to the next platform, a massive wave launched him skyward. Losing his balance, he fell, and the system immediately flagged his contact with water. Touching water on the 6th floor meant his strength, agility, and endurance took a hit. All 3 stats were instantly slashed by 10, a penalty lasting for 3 minutes. Michael had briefly hoped the tiles would remain in a predictable, stable order. He wanted to believe there was still some basic logic left in this brutal tower. Wrong, he was sinking fast, the cold water dragging him right under the surface. Reacting instantly, he triggered his acceleration skill and launched himself off the tiles. He sprinted along the crumbling pathway, ignoring the water splashing all around him. He ran on, but the surrounding danger was only multiplying by the second. One single misstep would plunge him straight into the ocean, sealing his fate forever. Those collapsing tiles would bury him like a tomb. Talk about a terrifying way to go. Survival was a razor-thin margin, so he kept pressing forward until he spotted a sanctuary. A distant stronghold appeared ahead, offering salvation, so he desperately sprinted toward it. The red tile of the destination drew closer, and Michael felt a surge of adrenaline. He was almost there, and the thought of ending this brutal test gave him strength. But right at that moment, the sea around the stronghold began to violently churn. A massive vortex formed, and Michael realized the tower was trying to finish him off. The difficulty was scaling to complete madness, and the tower was actively trying to kill him. He barely dodged the rising tide, and trust me, falling in there means instant death. The stronghold was only a short dash away, and he could finally step on solid ground. He braced himself to leap, but just as he neared the edge, the sea erupted. A massive spinning vortex suddenly blocked his path, catching him completely off guard. Michael couldn't dodge the incoming blast in time, and the water slammed into him. Underwater again, panic set in as he sank, forcing him to find a desperate solution. In a desperate last resort, he began activating every defensive item in his arsenal. First was his wrought iron pendant, which absorbed 10% of all physical damage. Then the soul of the orc chief he had absorbed shielded him before shattering. Gone, the protection shattered 2 more times, leaving Michael completely vulnerable. He knew that without his upgraded stats, he would have been killed instantly. The devastating shockwave had bypassed almost everything, but his shields barely held. Right before the impact could tear him apart, his magical barrier absorbed the blow. This allowed Michael to scramble back onto the pathway, gasping for air on the slabs. It was an incredibly close call, but he survived and kept running forward. No giving up, the aggressive waves kept coming, spinning to block his path. He followed, quickly closing the distance. Suddenly, the active effect of the assassin cloak expired and his speed plummeted. This spelled absolute disaster for Michael, since his mana was already completely drained. If his instant acceleration skill failed him too, he was absolutely done for, so he decided to rely on what he had left, his stored souls. Fortunately, a few orc souls remained in reserve for him to devour. Right then, he consumed one of them. Instantly, his mana surged back, and he felt his strength return. It was just in the nick of time. Massive waves had almost reached him, closing in from multiple angles to launch another brutal assault. But Michael regained his momentum, realizing he was less than 3 meters from the stronghold. Darting across the final path, he prepared to leap onto the red slab. At the end, when an obstacle blocked his path, the last slab rose into the air, blasted upward by a subterranean shockwave that cut off his advance. Witnessing this, Michael felt a jolt of panic because he was rapidly running out of precious time. Turning back was out of the question. Because the deadly water trap was waiting right behind him, he only had one choice. This was a trial to prove he had conquered his doubts. And he knew exactly what to do. Trusting his luck, which is always insane, he kept charging straight into the towering wall of water ahead, piercing through it. He felt a violent current that threatened to rip his body apart. Fortunately, another greedy orc soul shielded him, absorbing all the massive damage and allowing him to break free from the watery trap. Yet he had not anticipated how high the blast would throw him, even though he sailed toward the safe red plate. Falling from this height would be absolutely fatal. Michael cried out, realizing this fall could end in disaster, so he relied completely on his active shields. The slab rushed up to meet him, and he crashed down hard, slightly cracking the surface, just as he hoped. His second-to-last orc soul absorbed the impact, saving his life once more. Michael lay there staring blankly, stunned by how brutal this trial had been. Exhausted, he could not even drag himself to his feet, and the towering waves crashed right over him. Surprisingly, the young warrior did not feel any fear. Suddenly, the system interface flashed with a notification of his success, stating that he had successfully conquered his inner doubts. Instantly, the violent waves stopped spinning, collapsing into a simple vortex of harmless water. Everything poured down over Michael, who breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. As a reward for his breakthrough, he unlocked a high-level wind grace skill. Alongside 15,000 points, another notification popped up showing that rank 2+. Speed boots were sent directly to his inventory as an extra bonus. Then, a glowing portal manifested, and Michael stepped through to return to the 8th floor waiting area. Looking back, he realized just how close he came to complete failure, but somehow he survived. Given his current state, he wanted nothing more than to safely rest on the 8th floor. He knew his luck would eventually run out, and right on cue, a sudden system announcement popped up. It declared an expansion because the total number of challengers passing the 7th floor test had now exceeded 1,000. He read on to discover. He activated the floor system using his points, but more than anything, everyone was desperately waiting for one thing: a permanent return to Earth. To top it off, a new alert confirmed that he was one of the pioneers. Now he could select a special halo, a unique perk reserved only for players holding that rank. Michael noticed the prompt explained how the selection would buff his core stats and abilities. There were exactly 3 options laid out in front of him: ruler, hunter, or monk. Michael knew he needed to study the details before making a final call. The ruler halo offered incredibly balanced buffs, matching his current rank. Without a single flaw, it enhanced every skill, including his most unique traits, while unlocking a powerful feature called skill synthesis. In fact, the Tower of Trials itself practically told him it was the absolute best option. Still, he checked out the Hunter Halo, which focused heavily on raw stat growth and combat potential. Its exclusive feature was a direct level-up system, which honestly sounded perfect for his current setup. The final option, the Monk, relied entirely on raw, natural talent. Michael did not have that, so he instantly skipped it. Now he had to decide between the remaining two, but choosing was incredibly tough. After thinking, he decided to focus on the one with the greatest long-term growth potential. The system quickly locked in his selection, confirming the ruler halo and immediately triggering a massive evolution of his unique trait. 3 tailored options appeared, organized neatly by his current power level, but honestly, Michael did not hesitate for a second, because the very first choice grabbed his attention and sealed the deal. He selected the Summoner effect, which let him absorb lingering spirits to raise fallen allies, specifically powerful undead skeletons. He figured extra muscle would come in handy. Soon, his body began adapting to the sudden rush of power until a final completion alert popped up. The halo was successfully bound. Michael immediately checked his status window to see the upgrades and examine his brand new skill synthesis ability. It allowed him to fuse 2 active skills, forging a completely new power with unique effects. Eager to try it out, Michael opened his collection of 7 skills. He scrolled through, wondering which pair to merge, finally settling on Contempt for the weak and ongoing battle. Both were level 5 and rarely used anyway. He confidently initiated the fusion process. A few moments later, the system pinged to announce the successful combination, revealing a powerful, upgraded ability created from the 2 he had sacrificed. This new skill was Forced Breakthrough, and surprisingly, it was classified as a rank 3 ability. It granted Michael the power to shatter any physical or magical containment, as long as his mana level exceeded his opponent's level. This was an incredibly useful counter to crowd control. Michael realized this move would make future battles a lot less complicated. Thrilled with how the synthesis worked, he immediately wanted to try it one more time. He selected Ranger Training and Fire Resistance next. Since both were level 5, he waited anxiously to see what would. The system did not disappoint him this time around. His brand new skill was called Strong Eye, a rank 4 ability designed to grant him clear visibility. This worked exceptionally well in terrible conditions, and his vision immediately grew sharper. Still, Michael wondered why it was only rank 4. He figured his previous abilities merged much better. It seemed highly likely that skill compatibility played a massive role in how they synthesized. He finally closed his system screens and collapsed onto his bed, completely exhausted. That endless battle took everything out of him. He lay there thinking about his massive jump from Rookie Pioneer to winning the legendary Halo Award. Yet, a strange emptiness lingered, as if these achievements did not require real effort. After tossing and turning, he suddenly bolted upright, telling himself to get back to work. He still had to familiarize himself with the other newly unlocked reward. This was the speed buff earned by clearing the 7th floor. The details showed it granted a plus 10 speed boost upon activation. But there was a catch. Michael could only trigger it 7 times, stacking the speed buff up to 70% before hitting a 24-hour cooldown. Honestly, who wouldn't be completely blinded by a massive speed boost like that? He could easily dodge almost any incoming attack with that kind of haste. Plus, this consumed absolutely 0 mana, making it a perfect tool for his arsenal. Grace of the Wind was basically a flawless ability with no real drawbacks. Next, he opened his inventory to examine his brand new gear. These rank 2 speed boots confirmed his theory about this run. Every single reward from the 7th floor focused heavily on swiftness. He then accessed the main skill store to browse the available options. He saw options like Enhancement, Steadfastness, and Heavy Monster Hide. There were also enchanted weapons and instant acceleration, but honestly, the general selection in this skill store was pretty underwhelming to him. Since he desperately wanted magic utility, he purchased Magic Chain for 15,000 points. He also grabbed magic resistance for 12,000 points. Both were rank 3 abilities, which gave him a decent boost. This resistance protected him from hostile spells, and it scaled beautifully. With both abilities active, he was confident he could withstand heavy attacks. Even a devastating move like Heart Fusion wouldn't take him down anymore. Standard enemy spells wouldn't stand a chance against his new defenses. The magic chain worked by collecting raw mana to maximize his overall efficiency. This significantly optimized his energy, but then, without warning, his body began to burn as the system initiated circuit formation. The process felt pretty intense, but he knew this pain meant growth. These new pathways would permanently expand his overall magic capacity. Then, suddenly, the intense burning sensation vanished, and he managed to sit upright on his mattress again. Standing up, Michael felt incredibly light, as though his body barely had any weight. Not wanting to waste a single second, he prepared to test his limits. He stepped back, staggering slightly into the very center of his room. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly swung his leg with intense force. He aimed a brutal kick straight toward the floor, despite how useless it seemed. He wanted to test how strong his new skills had become, and the sheer impact caught him off guard. The blow surprised him as his mana randomly formed a chain, boosting his physical strength. This upgrade proved to be a great purchase, making him highly satisfied. Michael smiled, knowing those precious points had been incredibly hard to earn. A moment later, he started reading the details on his next ability. It allowed him to summon the dead, their power scaling with his hoarded souls. Now he faced a critical decision that would shape his entire path forward. Should he push on to the next floor or head back down? Meanwhile, some random hunter was desperately putting up a recruitment ad. He needed 2 more teammates and was waiting patiently in Memorial Park. Sitting right where the emergency portal appeared, he found absolutely nobody willing to join. Just then 3 aggressive men walked right up to his bench. They belonged to another party, and their smug leader openly mocked him. Since he couldn't form a squad, they demanded he hand over his entry pass. But the lone hunter had zero intention of sharing his hard-earned pass. He flatly refused, making his stance clear. That is when the heavyset leader stepped closer. He pointed out that despite all the hunters gathered around, nobody wanted his trash team. Since no one would back him up, they would just take the pass by force. He sneered, asking if the guy honestly thought anyone would group up with garbage like him. A few bystanders in the park actually agreed, whispering that he hit the mark. Some nearby hunters even chuckled, agreeing that the bully had made a valid point. Suddenly, everyone froze when a voice asked if he still needed another member. Heads turned instantly to see who dared to speak up in this situation. Michael walked straight toward the lonely hunter sitting on the park bench. He held up his rank 2 license, instantly commanding respect from the crowd. He calmly asked the recruiter if this license was enough to get him in. The recruiter stared in absolute shock, stunned to see such a powerful ally step up. He could only nod silently, but this sudden intervention highly annoyed the bully. The big guy barked out, asking if Michael was blind to the line already waiting. Michael just offered a smug smile, and honestly, that smugness made the bully completely snap. The thug grabbed Michael's shoulder, prompting him to suggest applying to the team directly. The recruiter's name was James, and he held the actual pass to the portal. Michael then warned the thug to back off and let go of him. He told him to remove his hand before he broke it right then and there. Suddenly, Michael released a massive aura that sent chills down the thug's spine. Though his hand kept trembling on Michael's shoulder, he was also ranked 2. Yet he seriously doubted they belonged to the exact same rank right now. His clueless allies assumed this overwhelming power was actually coming from their leader. They cheered, but the terrified leader quickly warned them it wasn't him doing it. Glaring, he claimed he would let this disrespect slide just this one time. As they retreated, he sneered that Michael was lucky the Hunters Association was nearby. Michael paid them no mind, completely ignoring the pathetic excuses they made. Instead, he turned to James, who still looked down on his luck after everything. Deciding to cheer him up, Michael noted they probably wouldn't find anyone else anyway. So they shouldn't waste another second and head straight inside. Entering the portal with just the 2 of them seemed fine, since their combined strength should be enough. But James is not convinced at all. He interjects, questioning if Michael really plans to handle this dungeon alone with him. Michael nods confidently, and soon they step right into the glowing portal, warping deep inside the dungeon. James scans the area with wide eyes, barely able to believe he made it. Inside, it turns out this is his very first portal run, though Michael tells him there is really no need to worry. After all, he can easily handle rank 3 monsters on his own, so James should just relax. But then James asks if Michael did not just admit this was his first time here too. He warns him to listen carefully because their actual lives are on the line. He suddenly asks who Michael thinks has the highest death rate. In these dungeons, rank 4 or rank 2 hunters. James explains that while most people assume a rank 4 hunter dies first, the truth is rank 2 hunters actually die more because they are too overconfident in their skills. That makes their chance of dying incredibly high. It is exactly the same when you are driving a car. The more overconfident the driver, the more likely they will crash. So yeah, this underground is a highly dangerous place, and since Michael stepped in here without a tank or healer, James is deeply worried about his massive ego. Suddenly, James asks if he can take charge as the leader since he knows how dungeons work. Michael sees right through his desire to be in charge, but decides to agree anyway. James bows low, thanking him for his trust. He promises he is only doing this for their safety, and they continue forward. Michael quietly decides to step in if things go south. Before long, they spot their very first dungeon monster, a massive ogre who immediately spots them. James warns that these beasts are known for being highly skilled with different weapons. James says he will draw the beast's full attention to himself, meaning Michael must strike from behind. Michael is actually curious to see how an experienced hunter handles this kind of fight. The ogre lunges right at James, wielding a long sword that looks more like a spear. James draws his own blade but swings way too early, which Michael immediately notices. He keeps swinging wildly at empty air, confusing even the ogre. Michael wonders if they are just testing each other's patience, because if they are, this fight is going to take all day. His return to Earth is limited to 3 days, and at this rate, time will run out. Deciding to act, he readies his shield and draws his sword. Surprising James completely, Michael tells him that he has to step in now, but James protests, shouting that he absolutely cannot do that. He tries to argue it is too dangerous, but Michael already activates instant acceleration. Moving like a flash, he lunges at the ogre and cleanly slices off its head, leaving James utterly paralyzed with shock. His mouth hangs open, stammering to ask what just happened, and Michael answers calmly. He apologizes for ignoring orders, but explains he had to. He had to step in because he was in a bit of a rush, and James said he understood completely. Next, Michael asked if he could throw out another suggestion. Once James agreed, Michael announced he wanted to take the lead from now on. He immediately proved his worth when they crossed paths with the ogres again. James stood frozen. Michael was simply taking down monsters one after another. He fought exactly like he did back on the floors of the Tower of Trials. Suddenly, 2 ogres jumped him from behind, but he sensed the attack instantly. Leaping high, he clung to the dungeon ceiling to throw the beasts off. While they searched for him, he dropped down and drove his sword home, piercing the monster straight through the belly to secure an instant, clean kill. James watched in absolute awe of his temporary partner's insane combat skills. The guy was soloing everything without taking a single scratch. More ogres rushed in, but none of them could even touch him. Michael was putting on a masterclass, showing no mercy to these beasts. He wanted every single one of them dead. James couldn't help but wonder, was he looking at some kind of legendary rookie? Meanwhile, Michael sliced an ogre open. He pulled out a mana stone, its dark energy swirling softly inside. With the right crafting, this would be highly valuable for metallurgy. So Michael harvested every last stone from the fallen monsters. He handed them over, making James his official porter. Then, another ogre lunged. This beast was far quicker and more agile than the rest. It had clearly waited for the perfect moment, hoping Michael would let his guard down. But he guessed wrong. The young warrior reacted with lightning speed to the threat. He ran his blade right through its gut with one precise thrust. The massive creature collapsed to the floor, shaking the entire room with a heavy thud. Debris began raining down right over Michael, but he easily deflected the falling rocks. James stumbled backward, looking completely terrified by the sudden collapse. It was his first time witnessing a dungeon cave-in, and he was shaking. Michael told him to focus, warning that losing concentration here would be fatal. He let out a fake yawn to cover up what he was actually doing. Underneath the act, he was quietly absorbing the souls of his fallen enemies. It added 0.07%. An incredibly tiny amount. He realized that grinding this out would take him forever. Just as he was complaining, a massive portal materialized directly ahead of them, stopping him in his tracks. James gasped, pointing out that they had finally reached the boss room. He honestly never expected to make it this far on his own. With Michael leading the way, clearing this entire place actually felt possible for once. But Michael was completely unbothered by it. He asked if James was ready to face the boss together. James nodded, though he suggested taking a short breather first. Michael shook his head, saying there was no time to waste, and stepped inside. As soon as they crossed, the massive Ogre King rose to his feet. Ready to crush the intruders, a trembling James asked for the plan. Michael replied that he actually needed a moment to think, which got James excited. He assumed the powerful warrior was cooking up a brilliant master plan. He reacted instantly to the situation, forcing his enemies straight onto the defensive. The Ogre King lunged forward to strike first, but Michael just smiled in response. He timed this moment perfectly. The giant beast brandished two heavy weapons in its hands. This allowed the monster to attack and defend simultaneously, but Michael was prepared. With his instant acceleration skill still active, he easily matched the monster's speed. Still, the sheer reaction speed of this massive boss was honestly pretty impressive. Even with that giant frame, the creature moved like lightning, but Michael had a plan. No matter how fast the boss reacted, it still could not escape Michael's lethal rhythm. The beast simply could not outpace him in this deadly dance. Then, in a flash, Michael slipped right behind the giant and swung his sword for a lethal strike. But the monster blocked the blow and whipped its heavy tail around in retaliation. The impact was absolutely massive, sending Michael flying straight back into the jagged rocks. Watching from afar, James gripped his head in pure panic at the brutal sight. He desperately hoped Michael survived that hit, but the odds looked terrible. Fortunately, Michael's damage absorption skill triggered just in time. He got up completely unharmed. Now it was time to play a bit smarter. This was also the perfect opportunity to test some of his freshly acquired skills. The Ogre King stared in disbelief as the human stood back up, unscathed. Michael mocked him, pointing out that his throne was now nothing but rubble. He asked if the beast took that as a bad sign, and somehow the monster actually understood him. Enraged, the boss activated a powerful magical spell. His physical strength skyrocketed instantly, and then things got really weird. Screaming in fury, the giant beast unleashed a blinding purple ray from its mouth. A system alert flashed before Michael's eyes. He was hit by a debuff. The retaliation wave had landed, reducing his movement speed by 25%. But Michael was not about to let a simple speed penalty slow him down. He unleashed his trump card, Force Breakthrough, thanks to his high magic level. The annoying slow effect vanished instantly when the Ogre King realized this. He started looking pretty uneasy. Meanwhile, Michael admired his newly synthesized skill. Honestly, he had some doubts about this skill combination at first. But its overall efficiency was outstanding, completely overriding the boss's magic. Suddenly, a desperate cry cut through the air. It was James. He collapsed to his knees, his body refusing to obey his commands. James begged Michael for help, and Michael realized the boss was behind this. The giant smirked at Michael, silently mocking him, asking what he would do now. Then the beast lunged straight toward James, forcing Michael to move instantly. He bolted after the monster to protect his friend, yelling that he was the real opponent. But the Ogre King ignored him entirely, determined to crush the weaker prey. He wanted a quick kill. Michael watched in horror as the gap widened. The distance between them was simply too far, and he would never make it. Right at that moment, a completely wild and desperate idea flashed through his mind. If he could not reach James himself, he would let someone else do it. He still had one unique, unlocked feature left in his skill arsenal. He summoned the dead directly beside James, and two armored skeletons materialized. Armed with sharp blades, the undead warriors stood ready to shield him. Those summoned warriors stood absolutely zero chance against the massive Ogre King. But Michael knew that. He just needed them to buy him a moment. One split second, that was all the time he needed to cast his Wind Favor skill. His speed instantly boosted by 60%, giving him the perfect opening. He closed the distance in a flash and absolutely shredded the boss. Landing right next to James, Michael was met with a look of pure gratitude. The headless lizard king could no longer hold onto his fading life. As the beast died, Michael immediately stepped forward to absorb its soul. Absorbing the soul permanently boosted all of his stats by 1. He also unlocked the rank 3 Spirit Eye skill to easily predict attacks. Meanwhile, the portal team leader from the association yawned in absolute boredom. Growing tired of waiting, he asked the guard on duty for updates. They shook their heads, meaning it was just another quiet shift. The leader assumed they would have to step in and do the cleanup soon. Normally, their cleanup squad only entered the portal after the main vanguard finished. Their job was simply to take down whatever weak monsters remained inside. He even hoped they might secure a small share of the loot. But his sudden excitement quickly vanished. Cold reality kicked in. Clearing a dungeon that quickly was a feat reserved only for high-rank hunters. But let's be real, what top-tier powerhouse would ever bother with this place? Just as he had that thought, 2 members of the Vanguard team walked out. The guards reported that these guys had actually finished the sweep. The leader froze in shock. This was absolutely impossible. Only 2 people went inside. They should barely be halfway through the gate. There was absolutely no way they cleared the entire dungeon alone. Yet as he looked closer, he realized they were indeed telling the truth. He turned to the gate, wanting to verify it himself. The glowing portal had suddenly turned dull gray, completely losing its color. The gray gate was proof that the boss was dead and gone. While it meant less work, he was still utterly baffled by it. He quickly rushed over, introducing himself as the portal control team leader. James raised an eyebrow, asking if he was here to buy the rights. And if that was the case, he had to talk to the master. The deal had to be made with the guy standing right there. He pointed at Michael, who had cleared the entire dungeon alone. This shocked Mr. Roger even more. He asked if the guy was high-ranked. But Michael calmly replied that he was actually only a rank 2 hunter. That did not matter right now. He wanted to hear their offer. The leader cleared his throat, quickly getting straight to the point. He confirmed that his team wanted to purchase the rights immediately. They offered a staggering sum of 1,200,000,000 won. It was a massive payout, and Michael accepted without hesitation. Meanwhile, Betty was working herself to the bone. Ever since returning from the Tower of Trials, she had been grinding nonstop. Suddenly her phone rang, and she gasped when she saw the caller. Beatrice worked as a supervisor for the applicant control team from the Tower of Trials. Her job was mostly paperwork, drowned in endless piles of documents. Yet she firmly believed that this era would bring massive, revolutionary changes. But recruiting people was proving far harder than expected. Even with applicants hiding their real identities, this was just brutal. She had not even managed to recruit 10 active candidates so far. Worse, every single recruit was only of low-tier rank. That was never going to satisfy upper management, leaving Beatrice highly stressed. Out of nowhere, she suddenly remembered Michael, her old 4th-floor teammate. She wondered how he was holding up these days in the real world. She even caught herself wishing she had made a move much sooner. Right then, her phone started ringing, breaking her train of thought. Staring at the glowing screen, she gasped. It was Michael himself. He did not wait for her to answer, quickly sending a short text instead. If she had made it back to Earth safely, he wanted to meet up. Meanwhile, the young man checked his account, completely stunned by the balance. He had earned almost 1,300,000,000,000 in cash. Feeling absolutely incredible, he already started planning to buy a massive new house. Sitting in the designated cafe, he waited patiently until Beatrice finally arrived. Seeing her running completely out of breath, Michael told her to slow down. But Beatrice immediately complained that he had ignored her text for so long. Did he have any idea how long she had been waiting for his reply? Hearing her speak so passionately, Michael actually blushed quite a bit. He apologized, explaining he was in a rush back in the tower. But Beatrice waved it off, saying she did not hold a grudge against him. Then she asked if he planned to climb up to the higher floors. Michael nodded, explaining that was exactly why he wanted to see her. He needed to join a reliable guild, which is why they met. He laid out his conditions, starting with his right to refuse direct orders. He also demanded absolute freedom regarding any affairs within the tower. Plus, he wanted unrestricted access to all of the guild's private dungeons. Seeing Beatrice sweat buckets, Michael wondered if his demands were too crazy. Beatrice sighed, telling him those conditions were absolutely impossible to fulfill. From any guild's perspective, they would be getting absolutely nothing in return. Michael sighed, admitting that maybe he was asking for far too much. Suddenly he reached out and gently took her hand, locking fingers. Her heart skipped a beat, not daring to guess what this meant. Desperate, she begged him to join her own faction, the White Guild. Then she blurted out something that caught him completely off guard. She promised to do whatever it takes to make his terms work. That wild meeting went down last night, and now he is heading out. Traveling in his own style, he sits right on top of a moving bus. Yesterday was incredibly productive, from clearing dungeons to secure guild deals. But to seal the contract, he still has one final test left. He must clear a rank 2 dungeon completely solo, per Beatrice's request. She asked him yesterday to put on a display of his abilities. That way she could easily convince the guild master and the rest. To accept his terms, Michael immediately caught her real meaning. Not just anyone could access these exclusive guild dungeons, apparently. Only a rising star or outstanding hunter would be allowed inside. That prompted him to request all preparations for a rank 2 dungeon sweep. Shaking Betty's hand, he headed toward another neighborhood. But as the buildings crowded the streets, he decided to stretch his legs. He hopped off the bus and suddenly sprinted directly to his destination. He ran so fast that bystanders were left completely in shock. Within minutes, he reached the destination and approached the guarded portal. Meanwhile, Betty arrived at the scene to confirm their reservation. She told the staff she wanted to register for this raid. The officer approved it immediately, without even checking her guild identification. At that point, he gestured for her to sit and wait since they had an hour. But imagine her complete surprise when Michael showed up a full hour early. He immediately asked Betty if they could just enter the dungeon right now. She was speechless. The girl stood there, deeply lost in thought, while the wind from his sprint kicked up sand across the entire beach. Betty wondered if a simple sprint could really cause such a storm. It shocked her. Michael replied that he simply had nothing better to do. Hearing that, she couldn't help but wonder if this guy was even human. She said all clearance was done, so they could start whenever he was ready. Michael gave a nod, and soon they stepped through the glowing portal. They emerged on the other side, finding themselves in a wide field. Michael asked what they were doing here, while Betty stared ahead silently. Seeing her quiet, Michael told her to speak up if she was in danger. She mentioned that she had a special protective artifact from the guild. The device provided a defensive shield and a weak invisibility effect. She planned to stay far away so she wouldn't draw monster attention. Michael agreed, happy that he could focus entirely on the battle. He quickly activated his spiritual eye, inherited from the Ogre King. Eager to test it, he suddenly sensed a hidden presence nearby. Multiple stealthy enemies were lurking right in front of him, completely unseen. He realized with a jolt that fighting invisible opponents wouldn't be easy. To make matters worse, they were standing in a wide-open field with zero cover. Spotting anything stealthy in this tall grass was going to be difficult. Suddenly, Michael noticed the grass nearby rustling with the sound of footsteps. He braced himself. Get ready, because the enemy is about to strike. Multiple monsters materialized, pouncing on him from every direction. They looked a bit like ogres, but clearly lacked any real intelligence. Betty gasped in surprise, mistaking them for rare poison fish. But their massive level didn't match this low-rank dungeon at all. She screamed for Michael to watch out, warning him they were rank 1. This was an uneven fight, but to her absolute shock, he already took care of them. He crushed almost every monster with his insane strength, the venomous. Fisherman did not even get to land a single toxic strike. Michael was thrilled about it. Meanwhile, Betty stood frozen in shock at the incredible sight. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Suddenly, more fishermen started pouring out in huge numbers from the portal leading to the boss room, but Michael easily blocked them all. Their wild attacks, along with powerful skills, his overall stats were incredibly high. Especially his strength and stamina, the guy just never seemed to tire. He was constantly slaying these beasts as if he worked 24 hours a day, and honestly, he did. Suddenly, a lightning power activated, and Michael realized it was a total rarity that he had completely forgotten. He even possessed the powerful skill. Suddenly, one of those poisonous fishermen snuck up behind his back, aiming to strike him first. But Michael was not having any of that. He instantly grabbed the beast's tail, spun the creature violently through the air, and slammed it into the ground with such force that the monster was taken out. he was completely done. After that, it seemed no more enemies were showing up, but the young man decided to wait. Longer, he wanted Betty to witness his clean work firsthand, so he called her over from where she had been waiting out of the way. Michael added that he had more or less put everything in perfect order so the girl could safely approach. Betty could barely believe her own eyes that he had actually reached the boss portal in under an hour. It was unbelievable, but what really blew her mind was him doing it completely solo against these tough monsters. After all, these toxic fishermen usually required a massive team of top players to defeat. Yet Michael made quick work of them. Honestly, this guy is just built different. He dealt with them like they were mere children, and she quickly realized that this was not even close to the limit of his abilities, leaving her to wonder what the future. Impossible to even imagine. Meanwhile, Michael was busy successfully absorbing souls and constantly boosting his stats. He figured with his current incredibly high-level status that even the boss would be an absolute breeze. He told Betty he was heading straight into the boss room, stepping right through the glowing portal with her following close. Behind, they emerged in a massive forest that clearly felt like boss territory. It felt strange, since they had already traveled quite a distance far, but they had not seen the boss yet. Normally, he appears instantly the moment you trespass. Suddenly, an unexpected assault came crashing down on them from above, forcing them to quickly realize that this dungeon boss was actually proving to be very cunning. He had been waiting for them to approach his designated trap before launching a massive strike from directly above. Danger was everywhere, and yet Michael saw that Betty would not be able to dodge in time. Luckily, he was close enough to instantly grab her and carry her far away from where the boss slammed down. Betty did not even realize what had just happened in that moment, but she felt his strong grip. Meanwhile, the boss immediately activated devastating fire attack, aiming directly at the dodging pair. It released a massive column of roaring blue flames Michael had never seen in his entire life, and it looked incredibly dangerous. Michael kept sprinting fast with Betty in his arms while she pointed frantically at the threat coming from behind. Michael had just 1 second to react before a massive explosion engulfed their entire position. Fortunately, Michael slips away to safety, telling Betty that he hopes she will understand. The two sit together on a massive tree branch, watching the giant fish boss. By now, the creature spots them and crouches down, adopting a lethal combat stance. Michael quietly tells Betty to stay put while he handles the beast alone, but she quickly stops him. She offers to cast her enhancement buff, but he declines. He insists on doing everything completely on his own. Don't worry, he says, I will be right back. Instantly, he leaps straight toward the raging king of the fishermen. As he descends, he carefully maps out his combat strategy. Every second counts right now. He readies his stance, and the moment his boots hit the floor, the ground trembles violently from the impact. Even the giant boss flinches in sheer surprise. Michael activates instant acceleration and his boots exclusive boost. On top of that, he stacks the power of his wind grab skill, multiplying it 7 times to boost his speed by 70%. Now, Michael can easily evade anything. Slipping past any surprise attacks, he lunges at the giant creature. The boss cannot track his movement, completely losing sight of him as he appears right in front. Desperate, the beast blindly swings, guessing that Michael will try to strike from the front. A smart guess, actually, but before the monster can land a blow, Michael triggers his 3 absolute skill. The boss is instantly obliterated. Out of habit, he cleaves the beast's head clean off and looks up at Betty. She has been staring in utter shock. A system notification pops up, confirming the dungeon boss is officially dead. Honestly, Betty is left wondering who the real monster in this room actually is. Michael's overwhelming power is just terrifying. Meanwhile, the young hunter quietly realizes that he might have gone a bit too far with his attack. But whatever, it is done. Once they step out of the portal, Betty confesses that she never expected a rank 2 hunter to possess such insane power. Since he passed her test, he is now free to use any of their guild's dungeons. She then turns away from him, hiding her face, and mutters that she is stepping back. However, she warns that once they enter the Tower of Trials again, the difficulty level they started with will not matter. After all, even those on easy mode will soon face brutal challenges. On the other hand, if a high-difficulty challenger performs poorly, they might actually get demoted to an easier path. Looking at him, Betty concludes that his personal difficulty setting must be Absolute hell. She genuinely hopes the young man will stay extremely cautious in his upcoming trials. She even admits she wants to tag along as long as possible to watch him grow. With that, they part ways. Later that evening, Michael sits on a quiet rooftop, casually munching on a fresh apple. In 5 minutes, he must return to the Tower of Trials. He reflects on how he has been running around like crazy for the past 3 days. Still, because of this, his raw stats and self-confidence have skyrocketed, leaving him incredibly satisfied. Now his time on Earth has officially run out, sending him straight back to where it all began. Honestly, he is actually happy to go back. Something about the brutal trials truly excites him. After resting on his bed for a short while, Michael stands up and he calls out the command to start. Immediately, the system asks if he is ready for the 8th floor test. He gives a firm yes. Then the system prompts him to select an intersection point from 3 choices: tactics, combat, or capture. Michael recalls hearing about these intersection points before, so he is not worried. To boost his necromancy power, he figures he should lock in combat. Next, a notification pops up on his screen. It warns him that every personal trial ahead will now focus on martial skills. Then a sudden message appears. He has just earned the legendary Pioneer title. This next part catches him off guard. He is about to get a private chat with a tower administrator, a rare event he only read about in rumors. Notification announces a consultation is starting with Lord Steelblood, manager of the combat junction. In a flash, a blinding light wraps around him. Michael is suddenly warped away. Not a normal trial. He did not even step through the portal. Looking around the strange new place, a system alert gives him the answer. He has crossed over into the Steelblood world. A freezing winter chill grips the area. Snow clings to a forest littered with thousands of old swords and rusty weapons. Intrigued, Michael decides to scan the environment. He activates his Eye of Truth skill. The information reveals this pocket dimension was built solely for the administrator. It has no rank. No outside force can ever invade this sanctuary, but then a warning flashes before him. The owner of this world is highly annoyed that a mortal is scanning her space. Right behind him, a frozen sword begins to tremble with intense energy. The administrator commands him to stop wasting time and follow the sword. A clear threat, still, Michael decides it is smart to obey her. The floating sword drifts ahead. It moves slowly so he can follow behind safely. They walk through the snowy woods for a while. Finally, the guiding weapon comes to a stop. Michael looks up at his destination. Standing there is a simple, unassuming little cabin. Nothing about it looks special, but he knows this is where he must go. Taking a deep breath, he pushes the door open and steps inside the room. Notification confirms the presence of the Lord of Steelblood, watching him closely. Sitting right in front of him is a remarkably beautiful girl, quite a pleasant surprise. She smiles, telling him he finally made it, and introduces herself as his consultant. He cannot help but stare at this stunning foreign beauty. Yet this delicate-looking girl carries the fierce title of Lord Steelblood. In reality, she is an ancient being holding absolute power inside the tower. Suddenly, she leans in close. She stares deep into his eyes with intense curiosity. She wanted to see this legendary monster up close. Frankly, she likes it. Michael asks if she already knows him. She laughs and says of course she knows everything. However, she admits she only knows about his journey through written reports. It turns out, administrators cannot actually watch any players below the 8th floor. This surprises Michael. Why would a powerful administrator face such limits? Reading his mind, she explains that he has completely misunderstood their actual role. She points out that administrators do not actually run or control the tower. Instead, they are just servants bound to its rules, so he should relax a bit. As long as she follows the tower orders, she has no reason to hurt him. She even offers a playful wink, hoping to put his tense mind at ease. She could not hurt him. That realization alone was a major eye-opener for Michael. Since she was here to counsel him, she offered to answer any question he had. Michael sensed zero hostility, none at all, so he chose to trust her. Besides, she already explained this private counseling was a special perk he had earned. But then a dark and dangerous memory flashed in his mind. He was nearly killed by another floor's challenger back on floor 5. Why did that knight target him? The girl had a very simple answer for that. There were massive benefits for the attacker. After all, they come from advanced worlds. Those players come from places where the tower has actively existed for decades. They already knew his world's tower would eventually merge. Floor 20 shifts individual trials into massive combined battles. This meant he would soon face those veteran, extra-dimensional warriors head-on. Michael did not like that one bit, so he asked a much broader question. He wanted to know the truth. What actually is the Tower of Trials? Suddenly, the girl lowered her eyes. She remained dead silent for a long moment. She quietly admitted that she also wished she knew the answer to that. Unfortunately, she did not possess that level of high-tier information. Michael was stunned. She was the official receptionist, so how could she not know? She explained that administrators were actually just former tower applicants themselves. Those who die after clearing floor 40 get reborn as administrators. Knowing they were just dead players made Michael feel a bit annoyed. He had hoped they knew the secrets of the very top. His biggest hope was finding out where this massive structure finally ends. His dismissive attitude did not please her. She suddenly lunged, grabbing him. She slammed him against the wall, warning him about speaking so lightly of the top. Speaking about the peak of the tower was a massive taboo here. Michael was not shocked by her words, but by her unbelievable physical strength. Her speed was unreal. Seeing his completely calm expression, she asked if he felt fear. Michael casually replied that he did not feel any actual threat of death from her. Besides, counseling was his official perk, but he was not going to stand there passively. He suddenly shattered the wall behind him, blasting backward to break her tight grip. Ready to attack, he reminded her she claimed to be a loyal servant of the tower. While the receptionist was surprised by this reaction, Michael soon realized his error. The receptionist noted that in all her years, she had never seen anyone like him. No applicant had ever managed to completely wreck an administrator's private room. She suddenly added that his reckless actions had convinced her of something. Michael immediately became extremely wary. What she said next completely caught him off guard. This was the very first time he had ever heard of such an option. She offered him a direct patronage pact. Now that is one incredible turn of events. It was highly surprising, and he did not fully understand it yet. Sometime later, he returned to the 8th floor waiting room and collapsed onto the bed. Suddenly, he remembered his new contractor and opened up his exclusive reward store. His patron was the Steel Blood Lord, and there were 3 primary purchase categories. These were skills, raw strength, and items. Michael recalled the receptionist's final words. She simply could not pass up a candidate who possessed both extreme courage and talent. Right then, the system window pops up, asking if he wants to sign a patronage agreement. Of course, Michael agrees, unlocking a brand new exclusive store. As a direct bonus, every single stat of his increases by 1. He also receives some highly valuable COS special points. Michael checks out the strength section of the exclusive shop to look around. He spots 3 options, but trying to scroll further down gets him nowhere. The system blocks him, stating he needs to reach the 10th floor first. Only 3 abilities are unlocked: Purity of Mind, Steel Soul, and Winter King. He clicks on the first one to read the description. It basically lets him keep his head cool, no matter how crazy things get. The Steel Soul ability boosts his weapon masteries by over 2.32 times. The final skill buffs his stats in the freezing cold and stops him shivering. Honestly, the skill descriptions feel vague, a little too vague. At first, Michael wants to save up his points for later. He changes his mind. He buys Purity of Mind right away. Thanks to this passive skill, he can keep calm and make smart decisions. Panic and stress will not break him. Raising his survival odds is the priority. Entering completely unprepared is basically a straight-up death sentence, and he knows it. He might run into another dangerous floor infiltration challenge at any second. The system asks a question: is he ready for the 8th floor trial? Michael accepts. He steps right through the glowing portal. His mission is pure annihilation: defeat a skeleton summoning lick. But as soon as Michael steps through, the sheer crowd of enemies shocks him. They are clearly trying to bury him under an endless wave of bones. Not wanting to waste any time, he decides to start the sweep immediately. Leaping off his high cliff, he drops directly into the middle of the horde. His landing triggers a massive shockwave that instantly turns dozens of skeletons to dust. Then the chaotic melee begins as the remaining monsters throw themselves at him. They carry weapons, looking just like the ones he used to summon himself. Yet Michael effortlessly weaves through their swings without breaking a single sweat. These weaklings are squishy. They cannot scratch his basic defenses. He shatters them like glass, but soon notices the horde is actually growing. To make things worse, each kill barely adds a tiny fraction to his mastery. Just 0.08%, so annoying. Still, he keeps cutting through them, focused on reaching the lick leader. This is useless. Grinding skills here is a waste of time. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes, demanding to know who dares disturb this sanctuary. Michael looks around, trying to pinpoint exactly where the voice is coming from. It is tough to spot him, so he decides to play a trump card. He activates his unique skill, releasing the Call of the Dead. The system confirms he is using stored souls to raise his skeleton army. He summons almost every single soul, keeping just one back for emergencies. Leaving his new minions to handle the mob, he goes straight for the boss's head. To close the distance, he triggers Wind's Grace, stacking the effect 6 times. This instantly boosts his speed by an incredible 60%. These boots give him an instant speed boost. Right ahead, he spots it. A massive castle looms. The boss is definitely waiting inside. Michael finds it pretty wild. Summoning skeletons from that far away is insane. Which is exactly why he has to take this boss down immediately. Michael kicks his speed up another gear, rushing toward his target. The Skeleton King is completely caught off guard. Nobody breaches his sanctuary this fast. He stands on a high castle rooftop, but Michael drops in right before him. Michael lands directly in front of him, and the king sneers at him. He calls him a reckless brat and vows to make him pay dearly. For his utter insolence, he will die. The king summons new monsters. Massive sand golems rise. Michael is actually pretty surprised to see them. He did not know this boss could control sand elements too. This king is clearly too weak to fight solo. He needs bodyguards. Michael just smiles, asking if he has anything stronger in his arsenal. Because if this is all he has, this raid is pretty disappointing. The king is furious. He snarls that his guards will shred him. They will tear this brat apart. Instantly, the golems charge forward. But Michael already activated his instant acceleration skill. In just 3 seconds, he utterly shreds every single golem. The King of the Dead is absolutely stunned. Shock quickly turns to pure terror. Because Michael is already rushing right at him, aiming to end this fight. He swings his heavy sword, landing a brutal blow that drops the boss. A system window pops up. His skill level has increased slightly. Fighting these undead is actually a fantastic way to level up his skills. The fallen king trembles, wondering where on earth this crazy monster came from. To him, Michael is the real monster, killing everything just for fun. Michael casually twirls his weapon, ready to wrap things up. He tells the boss they can finish their fight little by little. He notices the king uses a special book to summon his guards. If that is the trick, maybe he can master this summon skill himself. Michael grins smugly. He suddenly grabs the book and tosses it back. He asks the King of the Dead if he can summon those guards again. The confused boss asks why he would even want him to do that. Michael calmly replies that if he cannot, their little game ends here. The boss panics, protesting that he can easily summon them after they die. He demands to know what Michael wants, but Michael just swings his sword. To save his own skin, the terrified king quickly begins summoning them again. Just a couple of seconds later, the sand golems are fully summoned. They charge at Michael again, but it is completely and utterly useless. In another blink of an eye, Michael easily wipes them out. The King of the Dead desperately asks if he is finally happy now. Michael just shakes his head, telling him they are barely getting started. He demands the boss summon every single living skeleton he has left. He orders him to pour all his remaining power into these guards. The poor boss has absolutely no idea why he is being forced to farm. The boss asks how long this has to go on, but Michael is busy slaying beasts. There is a clear method to his madness. He looks at the King of the Dead and tells him to keep summoning until he says stop. Simple as that, the boss is now spawning giant, high-speed golems by fusing them directly with the skeletons. But this upgrade does not bother Michael at all. He easily shatters them. In fact, these giant monsters are way more useful than those weak skeletons. From earlier, defeating them grants him a solid plus 1.2% boost. For each golem, rapidly pushing his unique trait mastery to 100%. Thanks to this, his rank shoots up, and he immediately feels the massive surge. He grins in satisfaction. His necromancy skill has finally reached level 2. Quite an amazing upgrade. Meanwhile, the exhausted King of the Dead has used up Nearly all his power, he furiously curses Michael, calling him an absolute lunatic, who would make even the devil himself tremble, but Michael only notices that the lick is cracking more with every summon, signaling his end is near. This is pretty bad news because Michael wanted to exploit him a bit longer. The boss spits out his final words, calling this encounter the absolute worst mistake of his entire life. Right after that, Michael swings his blade and takes his head off. Instant system alerts pop up with new achievements and boosted stats. Naturally, he does not forget to absorb the dead lick's soul. Right on cue, the system announces the complete clearance of the 8th floor. He gets a +2 to all stats, 30,000 points, and 1,000 coins. Seconds later, a portal sends him back to the waiting room. A new prompt appears, revealing the system has expanded its functions. Now administrators can watch the trials, and certain restrictions are lifted. Rank 2 skills are unlocked now. Michael quickly opens up his status window to inspect his attributes, which are all at roughly the same level. Next, he checks his unique trait to see the newly added effect. Now when he absorbs someone's skill, he can completely inherit it. On top of that, absorbing the soul of a fallen enemy gives him a 20% chance to instantly acquire one of their skills. The 8th floor turned out to be surprisingly smooth for Michael. But honestly, he should have known better than to let his guard down. He wants to keep using his sword, but his shield skills are lagging behind. Since he has already maxed out his hunter's dagger skill, he urgently needs a replacement, so Michael browses the shop, hoping to buy a strong new ability. Unfortunately, nothing catches his eye. There is absolutely nothing on the shelves better than what he already owns. So he figures if he cannot buy a good skill, he will just create one. He purchases a rank 5 basic swordsmanship manual. It is just a standard skill to boost blade techniques, but he has other plans. His main goal is to upgrade the hunter's dagger through skill synthesis. To do that, he needs a compatible second ingredient for the fusion. He combines these two, hoping for the absolute best synergy. Immediately, the system confirms that the process will focus entirely around the hunter's dagger. He reads the screen and sees a 75% chance of a major rank up. The system confirmed the synthesis, making Michael grin. He had predicted their compatibility perfectly, no doubts left. A brand new skill was finally generated right in front of him. Demon Slayer, a rank 2 skill. Michael was completely shocked. He opened the store menu to study it. It boosted his basic swordsmanship knowledge and tripled his total cutting power. Plus, he got a double speed boost fighting non-humans. It was absolutely perfect for hunting monsters. He was ready. He immediately wanted to combine his other remaining skills as well. After checking their high compatibility, he saw no reason to hesitate. So he merged accelerated regeneration and natural resistance together. This unlocked a brand new passive called Iron Blood Regeneration. Next, he fused his Iron Blood with Pain Intolerance. This gave him Ash Blood rank 1, a native mutant vampire trait. His healing speed was heavily boosted, plus there was more. He could block 40% of incoming damage, absolute cheat code. He couldn't test this passive out in the quiet waiting room. Since the room already had healing, he turned it off. He sold the room healing for 50 points, drew his sword, and took aim. He swung it at her, thinking her shield was down. To test this, he went ahead and sliced himself. He mangled his hand badly, but the healing of the peninsula exceeded his expectations. His wounded arm healed up at absolute lightning speed, truly insane recovery. He was under constant healing now, and that wasn't all. On top of that, his spiritual shield was still working. He checked the community forum, but found nothing of interest. Besides, his remaining time in the safe waiting room was almost up. There was no point in stalling anymore. He made his move. He stepped into the portal to the 9th floor trial. It was a combat trial with a 1-day time limit. The goal was simple: kill all monsters in the arena. Clearing it would reward him with a great new skill. He would gain Beast Instinct, rank 2, but failure meant instant death. But wait, a warning message suddenly popped up from the system. The floor was currently unsafe due to an intruder from Merm. The invader was already stealing kills, but Michael ignored it. He had made up his mind and entered the portal. He saw a pile of dead beasts with the intruder standing right on top. An older man introduced himself as the Merma Union commander, Albert. Right then, Michael received a sudden system notification. The objective had changed. He had to kill the invader now. Albert demanded his name, but Michael asked why he should answer. Albert replied that since he introduced himself, Michael should do the same. He shared his rank and name, yet Michael said nothing. Michael countered that since Albert broke in maliciously, introductions were useless. By introducing himself, but the intruder simply replies that there is a cert. Etiquette between swordsmen, Michael is left speechless, wondering if there are any normal warriors among the applicants from other systems, seeing that the young man has no intention of answering. The stranger draws his sword and strikes. He will not hold back. With those words, he lunges forward and Michael has to admit his opponent is pretty fast. Suddenly, the invader activates a skill that unleashes a fierce hail of sword strikes. In response, our hero activates the Favor of the Wind skill, boosting his speed by 30%. This lets him block every single incoming strike, leaving the attacker completely stunned by his reflexes. This feat, since very few can pull it off, they leap back to regroup and prepare a swift counterattack. The stranger remarks that it seems this dimension actually has a highly skilled warrior after all. He actually apologizes for looking down on him, but Michael does not care about words. He tells the opponent to stop acting like a total hypocrite, because he only came here to kill him and steal his bounty. If he arrived with those intentions, he should stop playing nice because it is absolutely sickening. Michael glares at him with cold fury, ready to strike and kill him. The man simply sighs, saying that coming from different worlds means they will never truly understand each other. He raises his blade and Michael instantly senses that a powerful new technique is coming his way. The stranger calmly tells him to rest in peace because his end is near. Suddenly, the unique blinding property of the enemy's sword light flashes, blinding him for 5 seconds. Michael realizes he is completely blind, which is terrifying since it gives his opponent 5 seconds of free attacks. Thinking fast, Michael activates magic resistance to cut the duration down to just 2.5 seconds. Then he triggers another crucial ability, the spiritual eye, allowing him to perceive incoming attacks even without sight. Thanks to this insane backup plan, he can defend himself perfectly even in total darkness. In the next heartbeat, Michael feels the cold blade near his neck and ducks just in time. He even unlocks a brand new achievement, conquering blindness, boosting all his stats by 2. The blinding debuff is completely shattered. Both fighters leap backward to create some distance. The man is shocked since this kid is the very first Earth challenger to successfully repel his ultimate attack. Meanwhile, Michael's Ash Blood skill activates as he realizes just how incredibly close he came to getting his throat slit. The opponent demands to know how he predicted the sword path, but Michael is done talking. He immediately triggers instant acceleration under his Windgrace buff, boosting his overall speed by 50% and launches himself forward. Michael wants to wipe that fake polite smirk off his face immediately. The swordsman braces himself to defend, bringing the clash back to a dead heat. Their blades collide once more, both searching for a fatal weak point. To pierce the defense, Michael starts using not just his blade, but his entire body. It is a deadly combat style, unlocked from his newest skill. Yet to his complete frustration, this master swordsman still manages to block everything. He's incredibly skilled. Even as Michael throws a follow-up kick, he swung around, aiming to stab him in the leg, but Michael barely managed to dodge. Avoiding the blow, Michael decided to switch tactics, trying out completely different moves. Yet Albert somehow blocked every single lightning-fast strike thrown his way. The old warrior was not lacking in skill compared to the young challenger. He kept deflecting every blow cleanly, leaving no opening for Michael to land a hit. They were dead even, but one massive question remained. Michael had no idea how many tower floors this opponent had cleared. Meanwhile, Albert noticed Michael was using some highly unusual combat techniques. He admitted he was quite puzzled. He never expected to face someone this strong. Despite Michael's massive stature, their base stats were basically identical. Because they were so evenly matched, Albert's expression suddenly turned cold. He warned that he was getting serious from this exact second and immediately swung his arm. Activating his unique skill, Albert blinded Michael for a full 5 minutes. But Michael was ready this time and knew exactly how to counter it. He rapidly activated his magic resistance and spiritual eye skills at once. This cut the blindness duration down to 2.5 minutes, but Albert was already moving. Michael felt the speed of his opponent's strikes ramp up. This sudden change was bad news. Without those defensive skills, he would be dead. He wouldn't even have sensed these incoming slashes, let alone blocked them. Desperate, he triggered his rank 1 raw iron steel defense pendant. This protective charm absorbed 10% of all physical damage he took. It bought him time, but his shield suddenly cracked under the pressure. His steel defense skill triggered right as the blindness finally wore off. Vision restored, Michael stared at his enemy, realizing the man's blinding skill was on cooldown. He couldn't spam that flash. Without wasting a single beat, Michael charged forward. He used absolutely everything at his disposal, relying on raw street brawling tactics. He kicked a rock straight at Albert's face, completely throwing the old man off. Albert casually sliced the incoming stone in half and prepared to strike back. But as he launched his counter, Michael was already gone. He had bolted in the opposite direction, flashing right behind Albert's back. Albert had not anticipated this level of speed at all, leaving him completely staggered. Yet the blow never came. Puzzled, Albert quickly spun around to look. What he saw shocked him. The deep cut on Michael's hand was already closing. The sword wound was healing at a genuinely terrifying rate right before his eyes. Albert admitted he was a decent martial artist, but claimed all his skills were stolen. Michael fired back, pointing out that Albert's powers also came from the tower. Then Michael triggered his Wind Grace's skill to boost his speed to the limit. It gave him a massive 70% speed buff. Albert raised his sword to speak. But he never got the words out as Michael launched a sudden, vicious ambush. Michael was already looming directly over him, putting everything into a brutal punch. Albert was forced to throw up a desperate defense, barely raising his arms in time. He was shaken by how insanely fast this kid had suddenly become. Michael grinned, asking how he felt about dying to a borrowed ability. He drove his blade forward with absolute fury, forcing Albert to block with everything. The old man strained, desperate to survive a pressure he never saw coming. He had heard the floor introduction dozens of times, and this was no different. He easily sliced through opponents from all kinds of different worlds. But he really loved fighting challengers from Earth, mostly because they were weak. Their overall abilities were bottom tier, making them incredibly easy targets. Honestly, those weak Earthlings could never even touch a hair on his head. One single strike was usually all it took, and he expected the same result. But right then, Michael almost took his head off. Albert barely managed to duck. He realized he could not keep playing around, or he would surely lose. Pure rage boiled up inside him, driving him to end this battle quickly. After another fierce exchange, they both backed off to build up power. They prepared themselves for one final, decisive clash, while Michael stood bleeding. Even though Michael took some heavy damage, his wounds healed up almost instantly. Albert was not so lucky, as he was clearly pushing past his physical limits. He was panting heavily when sudden system notifications began to flood the screen. The administrator of the White Crane Sword was openly admiring the young challenger. Meanwhile, the monsters of the North Administrator predicted Albert would lose. Even the Lord of Late Night was showing a sudden interest in him. Albert realized the powerful system administrators were watching this very battle. If he could pull off a quick victory now, massive opportunities awaited him. With that in mind, Albert activated his key sword skill. He followed it up with his one-hit skills and the Nymph Walk. These massive buffs pushed his physical stats to an entirely new level. Even his appearance began to warp as a terrifying new power erupted. But Michael only found this amusing, knowing how he dealt with buffed enemies. Right on cue, a sudden system notification popped up for Albert. It declared a floor implementation penalty, which heavily targeted all his stats. His stats dropped by 8 points, forcibly shutting down his active skills. Luckily, his sword light cooldown had just finished, so he struck again. Michael was already familiar with this and easily predicted the exact moment of impact. The strike came from behind, a desperate attempt to catch him off guard. But thanks to his spirit eye, he sensed the incoming danger at the absolute last second. Simultaneously, Michael activated his 3 absolute skill to enhance his power. He knew exactly where Albert would appear, feeling completely confident in his move. Striking blind is incredibly risky, but he is going all in on this swing. He swung his blade downward, aiming precisely where Albert was bound to materialize. Right then, the unique skill Albert relied on suddenly deactivated early. Both swordsmen stood completely frozen, side by side in the heavy silence. Michael doubled over in pure exhaustion, but a smile touched his face. Albert dropped his weapon, barely managing to keep himself standing for now. But it was over. Michael had cleanly sliced his body right in half. Albert muttered that this could not be happening, but the blow was fatal. In the very next second, his body collapsed, splitting directly on the ground. Michael finally let out a heavy breath, completely drained from using so much mana. Despite the exhaustion, a wave of relief washed over him for surviving. The system congratulated him for clearing the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. Michael smiles. He absorbs Albert's soul, boosting his skill proficiency by quite a margin. 27%. That triggers an immediate shift in his breakthrough rewards. The system says his previous prizes do not match this intense battle. A revision is made. Finally, Michael is rewarded with a rare rank 2 plus 6 sense skill. Add 30,000 points and 1,000 cost to his pocket, a portal opens. That is not all. This skill is far superior to what he was originally promised. But Michael decides to check the details inside the waiting room. He steps forward. Michael heads straight into the portal entrance. Watching administrators express their complete delight at his performance. Michael freezes. He pauses right before the portal to read their comments. He smiles, looking over the glowing notifications. He remembers some old rumors. The system might expand, letting administrators spectate his actions. They are amazed. Michael feels a slight wave of satisfaction. But wait, the mood shifts. He notices a message from the Lord of Steel Blood. She condemns the excessive attention, warning them not to coddle the contractor. She wants him focused, not obsessed. Just then, the White Crane Sword Administrator makes an offer. He offers him an exclusive power. Michael is stunned. He did not know administrators could do this. The Steel Blood Lord grumbles in a disgruntled tone about giving away strength. She mentions that administrators sometimes sponsor forces to win a contractor's favor. White Crane Sword laughingly replies that clashing is inevitable in the future. He adds they will have plenty of chances to clash later on. The Steel Blood Lord warns that such immense power carries heavy burdens. No hesitation, Michael says he will gratefully accept the incredible gift. He speaks with gratitude. He has no reason to doubt this gift. Immediately, the legendary power of Swordmaster Key is added to his store. The White Crane Sword Administrator smiles, urging him to remember this favor. Michael expresses his gratitude and heads back. The system expands once more. Returning to the waiting room, he sees the system has expanded again. He has access to common areas, though he does not understand it yet. Other things occupy his mind. He is curious about something else. Specifically, he wonders if those administrators are watching him in the waiting room. Deciding there is nothing he can do, he opens the exclusive store. He browses his powers. A brand new ability catches his eye immediately. It turns out to be an incredibly high-tier rank 2+ skill. According to the details, this power dramatically improves his overall swordsmanship. It also upgrades his weapon, letting him infuse his mana directly. Using this sword chi is far superior to any normal sword attack. Suddenly, he notices that a second page has unlocked in his shop. Opening it, he sees 3 powerful new skill options waiting directly on the screen. They range from rank 2+ down to rank 1-. The first is Bone Reconstruction, boosting all stats by 2. He also becomes incredibly flexible, perfect for mastering any martial art. Meanwhile, the Steel Blood Sword power allows him to summon a deadly blade. A sword forged of pure mana, then the Hand of Death doubled the punch. Of black magic and necromancy, but these top-tier abilities were anything but cheap, and Michael had only 2,000 coins on hand, so the only skill he could afford right now was Bone Reconstruction, or perhaps that exclusive Swordmaster Chi skill added to his shop by one of the administrators. His initial thought was to save up his coins to buy few powerful skills later on, but then he remembered that terrifying man, Albert, who had invaded his 9th floor. He was a real monster, and to avoid dying at the hands of such lunatics, he needed to start buying more strength immediately. So Michael decided on the Swordmaster Chi and bought the power. For 1,500 coins, once he got it, he realized that while his 3 absolute skill also drew on mana, the feeling was entirely different. If his other skill was like mana bursting into the sword like a sudden wave, then this new Swordmaster Chi felt more like a gentle, steady stream of water flowing down the blade. but after keeping it active for a minute. The system notified him of a 2% increase in his mana consumption. After 2 minutes, that consumption rate jumped by another 4%. It kept scaling up. Michael quickly realized that at this terrifying rate, his mana drain would hit 100% in under 50 minutes. He shut off the skill, realizing he had to manage his mana. Next, he remembered his reward for clearing the 9th floor, the 6th sense skill, and immediately opened the system description to read about it. It was remarkably simple. All of his natural instincts were sharpened beyond human limits. With this 6th sense, he could easily read any complex situation. Michael smiled. This was a seriously useful skill. Then he decided to check out the community boards for any information regarding the common areas. Unsurprisingly, everyone who cleared the 9th floor and got the system upgrade was talking about it. Michael scrolled through the active threads on the forum, noticing tons of players discussing these shared zones, terms of skill sharing, but one specific post from a user really caught his eye. Going by the name Max Level Swordsman, the user claimed a foreigner had just approached him in the common area, offering to exchange skills. Michael realized this was a golden chance to meet other top challengers from all across the globe. He decided there was no time to waste. It was time to explore. With a flash, he teleported to the 10th floor. This shared zone was massive, practically an entire world hidden inside the Tower of Trials. Just then, another challenger stepped into the lobby. Absolutely thrilled by the sight, the newcomer immediately used an information ticket to scan his surroundings, quickly learning the basics of the zone. Determined to make the most of this visit, he marched straight ahead. But he had no idea he was already being targeted by a shady trio who recognized him. They knew exactly who he was. One of the top-ranked hunters from South Korea, a truly elite talent. One of the stalkers grinned, whispering that once they left the safe zone, murder was fully allowed. Korea was about to lose an elite hunter. Meanwhile, their oblivious target kept walking. A young man heads toward the central castle, a girl walking right beside him. Suddenly, his mana consumption rate spikes, and his stats instantly drop by 20%. Worse yet, sudden paralysis begins to lock up his body. It is the cruel effect of a unique skill. He has no idea what just hit him, but a heavy dread settles deep in his chest. Then mocking laughter echoes. He spins to face 3 foreigners. One challenger steps forward, blade drawn, sneering right into the guy's face. He asks if he seriously does not get the situation. The victim realizes the trial is technically over, yet these thugs are still out here looting. Panic sets in, but then a sharp voice screams at them to stop. It is the girl. She bravely calls out their savagery. She threatens to report them. The gang leader just laughs. He does not care at all. Instead, his greedy eyes slowly wander over her face. She is pretty, he sighs with fake annoyance, offering a sick compromise. He will let them go, but only if she does exactly what he says. He demands she strip, right there, promising to reconsider their fate if she does. Hand over all your gear, and maybe one of you gets to walk away. The girl stands completely frozen in utter shock, too horrified to even speak. Seeing her hesitate, the leader reaches out with a disgusting, eager grin. He offers to strip her himself, but before he can even lay a finger on her, a fast shadow approaches their small group. Michael stands with his back turned, intending to just keep moving past them. But the gang leader spots him, throwing a sharp, irritated glare his way. "Hey, Black Robe," he shouts, trying to get a reaction. Michael does not care. The nickname is accurate enough. He pulls back his hood, calmly asking if they are talking to him. The leader nods, realizing Michael is Korean, just like their victims. And Michael does not deny it. He quickly sizes them up, spotting their high power. They are likely strong challengers from China. Instantly, they unleash their skills on him. They hit him with the same debuff that crippled the other guy. But Michael does not even flinch, relying entirely on his own massive stats. He really just wanted a peaceful walk, but some people never learn, do they? Now he has to fight. Michael activates his forceful breakthrough skill. Along with magic resistance, it completely wipes out their dirty tricks. The debuffs vanish instantly. The thugs stare, absolutely speechless with shock. Michael is not stopping. He draws his sword. They started this, not him. As he readies his blade, the gang finally senses the monstrous threat before them. He triggers instant acceleration, moving faster than the eye can track. The 3 try to scramble back, but their reactions are far too slow. In a flash, Michael is right at their throats, pinning two of them instantly. The third barely conjures an ice shield, but Michael is already on him. He swings his blade, determined to shatter the defense with sheer force. Using his enhanced physical strength, he aims to smash it in one hit. The massive frozen barrier, seemingly solid, immediately shatters like fragile glass. It crumbles to dust, leaving the caster staring in absolute, terrified disbelief. Then there was a girl who kept her distance from the foreign applicants, alongside the last surviving guy. This remaining squad member was absolutely terrified, certain that his own death was right around the corner. The moment his defenses shattered, he finally saw the terrifying true nature of his opponent. The desperate survivor screamed at Michael to stop, admitting he was wrong for trying to kill others. He begged for mercy, but Michael responded by coldly driving his weapon forward without hesitation. He thrust his blade straight through the throat, instantly absorbing his life force. Absorbing all three spirits boosted his skill proficiency by 6.4%. As Michael turned to walk away, a sudden voice called out to him from behind. A girl in a nun outfit apologized, saying she really should have helped him out. She admitted the quick battle ended way faster than she ever could have imagined. Michael assured her everything was fine, prompting the girl to smile and say goodbye. The surviving guy also stepped forward, thanking Michael deeply for saving his life. Michael simply replied that he figured those attackers wanted to kill him too. He was merely looking out for his own survival. With that, he turned to walk away. He offered a quick farewell, but the rescued survivor had no plans of letting him leave. Instead, the boy suddenly begged Michael to let him keep the dead challengers' bodies. This highly unusual request surprised Michael, who immediately demanded to know the reason. The guy explained that he desperately wanted to show some proper gratitude. By handing over those bodies, he promised to repay the life-saving debt with new power. Talk about an unexpected deal. This promise of power caught Michael completely off guard. Even though it was completely unplanned, the deal seemed highly beneficial to him. The rescued challenger possessed his own unique gluttony trait. It was quite similar to necromancy. Thanks to her, he devoured the bodies. Michael had no clue what kind of boost that feast actually provided him. To be honest, he did not really care, only wondering if this was the promised reward. If this was indeed the promised power, it certainly looked incredibly impressive to him. But the survivor quickly clarified that the power he promised was entirely different. It was called Steel Wings, newly added to his exclusive store by an administrator. The foodie administrator had delivered it, granting Michael a brand new power. This unique ability allowed him to summon wings on his back and levitate. Michael thanked him, eager to test this new ability back in the waiting room. Suddenly, the White Crane swordmaster warned the gourmet administrator to back off. She told him to stop bothering the specific challenger she had chosen. The Steel Bloodlord was also displeased about others hovering near her contractor. Meanwhile, the Black Devil simply watched the entire situation play out with interest. Michael wondered what kind of loud drama these administrators were causing. Their rivalry was heating up, showing they clearly wanted something from the challengers. Even so, Michael decided he would uncover the absolute truth step by step. For the time being, he chose to follow his newly made companion. His companion explained how the central common area is split into 3 main zones. It featured an arena, an auction house, and a gaming zone. He also revealed that only 3 other dimensions had been successfully uncovered. During this current floor implementation, these dimensions were Ares, Myrm, and Kalon, each harboring its own unique warriors. The fighters from Ares highly prize chivalry, while those from Myrm are quite similar. A bit more aggressive, right here, Michael found himself remembering Arnold. Meanwhile, the players from their world of Kalyan were famous for their diverse races. Elves, fairies, and beastmen. Michael noticed this guy was incredibly knowledgeable. Flashing a genuine, friendly smile right back at him, the man explained he had researched everything in advance, simply exercising his basic right to ask questions. Meanwhile, the two finally stepped into the massive common area. Crowds of applicants kept pouring in. Suddenly, the stranger offered Michael his card, asking him to take it even though he was not a rancher himself. As it turned out, he ran the applicant control team for the Hunter Association. Inside this common area, all negative status effects immediately vanished. Fighting other challengers here was completely impossible. The man suggested Michael head over to the auction house, but wait, Michael had another destination in mind. When the completely surprised man asked where exactly he planned to go, Michael simply smiled and said he was heading straight for the arena. But the moment he arrived, his first impression made him hesitate. The place was bizarre. It looked exactly like a massive gambling den. Crowds of challengers sat around watching others clash. Michael was thoroughly confused about where the actual battles were taking place, seeing only empty chairs and machines. From the looks of it, he just had to sit in one of those chairs. Michael sat down. Right away, a deep sense of relief washed over him. Fighting while sitting down sounded great, even if he did not understand how. Suddenly, the system blinked to life. He had to choose betting or dueling. Naturally, Michael had no clue what that meant, so he asked for help. It turned out that choosing bet let him wager points on other players. If he chose to duel, he could fight other challengers for direct rewards. Once confirmed, the system would display their real names and final rankings. Visible, a match only triggered if both sides risked a skill, power, or item. Additionally, the duel was only allowed if both contenders offered roughly the same level of rewards. Once confirmed, he would finally enter the virtual Coliseum. There, he would be able to face off against his opponent in a duel to the finish. The battle would end the moment someone surrendered. Michael realized these high-stakes rewards were the absolute heart of the arena. Offering unlimited skills and items, he smiled, starting his search for the perfect opponent. He needed a useful skill to track down the right target. Meanwhile, a crowd. But look over there, a crowd was already gathering around a highly famous girl. She was known as the Witch of Hellfire, America's celebrated genius huntress. Catherine Bennett. She sat in her chair, selecting her wager and her next opponent. But absolutely nobody wanted to duel her. She figured it was because her massive win streak terrified everyone, leaving them far too scared to face her. Catherine wished her terrifying win-loss record was completely hidden from public view. Then she could fight more. Her administrator, Fire Lord, laughed, calling it a minor issue, though the frustrated girl did not see it that way. She decided to stop wasting her precious time in an arena full of pathetic cowards. But suddenly, right as she was about to leave her seat, a brand new notification popped up on her screen, requesting a duel from an unknown challenger. This is the first official match for the North Korean contender Michael Nodforth. He entered the arena and immediately picked her as his opponent. It was pretty interesting, and soon the duel was officially confirmed. As they transferred to the Coliseum, they found a massive, spacious arena. Since only Michael was new to this place, the playing field was far from even. Catherine liked his bold attitude, but warned he should have studied his opponent first. As the battle began, the girl immediately activated her fire magic. Michael just stood his ground, casually observing her initial moves. Catherine told him to consider this a learning experience as she unleashed her fire breath. Michael watched with genuine curiosity, never having seen this technique before. Meanwhile, Catherine didn't waste any time and launched her next attack. She fired a massive fireball that left a blazing trail of heat behind it. As the flame closed in, Michael originally planned to simply step aside and dodge. But he quickly realized this flame had a mind of its own. It was literally tracking his movements. With the heat closing in fast, he had to act. Just before the fiery ball could hit him, Michael changed his strategy. Catherine mocked him, telling him to just give up because this was the end. But the young man had an entirely different plan in mind. Activating his new Swordmaster Kai skill, he sliced right through the incoming attack. The fire split cleanly in two, completely shocking Catherine as she realized she underestimated him. This sword Kai was incredibly sharp because it was fueled by pure mana. It was capable of cutting through absolutely anything in its path. Watch this. Looking at her stunned face, she had clearly never seen this before. She was deeply impressed. They faced each other once again in the arena. Catherine waited patiently for the perfect opening to strike back. She knew she had to find a gap in his absolute defense. Suddenly, Michael spoke up, throwing her own words back at her. He promised to give her a real learning experience of her own. Meanwhile, in a quiet, empty temple, a mysterious girl sipped tea. She carefully monitored Michael's movements as he traded blows with Catherine. The administrator was highly impressed by his rapid progress in battle. She certainly didn't expect him to master Kai release so quickly. Sponsoring such a talented warrior was proving to be an excellent investment. If she could win his favor, he might help her fulfill her dream. Back in the arena, Michael easily deflected another incoming fireball. He sliced the flames apart, but Catherine refused to back down. She instantly summoned 3 massive fireballs and launched them from different angles. But Michael had a quick answer for that as well. Using his instant acceleration skill, he dodged the triple attack with ease. However, even in midair, he realized the flames were still tracking him. He had to use his sword Kai once again to defend himself. Slicing the fire cost him 2% of his total mana pool. As he shattered the flame, he noticed the hem of his cloak catching fire. Burning his assassin's cloak was definitely going to be an annoying setback. His cloak gave him speed. Michael realized with horror that its entire effect would be completely lost if it got damaged. He landed right in front of the girl, who once again demanded his surrender to avoid any bloodshed. No way, Michael had absolutely zero intention of agreeing to that. He only cared about how miserable losing an exclusive skill would be. Meanwhile, Catherine was already preparing her next devastating barrage of attacks. This time summoning massive spheres of roaring flame, she openly wondered how long he could last. Watching closely, the administrators followed this intense duel with deep interest. Though their opinions on who would win differed quite a bit, she unleashed the fireballs straight at Michael. He braced himself to deflect them, fully aware of his current disadvantage. She still had mana. It had already been 4 minutes since his limit. His mana consumption had already spiked by 8%. He knew that if the battle dragged on any longer, he would find himself at a severe disadvantage, so Michael decided to boost his strength using his soul absorption ability and sacrificed Albert's soul. Instantly, his overall stats shot up, especially his mana reserves, allowing him to steal one of the man's skills, the rank 1 lightning. Sword Kai let him channel raw, crackling electricity directly through the edge of his blade. Projecting power, Michael wondered if he could launch energy over long distances to strike distant targets. Catherine noticed his split-second hesitation and snapped, asking if he really had the luxury to daydream. In that case, she would force him to focus every bit of his attention on her deadly flames. Michael tensed up as she launched a massive volley of fiery arrows directly at him. They were massive and packed a punch, so he decided it would be better not dodge. Instead, he decided not to waste mana on Sword Kai. The fiery projectiles kept coming, and a few actually grazed his skin, but he easily deflected the rest, batting them away with his blade and bare hands. He did not care about the burns, since his Ash Blood skill immediately activated, healing every injury instantly. Catherine was already preparing another massive spell. But this time, Michael decided it was time to test his brand new power. He did not know if it would work, but hey, nothing beats real-world practice. Lightning strikes. He activated his newly acquired lightning sword Kai. It was absolutely incredible, far exceeding his expectations. With its power, he was able to launch ranged attacks, fueling them with his newly boosted mana. It turned out to be an incredibly devastating counteroffensive. Catherine was forced to deploy a shield just to block the direct impact. She stood stunned by the overwhelming strength. He used to deflect her flaming spears before completely overpowering her. Overwhelmed, she struggled to hold back the onslaught, refusing to yield. Fire was her element, but Michael had already calculated her next move. He predicted her exact reactions and slipped right past her defenses. Suddenly, he was standing directly behind her, his blade pressed against her neck. Catherine had no choice but to surrender, admitting complete defeat in front of everyone. Victory. As a reward, Michael received a rank 2+ storm skill. With the duel officially over, they were both teleported back to the 10th floor lobby. Michael immediately opened his system menu to inspect his newly acquired skill. The description noted it was highly effective for thrusting attacks. He smiled, ready to plan his next move. Swordsmanship, but things worked a bit differently here. Even so, this marked his very first victory, landing him at rank 3 on the local server leaderboards. This was a clear sign to keep pushing forward, prompting him to instantly queue up for another match. The next opponent was rank 11 from Japan, looking every bit the part. But as it turned out, the dude was way better at running his mouth than actually fighting. He mocked Michael, calling the third-ranked Korean player a complete barbarian. Instead of getting upset, Michael just smiled, but that simple, smug grin absolutely enraged the challenger, who demanded to know what was so damn funny. Michael fired right back, calmly explaining that he found the whole situation hilarious, because they were both thinking the exact same thing about each other. Furious, the Japanese fighter immediately lunged forward, thrusting a massive spear right at him. Yet Michael did not even bother blocking, sidestepping the strike effortlessly. He was weak, a predictable strike from Japan's 11th ranked challenger. Felt utterly pathetic to him, then a sudden realization brought a quiet smile to his face. He had simply grown way too strong since this level of match. Felt like absolute child's play, racking up tons of easy rewards was going to be a breeze. Honestly, this arena was turning out to be a total jackpot of new skills. Just a moment later, he effortlessly took down yet another challenger. This time it was Turkey's 10th ranked player. Next came Russia's number 7, who actually put up a decent fight before Michael absolutely wrecked him. Germany's rank 13 was an absolute joke, easily the simplest matchup he had faced yet. He completely crushed him in a matter of seconds. The winning streak kept rolling on, until he unlocked the Dual Master achievement, boosting his strength by 2. Meanwhile, deep in the lands of Myrm, a young warrior sat meditating on a stone. His quiet focus was broken when a direct subordinate arrived with urgent news. The messenger quickly reported that Master Albert had been slain by a challenger from Earth. According to reports, a connection to the Earth dimension had recently opened up, and apparently Master Albert was among the very first to attempt a floor infiltration there to conquer the territory. But as the messenger spoke, a terrifying, blood-curdling roar suddenly echoed through the area. An enormous towering beast appeared, yet the warrior resting on the boulder did not even look at his monstrous new opponent. He simply reached out for his weapon, quietly noting that it had already been 5 years since he stopped climbing to the very top of the Tower of Trials. Then he simply extended his hand toward the distant cliffs. Suddenly, a hidden blade burst from the rocks, flying straight into his waiting grasp. It looked incredibly powerful. Yet the most mind-blowing part was how effortlessly he summoned it. Meanwhile, the massive beast roared once more, preparing to pounce on him, but the sword was already firmly in his grip. In a split second, he launched high into the air, hovering right above the head of the completely baffled beast. The monster tried to snap him up, but he was far too quick for it. With zero effort, he completely evaded the attack, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. He struck the intruder with one flawless, powerful slash, aiming straight for the center of its head, knowing exactly where the creature's weak points lay. The beast instantly collapsed to the ground, unconscious, as he quietly waited. He lingered to make sure it was dead. His servant looked absolutely thrilled, thinking they had effortlessly taken down such a massive spirit beast. The young master's skills were so terrifyingly strong that just watching him gave everyone goosebumps. But the young master simply turned around, ordering his servant to investigate immediately. He needed to know exactly who killed Master Albert, no matter what it took. Quite some time passed before Michael finally returned to the 10th floor waiting room. He collapsed onto the mattress, exhausted after burning through so much energy. He just wanted a quick break. But within seconds, his exhaustion vanished completely, leaving him fully refreshed. That was the true magic of the waiting room. Michael pulled up his status window, eager to see the new abilities he had secured from such an unexpected fight. First on the list was Steel Wings, a neat skill allowing flight by consuming mana. The mere thought of flying made him grin, feeling incredibly grateful to that fallen hunter. But there was a catch: he lacked the coins needed to actually unlock it. So he kept scrolling instead. That was when a brilliant idea struck him. What if he combined the various skills he had won from all those duels? After experimenting with different combinations, he successfully crafted 3 top-tier skills. He was actually shocked at how smoothly the synthesis process went, managing to roll a highly coveted rank 1 skill right off the bat. He scored Shield Counterattack, followed by the rank 2+ secret Shadow Step, and finally Frenzied Sword Play, which also landed at an impressive rank 2+. Michael immediately decided to test the defensive skill first. The results were mind-blowing. With this counter shield active, he figured almost nothing could breach his defense now. Soon after, the portal summoned him for the 10th floor trial. This time, the core theme of the trial was all about cooperation. The group had 3 hours to halt the resurrection of the Lord, who devours darkness. If everyone died or the clock ran out, it was game over, no pressure. But the prize was massive, a rare rank 1+ skill enhancement potion. Right on cue, the other challengers started to materialize. The system sorted them based on their final leaderboard rankings. First to arrive was Kim Hun, currently holding the number 1 spot in all of Korea. He looked incredibly calm. Next was the second-ranked challenger, Martin Lee. Martin seemed friendly enough, then came a mysterious figure known only as Hunter. Right after him, Michael himself stepped out of his glowing portal. The final member was the 6th-ranked challenger on the leaderboard, a guy named Sudi Gano. Once everyone arrived, they received a 30-minute grace period to plan their next moves. The clock had not started yet, giving them a perfect window to coordinate. Michael noticed that Kim Hun and Martin Lee clearly knew each other from before. They nodded in greeting, but Sudi Gano, complete stranger. He had absolutely no connection to them, and he was clearly running his own quiet agenda. Then he pointed straight at Michael and shouted. He accused Michael of being that same killer from the chaotic 4th floor, claiming he was the one who triggered the massive bloodbath among the top ranks. Michael stood completely stunned. He had never seen this guy before, but the pieces were already falling into place. The others asked if they actually crossed paths earlier in the trial, because apparently their first meeting was anything but pleasant. Sudi, of course, plays the classic victim, claiming they really did cross paths back on the 4th floor of the tower. He even adds that Michael is a dangerous hunter who grows stronger by collecting achievements from kills. Meanwhile, Michael finally realizes the truth. The snake standing right before him is the puppet master behind that toxic chat room. Deception is just a daily game to this liar. He loves creating conflict by turning others against each other. He lives to reap the rewards. Sudi only cares about himself. Other people's lives mean absolutely nothing to him. That brutal survival tactic has carried him far, and he now actively unleashes his twisted methods inside the Tower of Trials too. Even the administrator, that lying clown, laughs at Sudi's insane deceptions. His mouth literally tears with laughter. That's the kind of guy Sudi is, and right now, his sole mission is to eliminate Michael from their new team. Seeing that the other members look completely puzzled, Sudi throws more fuel right onto the fire. Michael tries explaining the obvious misunderstanding, but Sudi instantly accuses him of murdering his own partners. Hearing this brutal lie, Michael snaps, demanding to know what the hell Sudi is talking about. Right then, Kim Hyun draws his weapon, warning them that the tower is no place for games. They are going to settle this right now. They will find out who is telling the truth, and the liar gets permanently eliminated. From the team, Michael starts worrying. If things go south, he has to deal with all 3 of them at once. That is the absolute worst case scenario. He has to stop it somehow, but he has no clue how. Then Martin unexpectedly steps in to help, suggesting they all just calm down first. He recalls that Sudi claimed to meet this hunter back on the 4th floor. Since the nickname system only unlocked on the 5th floor, Sudi must know his actual real-world name. It is a pretty simple check, really. If Sudi can name him right now, everything will instantly make sense. You can practically feel the panic hitting Sudi the moment he hears this. Still, the cornered rat refuses to back down and pretends to search his memory, suddenly confidently declaring that the hunter's real name is actually James. Sudi happily assumes there is no way to prove him wrong. Martin then turns to Michael, calling him James and asking for his side of the story. Michael is not even remotely amused, reaching toward his collar. He pulls out his actual, official hunter license directly from his shirt collar. He explains he accidentally brought it along when returning to Earth earlier. Sudi's face completely drops. He instantly realizes he messed up big time. His own lie has been exposed to everyone. Kim Hyun looks on, stating it is clear who gets kicked out now, clutching his heavy battle hammer tighter. Sudi Gano realizes things have taken a fatal turn. Only an absolute miracle can save his scheming skin from this disaster. But suddenly, Michael steps forward and asks the leader to let him handle this. He is furious at being falsely accused of murdering allies. Kim Hyun pauses, staring back at Michael to hear his final decision. He nods, saying that in that case, he and Martin will just stay out of it. Sudi realizes this is his shot. Taking down this trash alone is his only way to survive. The trial was built for 4 people, and losing him makes things way too hard. If they cut him loose now, surviving the rest of this test is basically impossible. Meanwhile, Michael reminds him to start backing up all that big talk. It is time to take responsibility for those funny jokes, but Sudi does not care. Sudi fires back that he does not give a damn, since survival is all that matters. Glaring at Michael, he snaps that he is not the only one carrying special powers. He triggers a hidden technique, and suddenly, creeping swamp vines burst from the ground. The thick stalks wrap around Michael's legs, but he instantly activates a counter skill. His magic resistance completely shatters the vines, leaving him completely free to strike. Michael lunges forward with a deadly swing, and though Sudi panics, he refuses to back down. He is terrified but refuses to lose, knowing he must fight back hard. Sudi hates that Michael possesses such a highly annoying magic resistance skill. Bracing himself, he prepares to defend against Michael's next heavy blow. He conjures a solid magical shield above him, like a classic spell. Kim Hoon warns them to back up, but Martin prefers staying close to the action. Kim tells him to quit whining since being cautious is what keeps them alive. He drags Martin away from the danger zone while Sudi prepares his next strike. Sudi launches another desperate assault, pouring everything he has into this final strike. He summons a swarm of glowing white spheres and fires them straight at Michael. To Michael, though, these projectiles do not look like anything special. He swiftly dodges every single energy ball, never slowing his charge toward the enemy. But as he prepares to counter, he notices Sudi is actually smiling. Even worse, Sudi easily slips away from his punch and begins mockingly laughing at him. Sudi dodges the strike completely and wastes no time throwing out a nasty taunt. He sneers that the hunter has finally become the prey, though Michael is just confused. The warning makes no sense to Michael until he turns around and gasps. Floating right behind him are the exact same glowing spheres he had just avoided. They look highly dangerous. Michael realizes he fell right into a clever trap. Suddenly, the spheres fuse together, forming a massive beam of destructive energy. The torrent of power crashes directly onto Michael, and Sudi bursts out laughing. He celebrates as Michael is buried under the debris, but his joy is incredibly short-lived. Terror washes over his face as the thick dust begins to clear away. The real battlefield is revealed, leaving everyone completely stunned by what they see. It turns out Michael activated a powerful counterattack shield at the absolute last second. It completely shielded him from the blast, plus it absorbs 25% of all damage. That absorbed power is then instantly redirected right back at the attacker. And honestly, who can blame Michael for wanting to test this effect out right now? Sudi is furious, completely unable to process how his attack was blocked so easily. Michael triggers a sudden speed burst, closing the distance in a mere flash. Sudi panics and desperately flips open his magic book to summon another defense. He conjures his spellbook once more, triggering a massive, earth-shaking shockwave. Giant boulders rise to cover his body, creating a barrier against Michael's fist. But a simple wall of stone is not going to stop Michael now. Michael lunged straight toward the massive rocks, aiming to shatter them with his sword Kai. It cracked, the stubborn stone finally split right down the middle. Michael stood ready to finish off Sudagona. Watching this, Martin turned to ask about Michael. But Kim Hoon admitted he had never once seen that name on the high-ranking leaderboards. On Earth, the guy was probably just a normal citizen who somehow grew this strong. Truly impressive, and both seasoned hunters could see the craziest part of it all. Michael had not even unleashed his full strength against Sudagona yet. Kim Hoon even muttered that this mysterious guy might already match his own power level. Martin gasped. He was in total shock at that claim. Remember, Kim Hoon is currently sitting at rank 3 on the global leaderboard. Kim Hoon just shrugged. Maybe the system simply underestimated Michael from the start. That usually happens during team trials, where ranks get dragged down by weaker teammates. Ranks are often skewed when everyone shares a single mission grade. He didn't care. Michael wasn't even slightly bothered by any of that. He just focused on doing what he does best, shredding Sudagona's spellbook right before their eyes. The strike grazed Sudagona's arm, sending a wave of burning agony through him. But Michael didn't stop. He stepped forward, leveling his blade right at him. Sudagona fell to his knees, clutching his arm to squeeze the burning pain away. Kim Hoon was surprised that Michael chose to spare him instead of ending it. He crushed the guy's pride effortlessly, as if it cost him absolutely nothing. Stop, Sudagona desperately begged him, shouting that his death would doom them all. The system chose 4 players, meaning they might need everyone to survive the trial. He asked if Michael truly believed the tower would hand out such an easy trial. One that 3 challengers could easily clear without losing a single teammate. Michael paused to think, looking back at Kim Hoon and Martin watching the fight. "We won't interfere," Kim Hoon yelled. They would just watch. Michael was free to make whatever choice he believed was best. While Michael pondered his next move, Sudagona saw a golden opportunity to strike back. He suddenly drew a concealed blade and lunged, but Michael was already tracking him. It was weak, but getting stabbed in the back thoroughly pissed him off. And trust me, you do not want to see him angry. His blade pierced straight through Sudagona's head, splitting it clean in two. Somehow the villain survived. He leaped backward as a strange light flared around him. A bright pink aura erupted around Sudagona as he triggered a secret trump card. His unique deception skill activated, instantly boosting all stats by 10. He screamed that he wanted to save this card, but now he would end Michael. He ignored it. Michael didn't care about the rant and braced himself. He raised his defenses, ready for whatever the desperate man was about to throw. Raising his shield, he blocked a heavy blow from Sudagona, but missed the trap. Slithering purple chains bypassed the front shield completely, snaking high up into the air. They curled around the defense, aiming directly at Michael's blind spot from behind. They lunged like hungry vipers, but the boy's sharp sixth sense flared in time. He sensed it. Michael immediately triggered his secret windgrice skill. His movement speed surged by 40%, letting him easily dodge the deadly chains. Shield raised high, Michael closed the distance once more, ready to end this game. He realizes too late that crossing a monster like Michael is a death sentence. Sudi screams out in absolute despair, realizing this monster is going to end him. There is no escaping this fate, and that is when Michael activates his defense. The shield instantly unleashes all that stored damage. Completely caught off guard, the enemy has zero time to block the incoming blow. Michael's strike hits hard. Seconds later, he is already collecting some sweet new loot. He claims Sudi's gear, taking a special liking to a rare vampire count tuxedo. This high-minus rank outfit pairs nicely with a bloody celestial demonic sword. Stashing the rank 1+ weapon away, he notes these will be useful later. Just as he finishes up, Kim and Martin leap down to join him. They had been watching the quick execution from the cliffside above. Martin praises his clean victory, while Kim points out their path is finally clear. No more delays, the group quickly pushes forward. Only 10 minutes remain before the official trial begins, so preparation is key. Along the path, they encounter a massive, imposing statue of a mounted rider. The stone figure feels strangely eerie, making Martin wonder if it might wake up. In a deadly place like the Tower of Trials, that is a very real possibility. Michael silently agrees, something here feels very wrong. For starters, this mysterious stone rider is wearing an ancient regal crown. More importantly, a subtle black mist is slowly drifting off the armor. The others miss it completely, and even Michael brushes it off for now. And trust me, ignoring a dark sign like that never ends well. Shaking it off, the group finally arrives at their destination chamber. Martin gasps at the bizarre, ancient relics decorating the massive hall. Kim notes they made it, but something else immediately draws their attention. Giant warrior statues tower over them, looking incredibly hostile. Martin admits he has a terrible feeling about this setup, and nobody disagrees. Right in the center sits an empty throne, draped in hollow, haunting armor. Suddenly, a flashing system alert warns them that their grace period has expired. The legendary Dark Guardian squad is officially waking up to greet them. Their mission is simple: stop the resurrection of the terrible darkness eating overlord. Right on cue, one giant stone knight begins to stir. This ancient, heavily armored knight suddenly steps forward, radiating an oppressive and terrifying aura. One by one, the rest of the stone figures begin to move. They leap down toward the trio with crushing force, ready for a bloodbath. Kim actually smiles, welcoming the chance to finally stretch his stiff limbs in a real fight. Michael calls out, pointing toward a specific guard standing right in front of them. He warns Kim that this particular enemy is carrying the key target on its back. They have to stop that target from reaching the Lord. Kim nods in agreement, eagerly stepping forward to intercept and crush the monster. It is a straightforward plan, as they only need to take down one guardian each. The stone knights strike, but our heroes are already in position to strike back. Dodging the first swing, Michael decides to end this skirmish as quickly as possible. He channels his powerful sword Kai, aiming to finish the beast in one strike. Slipping past the giant blade, he slides right behind his enemy for a clean hit. He never expected these stone statues to wield mana and channel energy flows. Even worse, the enemy struck right back and actually blocked his own attack. Leaping backward, Michael quickly started analyzing his foe, sticking to his usual routine. But to his utter shock, the stone warrior possessed real Kai energy. Using it just now meant these constructs were far from simple. With things getting intense, Michael wondered how his allies were holding up. Turns out, not great. Kim noticed his opponent was copying his exact moves. Suddenly, a massive explosion tore through the area right between them. The warrior fighting Kim triggered it, charging straight toward the Dark Lord's armor. The monster clearly intended to bring the ancient overlord back to life. He almost reached the armor before a sudden strike caught him from the flank. The Dark Guardian blocked it with his halberd, but the delay was costly. That suited Kim perfectly. He was the one who initiated this surprise assault. Unwilling to let the enemy succeed, Kim unleashed another devastating move. He realized these stone soldiers were just as strong as the boss itself. Quickly, he shouted to the team, warning them to stay alert. "Do not let your guard down," then Martin's voice echoed nearby. He casually pointed out that Kim left himself wide open. Martin sighed with disappointment, complaining that his hat just did not look good. Throwing it aside, he glared at the dark guard standing before him. Forcing him to wear that ugly thing was a mistake they would pay for. With a grim look, he drew his bow, revealing his true weapon. He let loose a shot that tore through the air with terrifying speed. It struck with perfect accuracy, but the guard refused to go down. The stony soldier charged straight toward Martin, preparing a counter-strike. Martin braced himself, but he held a massive advantage in this clash. Getting close is usually a wizard's downfall, making the enemy confident. Martin smirked. That tactic only works against your average, squishy spellcaster. And Martin was anything but ordinary. He instantly summoned a new weapon. Materializing right in his hands was a massive, terrifying scythe of death. Michael watched in awe, and honestly, who wouldn't be hyped by this? Seeing his allies go all out got his own blood pumping. He could not afford to fall behind now. Ducking, he avoided a strike. His opponent fought with absolute confidence, easily matching boss-level strength. Still, Michael refused to let the guard control this battle for long. Flinging a volley of sharp stones, he prepared his next skill. Activating Windgrace boosted his overall movement speed by 50%. Instead of fighting, he dashed right past the guards toward the Overlord's throne. Instantly, he triggered a secret rank 2+ skill called Shadow Walk. This temporarily tripled his physical strength, prepping him for a massive strike. He stacked his frenetic swordplay, boosting attack speed by 10%. Finally, he ignited his decisive Swordmaster Kai. With every buff active, he lunged straight for the Overlord's head. This overwhelming force allowed him to completely obliterate his target. Seeing the opening, Kim Hyun quickly backed him up with a depth bomb. At that exact moment, the guard Kim was fighting dropped his weapon under the immense pressure. The force pierced right through his body, even though he was just a stone statue. Kim's devastating strike had a massive impact. Meanwhile, the Lord's head, which the guard was carrying back to the armor, was already badly damaged. It did not shattered completely. Luckily, they still had one last team member ready. Martin was already rushing forward, determined to make his next strike the decisive blow. He spun his weapon in all directions, simultaneously fending off rapid attacks and striking back with absolute precision. Then he leapt high, aiming for the head. He wanted to crush it, the guard carrying the head on his back. Tried desperately to block the hit but failed. Martin's scythe sliced right behind his back, splitting the Lord's head in half and making resurrection entirely impossible. The guard roared. This was a catastrophic failure for their entire plan. The rest of the guards immediately panicked, fleeing the battlefield as fast as possible. The group just watched them retreat. Kim suggested they wrap things up as well, and the others agreed, but chasing those fleeing guards was a huge mistake. It was a mistake. The boys had completely overlooked one crucial detail. Michael suddenly caught a strange noise echoing toward them, like a horse galloping. Right then, one of the retreating guards stopped in his tracks and knelt. He slung his halberd on his back. The other guards immediately knelt too, lining up to create a physical springboard for their incoming ally. The boys understood exactly why a second later, as a rider vaulted over. It was the giant knight from the entrance, flying straight toward the armor. The situation was dire. The knight held another head, intending to complete the resurrection. He wanted to combine it with Vladimir's armor. Kim rushed after him instantly. But it was useless because the knight was already too close to the target. Michael quickly realized that chasing him on foot was a completely lost cause. This was bad. The rider leapt off his mount midair, aiming for the armor. He was about to put the Lord's head in place. Out of options, Michael gathered his remaining strength, deciding his only shot was to throw his weapon. He unleashed all his speed into a desperate throw, hoping to knock the head away. He threw his sword with all his power, aiming right for the guard's hands. His weapon flew, packed with raw energy, but would it make it in time? The knight was already putting the head onto the empty collar of the armor. There were mere inches left. Suddenly, Michael's thrown sword caught up to him. The heavy blade struck, violently stopping the knight from completing the resurrection. The crown flew off, and the Lord's head slipped right out of his grasp. The giant guard staggered, completely caught off guard. He stood there in total disbelief. That his ultimate goal had just been thwarted, but it wasn't over. Suddenly, the Guardian screamed. His scream was eerie, sending shivers down their spines. Something bad was coming. Martin managed to shout a quick compliment to Michael, praising him for buying them a little more time before the head reset. Michael was just as shocked as the guard that his strike actually hit. He had thrown the sword purely on instinct, with zero time to aim. But the horror resumed as the guard snatched up the fallen crown again. He placed the crown onto his own head, instantly changing the entire game. He was thrilled they failed the quest. Right then, the guard draws his weapon and he screams wildly. Then he drives his spear straight through his own head. The guys are. They are completely stunned, but they quickly realize his terrifying plan. The Guardian is sacrificing himself. He kept the crown firmly on, preparing to decapitate himself. His plan is to drop his severed head straight into the Lord's empty armor. Meanwhile, the boys are. They dash forward to stop this madness, but it is already too late. He raises his weapon. His head flies off. All three challengers leap high. They swing in a massive combined strike, but the Guardian is closer than ever to reviving his master as his severed head finally makes contact with the cold armor. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupts, sending the three boys flying backward. As the thick smoke from the blast begins to clear, a terrifying new system notification pops up. The resurrection conditions are officially met. It actually happened. The Overlord of Darkness has risen. Honestly, I would be sweating bullets too. Michael is the very first to spot the terrifying new alert popping up on his screen. It is an emergency quest to eliminate the newly awakened Overlord. The system warns that all normal attacks are completely useless. Only players with stats superior to the Overlord can deal any real damage. This completely blindsides them. No one has ever heard of monsters using system power. Meanwhile, the Overlord summons his massive sword, glowing with an ominous red light. Dark crimson aura blazes around the massive blade as the monster demonstrates his sheer dominance. He thrusts the blade directly where they stand, forcing everyone to scatter. Michael grits his teeth. This is completely unfair if they cannot hurt him. There is absolutely no way to defeat this god-tier monstrosity. This beast practically uses player system rules against them. The Overlord slashes down with his massive sword, and Michael barely rolls away in time. But the shockwave still clips him. This is the price for failing their quest. But wait, Michael is not done yet. A crazy idea sparks in his head. It is a wild gamble, but he decides to bet everything on it in this exact moment. Kim and Martin rush over to his side, checking if he can still move. They desperately need a strategy, so Kim suggests they wipe out the remaining guards first. But Michael has other plans. He asks his teammates to keep the beast busy. He claims he has found a brilliant loophole that will secure them a victory against all odds. All he needs is a few short seconds before he jumps back into the fight. Kim is highly skeptical, and let's be real, who wouldn't be in this situation? Michael just smiles. There is indeed a secret way to kill this terrifying boss. Kim is left speechless. How is that possible with their current low levels? But he trusts his friend. He agrees to back him up and buy some precious time. He warns Michael to make it fast. They cannot hold off this monster forever. No room for mistakes here, so Michael quickly nods and agrees to the desperate plan. Kim and Martin charge directly at the Overlord, despite having no solid plan. They just need to keep the boss distracted, giving Michael the precious opening he desperately needs. Smiling, Michael turns his attention directly toward the three remaining elite guards. It is time for all of them to play a very interesting and deadly little game together. Meanwhile, Kim readies his massive warhammer, eager to test the boss's limits. He unleashes his signature depth bomb skill, slamming it straight into the Overlord. The beast was blasted with immense power, but before any real damage landed. The strike was forcefully cancelled, as expected, their combined effort. Did absolutely nothing to him. Left with no choice, the group backed away to wait for their moment. But the Overlord suddenly launched a counterattack, unleashing his dreaded greatness power. A system warning popped up, stating they must immediately show absolute respect to the Grand Overlord, warning that absolutely any action defying this command be completely blocked. The Overlord struck, forcing Kim and Martin to their knees. Rendered completely helpless, their bodies frozen in absolute shock, Kim quickly triggered magic resistance, partially freeing his stiff limbs and finally move. Dragging himself up, the brave boy stood tall only to suddenly realize the Lord was already swinging his massive blade, leaving them mere seconds. To make matters worse, Martin remained completely frozen, forcing Kim to think incredibly fast for their survival. He grabbed his friend by the cloak and dove aside, rolling over him to protect Martin completely from the incoming blow, but unfortunately the Overlord's heavy hit found its mark, and Kim felt a blinding pain rip through his back. Martin panicked, knowing his strong friend rarely ever let anyone injure him. He quickly rushed forward and threw an arm around Kim's neck, trying to hold his heavy weight up to prevent him from collapsing onto the cold ground, but it was all in vain because the Overlord was already preparing to strike the two of them down. His massive dark blade hovered directly over the young warriors' heads, threatening to end them. They braced for the absolute worst when a grand shield suddenly blocked the heavy blow. Michael arrived just in time, raising his counterattack shield to protect his allies. He offered a heartfelt, quick apology to both Martin and Kim for being arriving a bit late, leaving the stunned duo completely speechless in that terrifying moment. They only knew that this man had just saved their lives with some. And trust me, his next battle move was pure genius. He secretly and discreetly activated one of his necromancy skills, calling upon the guardian spirits to boost his strength by 4, dexterity by 3, and stamina also by 3. With 6 extra mana and 4 more resilience, his combat stats surged beautifully, allowing him to unleash his shield. Immediately, he channeled all of that absorbed damage right back at the darkness-devouring Lord, combining it with his epic swordmaster Kai power. But he wasn't done yet. In a flash, Michael activated a brand new skill called Lightning Sword Kai. This incredible technique made his massive sword resemble a lord's weapon, letting him strike fiercely with pure, concentrated aura. He poured the absolute limit of his strength into this single strike, fully knowing he might pass out from sheer exhaustion. Still, the blow was exceptionally effective, catching the boss off guard. Michael watched as his attack landed perfectly and breathed a huge sigh of relief because the dangerous Overlord had not triggered any defense. This meant they actually had a real shot at winning. Suddenly, the Overlord roared furiously. He activated his Lord Majesty power once more, causing Michael's entire body to freeze up. The warrior felt paralyzed, unable to budge. Luckily, he had the perfect counters ready in his arsenal. He triggered forceful breakthrough and magic resistance, successfully shattering the paralyzing hold, right at this very critical moment of battle. His magic resistance, magic chain, and forceful breakthrough skills leveled up. Rank 1, Rank 2. Michael then activates his counterattack shield once again. He leaps right at the Overlord with another strike, though things look incredibly strange. This battle is highly dangerous, but Michael does not seem worried. He is not confused. Instead, a wild laugh escapes his lips. He knows it is because his victory is finally within arm's reach. His deep desire for power burns like wildfire, catching the attention of Kim Hyun and Martin. Martin remarks that this challenger is a complete beast in combat. Kim Hyun agrees, saying they should congratulate him regardless. After all, the #1 spot in the rankings now belongs to Michael. Meanwhile, Michael's shield finishes recharging and reaches its peak. It absorbs maximum damage, and the young warrior senses his golden opportunity. This is the exact moment to strike, and trust me, it gets wild. Shrinking the shield's barrier will condense the energy, so he does just that. He unleashes the stored power as a deadly laser beam. The beast did not expect his armor to fail so easily. Forced to dodge, he barely saves his head by taking it on the shoulder. Instantly, Michael is rushing back in to press the advantage. He triggers Windgrace, boosting his overall speed to 70%. Then comes the furious swordplay skill, cranking his attack speed even higher. It jumps by another 10% as a flashing blade approaches the Overlord. With one swift, clean motion, Michael takes the monster's head off. Watching from the shadows, the Steel Blood Lord smiles to herself. She feels incredibly fortunate that this rapidly growing challenger is under her contract. Most climbers are overly cautious, taking zero risks to survive. But Michael Nodforth is a rare breed, a truly valuable talent. He is unlike anyone from other dimensions, but there is a catch. Other tower administrators will soon notice him and try to steal him. She must build a tighter bond with him before anyone else can. She has personal motives too, holding onto a deep wish of her own. Back in the arena, the Lord of Devouring Darkness lies defeated. The system formally announces the victory, though the severed head speaks for itself. A rank 1 skill boost potion is added to his inventory as a reward. He is also awarded 60,000 points and 2,000 costs. Then the system alerts him of another massive accomplishment. Michael has made a massive contribution to the special assignment. This nets him an extra 10,000 points and 1,500 costs. Honestly, he thinks the massive rewards are well worth the insane struggle. Martin looks incredibly confused and asks how Michael even managed to pull this off. Michael simply smiles, replying that he had the perfect skill for the job. Kim Hyun admits he is highly impressed, suggesting they become official friends. He sends over a quick friend request to stay in touch. He suggests they catch up in private chat after they patch themselves up. They definitely need some time to heal after going through such a brutal ordeal. Over 1,000 challengers successfully clear the 10th floor. Because of this, the system begins a massive new dimension expansion. Dimensional travel was officially unlocked, opening up brand new worlds to them. Michael figured James was talking about those two worlds, Ares and Muram, he mentioned. Suddenly, the system reported that the administrator's observation area had expanded. His intervention area grew too, and communication in the waiting room unlocked. Plus, a special contract and moving to his personal domain became possible. But there was a catch: he could only sign this contract once. After that, future deals would be heavily limited. Honestly, Michael knew he couldn't wrap his head around these complex schemes. So he decided to focus on his rewards from the 10th floor first. He had a pretty massive prize waiting for clearing that tough challenge. The description said he could boost any single skill by 20%. He immediately accepted the offer and picked his target. Michael wanted to upgrade Favor of the Wind, his highest minus rank. Thanks to a potion, his mastery over it had reached absolute perfection. The skill evolved to Supreme, unlocking a pretty interesting secondary effect. It would constantly drain just 1% of his total magic power. This passive drain replaced the need to recharge the skill once it peaked. Next was Absorption. Michael started with the Overlord spirit that devours darkness. He absorbed it to pump up his core attributes. His strength went up by 5, agility and endurance by 4, and mana by 7, with stamina gaining 5 points too, and then a surprise. He also absorbed high minus rank mana management. Once he read the description, Michael realized something absolutely massive. Almost all of his prior mana restrictions were completely wiped away. He could control magic like a complete natural. But he couldn't just stand around celebrating. Suddenly, he received invitations from 2 administrators at the exact same time. They came from the Lord of Steel Blood and the White Crane Sword. In the end, he accepted the Steel Blood Lord's invite and got teleported. He arrived instantly in her domain, spotting her familiar cozy hut. Seeing a light burning inside, Michael headed straight for the door. A second later, the girl stepped outside, wearing only a light dress. She walked over and laughed, teasing that she knew he'd choose her. She basically bragged that she had won their argument because of him. Hearing that, Michael finally realized why both invitations had been sent. She fell into step beside him, and they walked together as he asked if she felt cold, but the girl quickly shook her head. Michael then mentioned getting his mana control skill completely by accident. He asked if she knew anything about it, and she looked intrigued. Realizing he had a pretty powerful skill, she told him to use it. She wanted him to maximize his magic power, and Michael did just that. Suddenly, an incredible power surged through his entire body, so intense that it actually became painful, prompting a brand new system alert. His rank 3 magic chain skill was forcibly upgraded by mana control. Michael felt his physical capabilities multiply several times over. Out of nowhere, he wanted to test his strength, swinging his fist straight into the ground barehanded. The Lord covered her eyes quickly from the flying snow. But right then, a pretty awkward situation caught them both completely off guard. The insane gust of wind from Michael's punch literally ripped the dress right off her. It sent the fabric flying straight toward the small cabin, leaving him completely frozen in pure shock. Seeing her completely naked was a shocking surprise he definitely did not expect at all. Soon they were sitting inside the cabin, and she admitted she never expected this. There was simply no way to tell Michael was capable of such raw power. He quickly stammered it was a complete misunderstanding, but the receptionist already understood everything herself. She only smiled warmly and suggested he try activating his skills with mana control. Michael nodded back, asking why she had called him here. She only smiled back at him, keeping her true purpose of calling him there a mystery. She explained that expanding the system ensures administrators seriously train their chosen candidates. Naturally, Michael stood there, completely lost and confused. She snapped her fingers and told him he would figure everything out very soon. Suddenly, a system notification flared. The Lord of Steel Blood was transferring power. She sent it directly, using the interference zone. The sheer force of the highest minus-rank Steel Blood sword carved into his soul. Feeling the sudden rush, Michael asked why she hadn't done this sooner. She shook her head, explaining that the option simply wasn't available until now. She also mentioned his additional contacts were finally unlocked. He could choose any new administrator he wanted, but she was helping him first. She saw him as a massive opportunity, though he still didn't quite understand why. She explained administrators get rewards when candidates develop. Yet that wasn't the final goal, since everyone invests in contenders to fulfill deeper wishes. It was pretty obvious she had much more to say to him. But Michael suddenly started getting flooded with messages from the White Crane Sword. Seeing his clear distraction, she decided to wrap up her long explanation on the spot. Besides, she had already successfully handed over the massive power she promised him. Michael gave her a grateful nod and accepted the incoming invitation. Stepping into the quiet woods, he found a perfect clearing to practice. He looked around. This spot was absolutely perfect. Naturally, he couldn't resist testing out the new skill his administrator just gifted him. Just as he hoped, his overall skill mastery surged due to his improved mana control. It felt completely incredible, so Michael decided to upgrade his special sword Kai next. But to his absolute surprise, the weapon refused to activate. Pretty weird, right? After all, he really wanted to boost his lightning sword Kai. He hoped the powerful swordmaster Kai would easily elevate his lightning skill to new heights. He couldn't find an answer, suspecting it was because Swordmaster Kai was a power. Suddenly, a system notification flashed that the White Crane administrator was expecting his visit. His training session had to wait due to this sudden summon. Putting it on hold, he assumed this administrator would be quite old. Judging by the title of administrator, he assumed they would be as ancient as Albert. Instead, he was shocked to find a very young girl sitting on the tatami. She calmly introduced herself as the administrator of the White Crane Sword. She tells him she has been waiting a really long time for him to finally appear. Michael is still reeling from the shock of seeing a teenage girl sitting right in front of him. He admits it is pretty surprising to actually meet this legendary administrator in person. Until now, they had only ever communicated through static system screens. The young girl smiles sweetly, saying she totally gets it and offers to take their chat elsewhere. Sitting down, Michael suddenly feels incredibly refreshed. He looks back at the young girl whose name is Angela. She reveals that she has been watching him this whole time, right from his very first deadly duel. Michael asks if she really lent her powers to a random challenger on a screen. But Angela tells him he needs to start realizing his own true worth. After all, not just anyone can take down a monstrous opponent like Albert. Then she drops a massive bomb. He has to trust her because she was actually the one who had been bound to Albert in a past contract. Naturally, Michael wonders if she holds a grudge, considering he put an end to her former contractor. But Angela shrugs it off. No need to make things tense here. Albert was just a decent prospect to her. Over her long life, she has partnered with countless warriors, but none of them ever earned an invitation into her private domain. Not until she met him, Michael Nodforth. Now things get real serious. She looks him in the eye and tells him straight she wants to sign a special supplementary contract with him. Michael immediately asks what kind of extra benefits he gets from this deal. The girl replies that she can make him her official apostle of the White Crane's Sword, that is a highly coveted, unique title in the tower. It binds them in a deep pact, but there is a major catch. She can only choose one apostle in her entire existence, and only they can inherit her ultimate powers. Michael is stunned. This kind of deal is massive. He realizes just how heavy his pact with the steel-blooded lord really is. But wait, he remembers an important detail. The contract can be dissolved at any moment. Angela nods, explaining that is exactly why she wants this deal. Just like the lord, she needs the sharpest blade in existence, a weapon that will never fail her. Michael recalls his administrator mentioning this exact wish before. It definitely sounds like an impossible task. He decides to ask her directly, hoping she will actually open up and explain what it all means. Angela flushes slightly, clearly embarrassed to talk about her deepest wish. Before her eyes slowly cloud over with distant memories, finally she speaks. An administrator's deepest wish is born from painful regrets of the past. But at the same time, it is a sacred right granted by the tower itself. Much like her trial, this wish acts as an ultimate quest for the contractor. Once they actually fulfill it, the rewards are beyond imagination. Angela's voice trembles slightly as she speaks. But she quickly composes herself, adding that this wish can even rewrite history itself. Hearing this, Michael immediately scoffs at the idea. No way, he says, it is completely impossible to alter the past. Angela just smiles, telling him he already knows the truth. It did not matter whether she was lying or telling the truth. He already knew what the tower really was. Michael remembered the bizarre events and powers only accessible within the Tower of Trials. He realized that with her, anything was possible, and as it turned out, that even included time. Michael turned to Angela, asking if he could get an answer to one single question. He wanted to know how high he had to climb to fulfill her deepest wish. Hearing this, Angela blushed, unsure of how to respond, but she eventually told him she believed it had to be at least the top floor. Within minutes, they finalized an additional contract, making the girl as joyful as a child. Michael knew his path was clear, even if the terms of her ancient desire weighed heavily on him. For now, he knew one thing: the top floor was his ultimate destination. On top of that, he was recognized as the official apostle of the White Crane's Sword, granting a plus 10% skill boost in the Muram dimension. His strength stat also increased by 3 points as a special reward. Being an apostle to 2 administrators was a massive advantage, and Michael had no intention of wasting this chance to grow much stronger. Then Angela gave him an unexpected gift to solidify their bond. She asked if he had heard anything about a certain mysterious woman. Michael had no idea who she meant and asked for more details. Angela explained that there was a woman actively searching for him. She mentioned that this person possessed absolute faith in his legendary power. While Angela believed in him too, she felt compelled to share this. She warned that sharing this secret would cost his question tickets, but he did not mind at all. After all, he had plenty of them to burn. But then the system throws a total curveball. All of his tickets were gone. He stood there stunned, wondering why they disappeared. Angela began her story. She explained that a massive power called the Muram Alliance ruled that dimension. Albert, the guy Michael killed on the 9th floor, was a high commander in that very group, because of his high rank within their alliance. Powerful experts from the Muram dimension were actively hunting for Michael. He asked if the entire Muram Alliance was coming to kill him. But Angela shook her head, explaining that was not the case. The Alliance is in complete chaos right now, fighting over who gets the empty commander seat. Instead, a specific individual was targeting him. This dangerous enemy was the legendary sword dragon, Akutagawa Namen. In a martial arts dimension obsessed with strength and hidden techniques, Akutagawa Namen stands out as an absolute genius among geniuses. He claims to seek revenge, but that is just a convenient excuse. In reality, pure, dangerous curiosity drives him. Angela added she did not know when they would meet, but if he crossed paths with Akutagawa Namen, he had to put his life on the line to win or die. Soon after, Michael returned to the safety of the waiting room. He thought deeply about her warning. This Akutagawa Namen guy. Hunting him down was, to put it simply, an absolute psychotic killer. Back in the Murmur dimension, Michael heads into a shop and buys a rank 2 skill. He grabs the Steel Wings ability and a return stone, knowing he needs every advantage. His recent progress is decent, but it is not enough to survive what is coming. He has to grind, train like crazy back on Earth before facing Odawa. Once he teleports back to his room, his first move is grabbing his phone. He has over 100 missed calls and dozens of unread texts from Betty. Every single message tells him to hurry, get to the association now. Michael wastes no time. He activates his new skill to get there fast. He throws on his old vampire tailcoat and unfurls those massive steel wings. He rockets toward the association building at a completely breathtaking speed. It takes less than 5 minutes to arrive, just as people are leaving. A few hunters are chatting outside, and Michael catches their conversation. They whisper about a sudden mobilization, then they instantly freeze. They stare up at a man literally gliding through the sky. Michael touches down right in front of them. He apologizes quickly. He is still getting used to this wing ability, he explains. He jogs inside. The guys just stare at his tracks in disbelief. Did we just see someone fly? They whisper, turning heads all around them. Michael heads upstairs and steps into the office, finding Betty and someone else. James is waiting too. Michael greets them. Why the urgent summon? The first to speak up is Labati, revealing a critical situation. Labati reports a major disaster in Japan, but James interrupts. He says talking won't do it justice. Michael needs to see this. Watch this. James boots up a leaked video of the Japanese hunters. Alarms flared after detecting a massive gate opening over Tokyo. 7 elite hunters were sent to secure the area. But a monster stepped out and slaughtered 6 of them. This is the first recorded invasion of Earth by an otherworldly challenger. Stunned by the footage, Michael asks if they are forming a support team. He remembers those frantic guys leaving the building earlier and pieces it together. But James shakes his head. He refuses to confirm his guess. He advises against helping them, switching the monitor screen once more. The feed shows the terrifying intruder standing in the ruins. He is a young guy with dark hair and a completely maniacal grin. He looks directly at the camera, introducing himself to the world. He is Akutagawa Namon, the heavenly sword dragon, here to avenge Albert. Michael freezes. He never expected this threat to find him so quickly. Betty gently tugs his sleeve, reminding him that this is not a forced mission. Since they finally reunited, she suggests they grab some lunch first. But she notices his hesitation, and her playful mood suddenly drops. Are you actually planning to volunteer for this squad? She asks. To her absolute dismay, Michael confirms he is heading straight to Japan. He is going to Shinjuku, the Tokyo neighborhood where the bloodbath happened. Betty looks utterly crushed. She tried everything to keep him safe. She screams out, demanding to know why he must throw his life away. She complains that he always acts so recklessly, telling him that a guy should think of others too. Just sometimes, Michael gently places a hand on her head, thanking the girl for her sweet concern. She calms down, but Michael adds that this is still a problem. One only he can solve. Meanwhile, Akutagawa remembers how from a young age his peers always misunderstood him, and absolutely nobody could hear what he heard. Back then, another kid complained that it was only sparring, so he did not need to hit so hard. Right then, Albert approached the kids. Can master releasing Kai energy at only 13 years old? Albert said the boy had. Shattered his expectations and would go far, but he also warned him that martial arts should never be used to cause senseless harm to others. It is a path to self-improvement, and hurting people for no reason is unacceptable. With those wise words, Albert patted his head before walking away. Another memory flashes back, everyone cheering. As he conquered the 20th floor of the Tower of Trials, yet climbing the tower all alone brought him zero joy, despite his legendary feat. Achieved at only 17, it was time to move on, he mentally apologized to his old master as he started actively exploiting the floor systems. Honestly, let's be real, nothing brought him more twisted joy than taking human lives, but as time passed, even that sick thrill faded away. He wondered if that infamous bastard, Michael Nodforth, could finally cure his endless boredom. Meanwhile, Michael left the Hunter Association and boarded a flight straight to Japan. Upon landing, a personal escort met him, driving him directly to a high-end luxury hotel. Built specifically for elite guests like himself, the guide leading him to the room pointed to the double doors, mentioning that the other hunters were already waiting inside. Stepping inside, he is genuinely surprised to spot his familiar comrades, Kim and Martin, who immediately tease him about being late, but Toth points out there are only 3 of them here. while Kim expects an American challenger soon. Michael nods, agreeing that they all possess top-tier epic rank abilities at the minimum. Still, the monster lurking in the Shinjuku area is a whole different beast. One so powerful that perhaps even the three of them combined cannot defeat him. Because of this, Michael secretly hopes this American teammate is incredibly strong. Right on cue, the door swings open to reveal their final team member. Standing there is Catherine, who looks just as shocked to find Michael waiting. Their manager asks if they are already acquainted, and Michael calmly explains. They crossed paths back in the tower. Catherine admits she is not exactly. Thrilled to reunite under such dangerous circumstances, she wanted their next meeting to happen in a much more peaceful setting, acting unexpectedly nervous. Watching them bicker, Kim Hyun jokingly points out that this whole situation feels a lot like a lover's quarrel. Michael quickly shakes his head, in denial, shutting down the idea, which only serves to annoy Catherine a bit. Their playful banter is cut short by the manager, who suddenly steps forward. She introduces herself as the Japanese Hunters Association representative, Julia. This catches Michael completely off guard, since he assumed she was just basic staff. Julia explains that only a handful of nations actually agreed to cooperate with them. Hearing this, Martin asks if only 4 hunters showed up from the entire world, especially considering how incredibly high the stakes are for this upcoming raid. The girl suddenly bows deeply to them, expressing her sincere gratitude to everyone. Michael quickly raises her head, telling her that now is not the time to bow. Watching this, Catherine thinks that Michael is actually being incredibly kind. But it turns out the guy is actually just incredibly selfish and self-serving. He points out that instead of bowing, the president should offer a real reward. After all, Michael only showed up today to claim a massive reward. He demands the prize be doubled, and after thinking it over, Julia agrees. Julia promises to fulfill this demand, knowing they have to face a highly dangerous opponent. But the young girl adds that their situation is not entirely hopeless. In fact, they have a solid chance because of Catherine Bennett's unique abilities. Her power could be the turning point that decides this entire battle. Julia explains that Catherine possesses a flame suppression skill with a very special effect. If her flames touch an opponent stronger than her, their stats plummet. Specifically, all of their attributes drop by 10, and random skills get sealed. With that debuff, they can easily seize the initiative in this fight. But it only works if she lands a physical touch on the enemy. So it is up to the boys to create a perfect opening for Catherine. Minutes later, the group heads toward the Shinjuku neighborhood as the news reports. They announce that an epic-ranked Chinese hunter is confronting an otherworldly challenger. The two opponents stand completely still, looking like they are talking to each other. Akutagawa asks the hunter if he is the famous Michael Nodforth. But the fighter says no, introducing himself as Peter Darius from China. He fiercely vows to make the invader regret ever coming to Earth. But Akutagawa just sighs, wondering why the guy he actually summoned has not arrived. He mocks the challenger, calling him a mere bug, when suddenly Peter strikes. Peter uses an instant dash skill to punch Akutagawa right in the jaw. Akutagawa staggers but does not fall, intrigued by the physical technique. Since this is his first real practice match, he decides to play along. But Peter is totally unprepared for what comes next. Watch this, guys. He ends up paying with his life as a massive explosion erupts. The blast is the devastating result of Akutagawa's magic, while Michael approaches. He and his squad watch the terrifying scene from their incoming helicopter. The battlefield layout looks terrible, so Michael turns to Catherine with a question. He asks if she can land safely from a high altitude, surprising her. Michael explains that he has come up with a highly risky but brilliant plan. Catherine replies that her jump clear skill makes her immune to fall damage. He smiles, knowing this is enough to strike the Mimian enemy hard. With those words, he suddenly grabs the girl tightly by her waist. He tells her they are leaving, making Catherine feel quite uncomfortable. Michael activates his steel wing skill and leaps straight out of the helicopter. Watching this, Martin and Kim think the guy is completely out of his mind. But they cannot just stand by and watch him do everything alone. So they immediately leap out of the helicopter to join the plunge. Catherine screams that he is absolutely insane, but Michael does not care. He just laughs, glad that the Chinese hunter has successfully pissed off their target. He tells Catherine to activate her power the very second it opens up. Warning her that he has to leave her side, the young warrior says goodbye. He accelerates, leaving Catherine behind. He vanishes. Meanwhile, Peter is locked in a fierce duel with Akutagawa, quickly realizing his foe is incredibly strong. Peter throws every technique he has at him, but his moves look incredibly clumsy. To Akutagawa, Toth points out that the Chinese fighter cannot even properly focus his Kai energy into his fists, yet he keeps relying on basic strike techniques. Akutagawa gets annoyed. This sloppy fighting is amateur hour. Suddenly the Heavenly Dragon sword swings down for a finishing strike, fueled by pure Kai. Before he can deliver the fatal blow, he senses a new threat approaching from above. This sudden aerial arrival catches the Mimian off guard for just a second. But he refuses to retreat, begrudgingly admitting that his new foe is incredibly fast. Michael lunges forward with his counterattack shield, a highly effective opening move that seamlessly blends offense and defense, catching Akutagawa completely off guard. He is blasted backward. A massive explosion erupts right where Michael slammed down with unbelievable force after rushing at top speed through the air. Akutagawa drops to one knee. He is injured. His left arm took the brunt of the block, leaving him wounded. Looking up, he sees a challenger in a red tailcoat who seemingly descended straight from the heavens. Michael casually remarks that falling from the actual sky is a trick you can only pull off twice. Annoyed by his opponent's absolute lack of caution, Akutagawa demands to know the arrogant warrior's name. In response to the question, Michael points out how hilarious it is that Akutagawa was hunting him so aggressively. Yet he does not even recognize him. They stand face to face. Akutagawa activates his first-rank Yashin's blood skill, cutting pain by 40%. Michael counters by invoking the will of the sword master Kai, bracing himself for whatever the Mimian throws next. Akutagawa merely mutters to himself, wondering who this newcomer is, dismissing him as nothing more than a weak scoundrel. To make matters worse, his sword Kai is totally fake. With that, Akutagawa lashes out with his fists, absolutely enraged that a weakling like this defeated Albert pure lies. Michael, however, does not care at all about the villain's taunts, choosing to press the attack since his foe is unarmed. But Akutagawa isn't actually empty-handed. In a flash, he summons his sword. As their blades collide, intense shockwaves ripple outward, making the earth shudder. Michael keeps his shield raised, hoping they dealt serious damage during the clash. But his hopes are quickly crushed. In a single strike, his counter shield it is completely shattered. No more defensive shield for now. Right before him hovers a glowing blade forged entirely from pure energy and mana. This is true sword Kai, a legendary weapon Michael has never witnessed before. Deciding to keep his distance, he strikes back using his lightning Kai sword. A massive wave of energy crashes toward Akutagawa, who doesn't even flinch. Rather than blocking, he casually swings his glowing blade with immense force, completely shattering the incoming blast. But in that exact moment, two more challengers materialize directly behind him, aiming straight for his blind spot. Martin and Kim strike in perfect unison right where Akutagawa stands. He almost lost his footing a second ago, but managed to recover just in time. But that was far from over. Catherine was already charging in from behind. With her weapons ready, she activated her signature flame suppression skill. She lunged straight at the enemy, who scrambled frantically to dodge the strike. Another loud explosion rocked the area, and Catherine realized her mistake. The boy had avoided her direct touch, sacrificing only a piece of his robe. Martin pointed straight up, warning the team of the next threat. Akutagawa perched on a nearby lantern, mocking them for interrupting his fun. Since they kept getting in his way, he decided to wipe them out completely. The veteran hunters felt their battle instincts scream out in unison. This attack was impossible to block, and Akutagawa knew it all too well. He unleashed the strike on everyone, shouting for them all to die. Realizing their only hope of survival was to dodge, the group scattered instantly. But its reach was far wider than any of them could have anticipated. Back when Michael was trained by Angela, she had gifted him a special technique. She called it a simple mana injection, but promised it would unlock complex skills. With proper training, he could use it to trigger advanced combat techniques. Then she performed another ritual, adding a very unusual energy injection. She explained that this unique spark would forge an unbreakable bond between them. Michael barely understood her words, but felt honored to receive such a gift. When Angela asked how he felt, he noted a subtle change within himself. The first dose felt ordinary, but the second one was completely different. He felt as though the white crane master herself was living inside him. Angela smiled warmly and nodded, saying it was now his job to channel it. He needed to bind this energy to his sword, though not right away. Doing it there risked failure due to interference from the system administrators. So Michael saved it for a real fight. Akutagawa's massive attack was the perfect moment. Michael pooled his absolute focus and sheer willpower into a single focus point. Relying entirely on raw perception, he unleashed the legendary sword energy. This marks the first time Sword Kai was ever channeled by a human player. The massive surge in mana consumption immediately unlocked a rare new system achievement. All level restrictions were lifted. Michael felt his sword energy reach absolute perfection. With his newly completed Sword Kai, he turned back to check on Catherine. She gave a quick nod, stunned by the incredible power he just unleashed. His counterstrike completely absorbed the enemy's attack, saving them from total destruction. Seeing this, Akutagawa burst into wild laughter, thoroughly enjoying the sudden turnaround. He shouted that he expected nothing less, fearing the fight would be boring. He mocked that the harder someone works to build a castle, the more fun it is to destroy. Wasting no time, Akutagawa rushed forward first, launching a lightning-fast lunge. He aimed straight at Michael, but the young warrior remained fully alert. Most dimensional players were just annoying, but this opponent was a real maniac. Michael blocked the devastating slash and quickly jumped back to his teammates. Regrouping, he urged Catherine to retreat somewhere safe to avoid the crossfire. It would be too difficult to protect her while fighting this monster. She wanted to protest, but Kim quickly agreed that Michael was absolutely right. They could not help yet, but would use Catherine's fire when possible. Right after, his three friends fled the battlefield, leaving Michael behind to fight alone. But he knew his loyal friends had not abandoned him. The battle raged on. Michael focused entirely on fighting Akutagawa. New attacks flew constantly. Sword energy lit the sky. Michael's was blue, Akutagawa's yellow. The entire city of Tokyo shuddered. Neither was willing to back down. They pushed forward relentlessly. Massive explosions shook the entire area. Every devastating strike was met with an equally brutal counter. Watching from afar, his friends finally understood why Michael had sent them away. He was actually matching this deadly Marimian on a completely equal playing field. But Kim disagreed. He felt Michael was falling behind and might die. Still, Michael kept his confidence, believing in his newly upgraded sword. He recalled Angela's warning about the extreme threat of this opponent. She had called Akutagawa's swordplay the absolute highest rank. But now, Michael truly felt he was facing a legendary, unstoppable monster. He was insanely strong. After a few exchanges, Michael collapsed. Dropping to his knees, he realized he had burned through far too much stamina. One more mistake meant death. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. Catherine threw a magic potion his way. Michael caught the bottle, looking back at her in complete and utter confusion. He hesitated, not knowing what to do. That mistake cost him. Akutagawa instantly seized the opening, kicking Michael back with immense force. The potion slipped from his grasp, but Akutagawa easily caught it midair. With a smirk, he downed the elixir and mockingly thanked Catherine. She and Martin watched in absolute horror. That was her very last potion. Michael ground his teeth in rage, furious at his slow reaction. Even worse, the stolen draft was already restoring Akutagawa's stamina. Mocking him, the villain noted how foolishly people always held onto hope. He claimed Michael was no different, blindly believing he could win. But crushing that hope and watching it turn to despair, absolute pleasure. With those cruel words, he lunged again to finish Michael off. The exhausted hero could do nothing but raise his sword to defend. But something irritated the villain. He absolutely hated that this broken challenger still had hope shining in his eyes. Enraged by this defiance, Akutagawa pooled every ounce of his strength. He channeled every drop of his power into one final, overwhelming strike. Michael barely managed to block it, sent flying backward across the shattered ground. He crashed violently into the debris, his body screaming in pain. Akutagawa slowly walked through the ruins, closing in. He prepared another attack, but Michael's raw defiance shocked him. Paralyzed, he still glared back proudly. The heavenly sword dragon roared, demanding that Michael submit to despair. The brutal blade slashed across Michael's face, blinding him with raw agony. The pain was absolute, but even at his limit, he held on. But Michael knew he could land another strike if he just gathered his remaining strength. There was just one massive problem. He was completely blind, making any strike useless. Gritting his teeth, Michael felt absolute despair creeping in. He was totally lost and had no idea what to do next. Suddenly, Catherine leaped out from her hiding spot to save him. But Michael felt no relief, knowing she stood absolutely no chance. He screamed at her to stay away before she got herself killed. The sudden shout caught Akiragawa off guard. Mims was completely stunned that, even on the brink of death, Michael still cared about his friends. Then the truth clicked. His comrades were keeping his hope alive. At that moment, Catherine unleashed a fierce fire attack to trap Akiragawa. But the villain was too fast, moving like a complete ghost. Before she could blink, he slipped behind her and swung his blade. No time to defend. Catherine was left completely wide open. She felt the cold steel tear right through her back. Kim Hoon screamed. He ordered her to run as he charged straight at the monster. His war hammer cleaved empty air, completely missing Akiragawa, who watched with interest. Seconds later, the villain effortlessly overpowered Kim as well, striking his head. His movements were a blur, and Kim completely lost track of him. The monster was even faster than Michael. Nobody here could keep up. Though blinded after Akiragawa gouged his eyes out, Michael could still sense everything. He felt them fighting, still fighting. Then Akiragawa grabbed Catherine by her hair, dragging her closer so Michael could hear her. He pressed his blade against her throat, forcing her to freeze in terror. Akiragawa laughed maniacally, turning his cruel gaze back to Michael. He mocked that his friends were toast, making Michael scream in pure rage. Calling him a sick bastard only made Akiragawa laugh harder at his suffering. But everyone forgot about Martin, who was lurking nearby with active stealth. Slipping close undetected, he unleashed his ice grip technique on the enemy. This froze Akiragawa solid, allowing Martin to pull Catherine to safety. He ran with her, desperately trying to patch up her wounds as they fled. Run faster. Meanwhile, Akiragawa grit his teeth in absolute fury. Someone had dared to steal his prey, making him completely lose his mind. With a violent burst of power, he shattered the ice and prepared to spring. Within seconds, he closed the distance on the fleeing pair, cutting off their escape. Desperate, Martin used his Zobel skill to launch Catherine far away. His final desperate play. Knowing it was his only option, Martin tried to make his own quick escape. Too late, his stealth failed to activate. If an enemy touched him before he faded, the skill became completely useless. That was his downfall. Akiragawa grabbed Martin by the head and threw him. He crashed right next to the defeated Kim, leaving the friends battered together. Kim Hoon struggled to rise, but his broken body simply refused to move. Michael lay helpless, feeling the exact same despair he felt 7 years ago. He still could not protect his friends. Suddenly, a strange sound broke the silence. First, a tiny mouse scurried across this highly dangerous battlefield, but then the frantic squeaking grew louder, and suddenly a massive swarm of mice charged straight toward him. Seeing so many wild rodents rushing out from underground proved one thing. Even these tiny pests knew this fight was an absolute catastrophe, Michael realized. This was his final shot. Steeling himself, he mustered every bit of remaining energy for one ultimate strike, but instead of targeting Akiragawa, he turned his wrath on the oncoming mice. Michael was harvesting all of their tiny souls to completely replenish his own stamina. Meanwhile, Akiragawa sliced off Kim's arm and prepared to finish him, but Michael suddenly shouted to stop him. Even with his eyes completely blind, he confidently warned the attacker to chill out, calling him a murmuring creep. However, Akiragawa just laughed it off, admitting he preferred seeing his victims' raw terror, yet right in the middle of his mocking speech, Peter pulled his technique, landing a heavy punch in the Meremian's gut. Caught completely off guard, the beast simply could not react to such a swift strike. Right then, a system notification flashed, stating that the sheer force of fire suppression would drastically lower his stats. His sword Kai was instantly sealed away for 10 minutes, and his blazing fire sword was disabled for 10 minutes too. Peter proudly declared he was China's hero, standing tall and undefeated, yet he wisely chose not to push his luck any further. Grabbing both Kim and Martin, he quickly retreated, insisting they escape this dangerous place immediately. Hearing this, Akiragawa seethed with absolute rage, desperate to chase after the fleeing trio. But the relentless system coldly reminded him that his sword Kai remained completely locked away for the next 10 minutes. Finding himself at an extreme disadvantage, he ground his teeth. Desperately plotting his next move to turn the tide, suddenly Miramichi unleashed. Devastating battle technique, manifesting hundreds of glowing blades right out of thin air. Massive array rained down upon the entire battlefield, sealing the square completely, leaving the blind Michael totally unable to see or avoid the falling steel. A massive barrier locked down a 30-meter radius, trapping them all inside. Akiragawa realized his sword Kai was still suppressed, but his physical power remained fully active. Charging forward, he sneered, mockingly asking what a useless blind fool could possibly do now. But Michael stood perfectly still, behaving like a silent stone statue, even as death closed in. He did not even register the exact moment his perspective shifted. He fully expected this blow to be his final, absolute demise. But instead of death, a clear view of the battlefield suddenly opened up to him. Despite his physical eyes being tightly shut, he could perceive every single detail. He could see every individual pebble scattered across the entire 30-meter domain, having lost his physical sight. His spiritual vision bloomed, revealing how poorly he had used his soul power. It felt as if he had unlocked a divine third eye, realizing this was the ultimate technique. Angela had previously passed down to him. Right on cue, the system confirmed he had unlocked the legendary True Soul Eyes, elevating this special skill straight to Rank 1 because he risked his life and pushed his mortal senses beyond the brink. His sixth sense also ascended to Rank 1, survival against such an elite, deadly swordsman. Triggered another massive upgrade, raising his crucial Demon Slayer skill up to Rank 1 as well. Within moments, his physical vessel had endured endless, agonizing trials. Shattering all prior limits, Akiragawa stood frozen in complete disbelief that the boy had easily avoided his slash and was now staring directly back at him with absolute confidence. Michael gripped his own sword, radiating a pressure far more terrifying than ever before. Michael realizes that with these heavily boosted stats, he might actually have a shot. He can match the weakened Akiragawa, trading blows. Mirimian cannot comprehend what is happening in this incredibly short span of time. Somehow, Michael's blade grows sharper with every single passing second now. He is growing exponentially stronger, and then Michael quickly activates his stealthy shadow step. This crucial movement skill instantly boosts his speed 30%. Next, he stacks both instant acceleration and wind's favor, ramping up his speed significantly. By 70% more, finally, he triggers his chaotic sword skill. This adds another 20% to his attack speed, but he still feels left behind. Akutagawa remains faster, making this a highly dangerous gamble here. He will run completely out of steam long before the villain's heavy restrictions finally lift. That happens in 10 minutes. His only path to victory is close combat. Relying on his sword advantage, Michael suddenly throws his only weapon straight at his foe. Akutagawa figures the guy has lost his mind and easily dodges. Smirking, the villain rejoices, thinking his desperate opponent is now completely unarmed. He mocks Michael's mistake and lunges forward with a heavy fist. Michael ducks backward, narrowly dodging the blow, but his real plan is different. He summons the secret gift from the Steel Blood Lord instead. With a sudden surge of willpower, a flaming crimson blade bursts directly from his leg. Caught completely off guard, Akutagawa cannot form a proper defense. The burning blade impales him clean through, making the shocked Mirimian cough up blood. He doubles over in agony, yet somehow forces himself to stand. Despite the weapon tearing through his gut, victory is finally within Michael's hands now. All he has to do is land one finishing blow. The wounded beast knows he must react immediately to find a way to recover. But just then, the rule of fire expires with their forced battle. The barrier collapses, which means other challengers can now step in to intervene. Talk about terrible timing. Akutagawa quickly grabs his return stone now. He snarls that the next time they meet, he will personally end them all. Instantly, a glowing portal materializes, leading back to the dangerous Murim world. Martin and Peter scream out that the deadly monster is trying to escape them. They cannot let him slip away under any circumstances now. If Akutagawa escapes alive today, it will mean absolute and total doom for the Earth. Even though the hunters are completely exhausted, they refuse to yield. Ready to sacrifice their very lives, they charge the retreating Murimian with everything. They yell he is not escaping as he nears the portal. The villain looks back, highly amused that they still have any fight left in them. Seeing them struggle so desperately only fuels his massive irritation. How dare they make it sound like he is running away from their fight? Pure rage explodes as he unleashes his flaming sword right now. A massive blazing pillar of destructive energy erupts directly toward the incoming group. Catherine watches in sheer horror, her eyes widening at the colossal strike. She has never witnessed anyone use fire magic of this terrifying and absolute magnitude before. A split second later, the entire neighborhood is engulfed in light. Devastating explosions rip through the outskirts, completely consuming the entire battlefield. Of the city, buildings caught in Akutagawa's blast crumbled like cheap houses of cards. Michael managed to sprint forward in time, quickly activating his defensive counterattack shield. It completely failed. A grim system warning flashed, telling him that the massive incoming attack damage could not be blocked. His barrier shattered. Michael's arm was ripped clean off. Martin rushed over to help. But Michael completely ignored the brutal injury, frantically warning them that the monster was still standing there. He glared at Akutagawa, who had stopped before the portal. Morm grumbled that he could have easily crushed the kid with a single punch. The arrogance was sickening, but Michael was too exhausted to even respond. He knew his opponent's power was simply on a whole different level. Akutagawa cast a final chilling glance at Michael, promising he would return. He stepped through the portal, and with everyone utterly exhausted, no one tried to stop him. No use anyway. Michael collapsed to the cold ground, his body giving out completely. His friends rushed over, desperately trying to get him back to headquarters. Meanwhile, Akutagawa returned to the Murma dimension, where his servants were waiting. They cheered for the return of their dark master, but their joy was short-lived. Akutagawa suddenly dropped to his knees. He coughed up dark blood. Terrified servants ran for a healer, while Akutagawa swore to destroy Michael. Meanwhile, Michael was lying unconscious in a Tokyo hospital, only waking up when evening fell. He tried to sit up, groggily asking where on earth he was. But Julia was sitting right by his side, gently pushing him back down onto the bed. She told him to stay still, pointing out his bad injuries. But Michael shrugged it off, leaving Julia wondering how she could ever repay him. She was incredibly grateful for his ultimate sacrifice, but he just smiled. Instead of speaking, Michael raised his arm, the very one he had just lost. Julia gasped in shock, and honestly, who wouldn't? His arm had grown right back. The miraculous regeneration worked, and the first thing Michael did was ask about his friends. He got out of bed and decided to check on Catherine's recovery first. It turned out to be incredibly awkward, since she was half-dressed after an exam. He quickly slipped away to find Martin, who was also in pretty rough shape. He was on crutches with a broken leg, but seeing Michael alive made him smile. Martin was especially relieved to see that Michael had his missing arm back. But then Martin spotted a fresh, bright red handprint right on Michael's face. Michael sheepishly admitted he had accidentally walked in on Catherine. Judging by her hard slap, she was recovering just fine, but Kim was nowhere to be found. He asked Martin where Kim was, but Martin had only seen him early that morning. He added that their poor friend was in an incredibly dark place right now. After all, Akutagawa had cruelly chopped off his right arm just for the fun of it. As night fell, Michael headed up to the quiet rooftop to find him. There he found Kim, who stared in utter shock at Michael's fully healed arm. Kim muttered that his miraculous healing abilities never failed to blow his mind. He sadly gestured to his own empty sleeve, knowing his arm could never be restored. Before he could continue, Michael cut in, apologizing deeply for everything that happened. He blamed himself, saying none of this would have occurred if he was stronger. But Kim gently cut him off, telling his friend not to worry. He possessed a handy skill for the job, instantly encasing his arm in strange armor. Stepping onto the windy balcony, Michael finally confessed a heavy truth. He had scaled the tower purely for power, as if completely possessed. Kim replied that it was actually that obsessive drive that made him so strong. He added, however, that the powerful must protect those who are weak. He truly believed this. Michael nodded, deeply reflecting on the lesson. He admitted he had forgotten something incredibly important during his climb. Kim laughed, saying it was a relief. Such a powerful hunter was not crazy. Suddenly pulling off his mask, he lit a cigarette and offered one over. Michael shook his head, politely explaining that he does not smoke or drink. Then the young hero stared closely at his companion's fully revealed face. The features became clear, and they looked incredibly familiar to the young man. Michael completely froze in surprise. Kim Hun just smiled back gently. Keeping the cigarette between his teeth, he admitted he forgot to introduce himself. A few days later, they had fully recovered from their brutal wounds. Standing together, they posed for photos before the eager global press. Reporters swarmed them, desperately asking Michael for details of his crazy fight. Michael also returned the necklace Catherine had left behind while changing clothes. The thoughtful gesture deeply pleased her, bringing a bright smile to her face. Looking at her closely, the young warrior had to admit she was beautiful. Martin, Peter, Catherine, and Kim walked toward the hospital exit. They waved goodbye to Michael, who still had business to finish. Slipping into his crimson vampire count coat, he noticed a sudden change. The design had been slightly improved while he was resting up. It looked far sharper, and all of his gear was buffed clean. Since they were treated as national heroes in Japan, it made total sense. Michael collapsed back onto his bed, trying to process his sudden fame. He never planned on becoming a global celebrity within just 3 days. Wait, check this out. He found a video of his fight online. It turns out a helicopter had been filming them the entire time. Comments were calling him a sword ghost, praising his incredible skills. The flattering title was nice, but a far bigger surprise was waiting. He never expected his new friend Kim Hun to be the Lightning Emperor. Among Korea's 30 epicrank hunters, Kim was considered the absolute strongest. He defended dimensional portals with a speed others could only dream of. Back on the hospital roof, Kim had offered him a business card. He admitted he wanted to recruit Michael to his personal elite squad. But Michael's time on Earth was up, the tower was calling. He prepared to return, knowing he must grow much stronger. He wanted to truly deserve his legendary title as the Transparent Sword. A moment later, he was sitting in his 11th floor waiting room. Lying on the bed, he reflected on the harsh lessons learned. The duel with Akutagawa almost killed him, exposing his main weakness. His stamina was severely lacking for these long, grueling boss battles. Ash Blood was a great recovery skill, but he needed much more. It won't activate if his stamina hits 0, so he absolutely had to get a new skill. The only catch, every single option looked pretty good, but Michael knew exactly what to do. When dealing with doubt while shopping, his logic was simple, just buy out the entire stock. So he grabbed Auto Recovery Rank 3, along with Moonlight Absorption Rank 4. Next up was Sunlight Absorption Rank 4, and then Overgrowth Rank 2. He spent almost all his points on them. Michael's account took a massive hit. It charged him 55,000 points, but he figured he could afford one more. He went with Rank 2 Blood Call for another 20,000 points, just because he liked it. He had saved up plenty of points anyway, easily covering everything he needed. Now get ready because this is where the fun really begins. Michael was set. He activated his unique skill synthesis, starting with the most compatible abilities first. His very first successful creation was the Rank 2 photosynthesis skill. With this, he could literally absorb raw mana directly from light. It was already incredibly broken, but Michael decided to push his luck even further. He threw Blood Call into the mix, resulting in a Rank 2 Blood Contract. This new power allowed him to siphon strength straight from fallen enemies. But then he realized it was a total failure. The rank didn't even go up. Worse, the photosynthesis effects vanished. He decided to just buy the Blood Zone skill again. After all, he still had a mountain of points sitting in his account. This time, he wanted to merge the Blood Contract with the Blood Call instead. And the result, he successfully unlocked a brand new, Rank 1 Blood Seeker skill. The fusion was a massive success, and the new stats were absolutely insane. He could now siphon health, mana, and stamina straight out of spilled blood. The description even claimed he could control blood, which Michael had to see to believe. To test it out, he made a quick cut on his own hand. Instead of healing, the blood droplets instantly began to float right into the air. It was incredible. He genuinely had full, absolute control over the blood itself. He was literally a blood manipulator now. He could shape the floating liquid however he wanted, so he decided to try a little experiment. Extending his finger, he realized with shock that he didn't even need to cut himself anymore. Just a tiny scratch was enough to draw it out. This skill was incredibly useful. Keeping it was a no-brainer, so he jumped right back into synthesizing his other skills. His main goal now was to perfect the Eye of Truth, and the next fusion did not disappoint. He ended up with a high plus rank Fire Dragon Eye, and it changed everything. Not only could he see invisible targets, but he could also view detailed item information. He could even detect lies instantly. Michael began inspecting all his gear. He noticed hidden descriptions on his items that had never been visible before. For instance, the Vampire Count's tailcoat could now temporarily manifest a powerful blood shield. Next, he turned his gaze to his trusty sword, reading its hidden properties. It stated that the weapon's true power would only unlock once he reached the maximum stage. Michael suddenly realized this was the exact same legendary flaming sword from before. The very weapon Akutagawa used to level a whole district in Shinsuku. Only someone who reached the flaming sword stage could unlock its true potential. Michael wasn't about to waste any time. He wanted to keep pushing his limits. He headed straight back into the Tower of Trials, ready to face the 11th floor. This ordeal was actually a mental trial, requiring him to break through all 7 gates. He had only 7 days to complete it, and the penalty for failing was death. Classic stakes for a challenger. The moment Michael warped into the arena, a stranger greeted him. Right in front of him stood a bizarre figure, standing balanced on just one leg. The man announced that the young challenger would now face the trials of the gods. He explained that the 7 supreme trials of the god Eris awaited him right here. This was the temple of testing, but seeing the kid's totally blank stare, the man sighed. He hated having to repeat the basic rules to every new challenger. Starting with a quick breakdown, he explained the hurdles here were actually pretty simple. First, they would test his physical body, saving the brutal mental exam for the end. Getting past the gates meant facing the high priest waiting in each room. All Michael had to do was either convince them or straight up kill them. Just get through at any cost. With his explanation finished, the man dropped his leg down. Time to start. The first trial was officially on. He lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks from every possible angle. Michael easily deflected every single blow without breaking a sweat. This kind of power was normal for a qualified pioneer challenger. But Michael had absolutely zero interest in wasting precious time here. He immediately activated Bloodseeker, shaping the weapon into a sleek firearm. Taking quick aim, he squeezed the trigger. The priest never saw it coming. A single bloody bullet tore straight through his skull, dropping him instantly. Talk about a brutal skill. Michael watched the dead body hit the floor. He absorbed the spirit of Priest Johan, boosting his skill by 5.8%. Suddenly, system alerts flooded his screen. The administrators watching the fight were sending a barrage of reactions. Their usernames suggested he had finally caught some very high-level attention. The Steel Bloodlord was utterly shocked, while the White Crane Sword felt annoyed. Angela was likely upset he did not invite her along to this trial. But Michael had far more important things to worry about right now. Walking over to Johan's corpse, he searched the pockets and pulled out a shiny disc. To identify it, Michael activated his Fire Dragon Eye skill. It was a rank 2 priest divine mirror. This rare item allowed him to cast a powerful divine shield exactly once. Beyond the basic info, the description hinted at proving his destiny. Basically, the mirror functioned as a one-time emergency shield. Pressing forward, he entered the second testing room. Waiting inside was the next priestess, lounging gracefully on a throne. Michael had to admit that she was actually incredibly attractive. Unlike Johan, who balanced on one leg, she sat proudly with legs crossed. He asked if she would be the one grading his second trial. The priestess confirmed it with a confident smile. Introducing herself as Jane, she welcomed him to her chamber. She seemed surprisingly friendly at first, but things quickly took a sharp turn. Without warning, she hurled a heavy chair right at his head. Michael shrugged. If violence was the game, he was more than ready to play. This meant he was indeed facing a physical trial, so he had to give it his all. Suddenly, the priestess lunged at him from a fresh angle, clearly underestimating his reflexes. Out of nowhere, she conjured a blade and prepared to strike. She swung the sword straight at Michael's neck, but he swiftly leaned back to dodge it. To his surprise, he noticed she possessed sword energy of her own, though hers glowed pink. Still, her sword technique was very similar to the one he had used earlier. Clearly, it was far weaker than his. In response, Michael activated his own skill. Unleashing his swordmaster aura, he fired a massive wave of raw power right at her. She never expected this random challenger to wield such an overwhelming level of sword energy. The force of his strike blasted her backward, leaving her completely stunned. She couldn't comprehend how a regular player possessed aura, but Michael just scoffed. He asked why he shouldn't use it, since she was doing the exact same thing. Before she could recover, he closed the distance and pinned both her hands with one grip. He demanded answers about this trial, but she just asked what he was planning. After all, he could have easily finished her off instead of sparing her. Instead, Michael kept her pinned against the stone wall, silently demanding the truth. The priestess remained stubborn, refusing to speak, so Michael lost his patience. He growled at Jane, warning her to explain the details of these trials immediately. She finally cracked, admitting there were 2 more physical tests, followed by 2 of faith. The final one was for his consciousness, but suddenly Jane broke one hand free. She grabbed his collar, desperately warning him to quit before reaching that ultimate trial. Absolutely no one had ever survived it, she warned, not even the strongest. Everyone who tried either lost their minds or bled to death. Michael hesitated. Using the Eye of the Fire dragon skill, he scanned her to check for lies. The girl was telling the absolute truth, then thanked him for the battle. With her final breath, she smiled, but Michael demanded to know if there was a way to survive. Surely there had to be some trick to avoiding death, but Jane simply shook her head. She said she feared nothing, believing her soul would return directly to her god. Seeing her fanatic devotion, Michael decided to end it and slit her throat in one motion. There was no point in dragging this out. As he devoured her soul, a notification popped up. His skill power increased by 8.8%, yet a wave of disgust hit him. Maybe it was just his mood, or maybe these temple priests were just deeply brainwashed. Shaking it off, he pushed forward, soon arriving at the massive 3rd door. Michael threw the doors open wide, and you won't believe who was waiting inside. Instead of another crazy priest, he was met by someone completely unexpected. Standing there was a middle-aged warrior who introduced himself with a proud smile. He called himself Lucilian, the future sword god of this very trial. Thrusting his glowing sword forward, he declared it was time to test the kid's skills. Michael had to prove his absolute worth right here, or pay with his life. Sure enough, the veteran warrior also unleashed sword aura, but this power felt different. His skill was legs above Jane's, and Michael noticed something even more alarming. Even though the man's grip was unsteady, he held a terrifyingly familiar flaming blade. A weapon like that meant this battle would be a nightmare, but Michael braced himself. He knew he would have to put his very survival on the line for this one. Clearing his mind of any doubt, he leaped forward, aiming directly for a fatal strike. Clash, Michael immediately realized that something was seriously off with this priest. His physical capabilities and actual swordsmanship were completely inferior to Michael's. He simply could not match him, but that did not stop Lucilian from pressing his relentless attacks, trying to land even a small scratch on him. Yet to Michael's absolute shock, even though the old priest was weaker, for some strange reason, Michael's own physical blade was slowly being destroyed. Having seen Kitagawa Naman use the flaming sword, Michael assumed it was just some advanced martial art, but fighting Lucilian changed everything. Perhaps a Kirugawa pupil was just too strong, bypassing technical skill entirely. He was now completely convinced that his own weapon was losing. Lucilian kept driving forward, offering no room to breathe or recover strength. Suddenly, the priest paused and turned directly toward his opponent. He told Michael that his mortal strength could never destroy this sword. He added that it could only be broken by those who see the invisible. Michael backed away, calmly analyzing the old priest with a calculated look. He was clearly physically stronger, but that flaming sword ruined his advantage. It was incredibly annoying, a frustrating feeling of pure injustice. Like watching a dumber classmate somehow score much higher on an exam. Michael brushed off the priest's riddles and prepared for another brutal exchange. Their weapons collided again, Michael putting maximum force into the strike. Yet the old priest insisted that only those who withstand the hidden can forge a weapon capable of cutting through anything in existence. Lucilian's endless preaching was already irritating him far beyond his limit. He lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch directly to the priest's throat. Crimson sprayed everywhere, and in that split second, Michael realized the truth. He finally understood the difference between ordinary sword energy and this flame. It was powered by a deep, raw willpower, solidifying directly into physical reality. Michael manifested the legendary power himself, while Lucilian collapsed on his knees. The old priest wiped blood from his mouth, staring up in utter shock. He never imagined another soul could grasp the true secret of the blade. Suddenly, Lucilian smiled with pure joy, praising Michael's perfect flame over his own. Michael was completely baffled why this dying man cared more about martial arts than his own death. Trembling, Lucilian reached out one last time, telling the young warrior that he had officially passed his final test and could proceed. He had validated his path and was worthy of carrying the art forward. Seeing that the old priest could barely speak, Michael calmly raised his blade. He delivered a merciful strike to end his suffering and claimed his soul. Instantly, his unique trait mastery surged by an incredible 14%. This was exactly what he needed to reach absolute perfection and rank up. His necromancy hit rank 1, unlocking a powerful brand new passive ability. Thrilled by this sudden power-up, Michael decided not to waste any time. He immediately opened the system store interface to check his updated attributes. His 6th additional effect granted a terrifying ability to steal an opponent's soul. Alongside their very willpower, Michael stared at the screen, completely stunned. He had just acquired an incredibly broken skill to harvest raw determination. Michael couldn't help but marvel at his own insane growth.